Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me tonight is a very special guest who I'm pleased to finally get to talk to. There's been an interview that's been a long time in the making, although mostly because I'm terrible at scheduling interviews. Mr. Larry Correia or Correia?
Correia, like the country.
Correia, like the country. Okay, there's a little lag spike there, but that's okay. It's
Elon Musk's fault. We just got Starlink here. We're going to blame him.
Oh yes, please do, because see, all these smart jerk offs in the chat are like, oh, just get a Starlink, just get a Starlink, just get a Starlink, and I'm like, well, I heard there's latency issues with it. I'm not sure if it's ready, to support streaming. And now, thank you, I'm fully vindicated. The chat is wrong. Nailed it. It's done.
I live in the middle of nowhere, though, so this is still way better than what I used to have.
Yes. I live in the middle of nowhere, but we have gigabyte cable. It's not fiber, so it's gigabyte down almost, and it's like 960 down, but it's only 40 up because they don't live in a world of uploads still at cable companies, apparently. Which makes me hate them thoroughly.
Here in the mountains, it was 2 cans and a string.
Yeah. www. Now read it to me.
I had to light a fire and then move the smoke with a blanket.
So you are an author, I guess is one way to put it. You've written a couple books. Some of them have sold at least 2 or 3 copies, I think.
Sometimes as many as 5.
Yeah. So that's always positive. You're giving it the old college try, but I don't know a lot else about you. I hear you're a guy who loves freedom, a guy who loves guns, and so I want to get to know kind of more about you, and I want to talk about, I guess, this idea of creation, of world building. I want to talk about one topic I've been talking about over the past couple years is people started inviting me to conventions, which blows my mind. I'm like, what for? I don't know anything about anime. But they started inviting me to these anime conventions, and I talk about escapism because I think escapism is lost when we have this group. There's some purpose behind that, but
well, it's the purpose is they want to be the hand that holds the whip and make sure the rest of us only believe the right things and only are entertained in the right way. I kind of came to prominence. I've been doing this about 12 years. My first book came out 12 years ago. I've written 25 novels. I caused a great deal of butthurt and outrage in the publishing industry because
always good.
Well, when I came on, when I was first starting, I actually got nominated for this prestigious award for best new author, but I owned a machine gun store when I published my first book. So
oh no,
I was kind of out of the
You should have gotten in the magazine business.
That's how I started. Actually, was writing nonfiction. No, so basically, publishing is all in Manhattan, and it's very, 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 very left, and
right.
So this gun dealer from Utah shows up, and the next thing you know, everybody was all angry at me, and I actually was very successful and had to kind of rock the boat and not be quiet. And it's actually a lot nicer now. There's a lot more writers who are open about their politics. But for a long time there, it was pretty lonely.
Yeah, well, it's weird because there was this time when publishers like Simon & Schuster would publish books without worrying about right think, wrong think. And then that all changed in a day. And then they wouldn't publish anything from wrong thinkers. And then now it's there's, I don't know about the publishing industry, but the self-publishing industry exists and is a real thing.
Oh, it's huge.
And people are able to really crush it, especially if they build not even much online social presence. if they can do it, they can start to cultivate an audience, and then that gets more and more people out. And when you cut out publishers and middlemen in a lot of ways, you can set your own prices in self-publishing. You have the ability to basically take risks on yourself in ways that didn't exist, 30 years ago.
Well, it's interesting because I started out self-published, and then I got picked up by Baen Books. Baen is one of the only publishers that actually, is cool about your politics. And a lot of people say, "Oh, they're a right-wing publisher." No, it's just that we're one of the only ones that will publish anybody.
Right.
Everybody else,
frankly, that is right wing now, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
it is right wing to think that everybody deserves a shot based on their merit, which is, I mean, I hate saying that, but that is so far to the right that, Mussolini is rolling over in his grave or whatever.
I bet you want grandma to die. I mean, that's just horrible, man. How can you live with yourself letting people, read what they want?
It's insane to think that there might be someone who would see something that I don't want them to see.
Well, we've got like, I'm over here on the right side, but we've got guys that are actual Trotskyites. I mean, literally. And we publish anybody, and like our publisher just doesn't care. She's like, can you tell a good story? Can you entertain people? Can you make your readers happy? Can you have fun? That's what matters.
Yeah, but does she also say we also have the helicopters gassed up, so watch yourself?
I'm not gonna get Tony in trouble, but
I kid, of course.
I wouldn't cross her. I mean, you'd wind up at the bottom of the river wearing some cement shoes.
And so the other topic that I have, and this is very free form, of course, is fighting a tide of Karens. This idea that we're all, anybody with any level of notoriety on the right, especially. Oh, I don't even want to say on the right because I feel weird.
Oh, it's not. They attack everybody now. I mean, if it's like, I love when they eat each other because it's kind of a cannibal feeding frenzy.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny to watch it happen because especially when they just participated in the same thing and now it's happening to them, it's like, sucker.
Oh man, I've so many people who've come at me over the years in the publishing business, and it's always the same thing: sexist, racist, misogynistic, woman hater, all the same whatever crap. The people that spew that the loudest, I think like about a dozen of them have gotten busted for some form of creepy, degenerate, pervy, sexual harassment stuff.
Oh, it's almost like at this point, it's like a 90% chance.
I
trust no one. The first person who like runs out there and they're like, look, and I'm like, yeah. What are you deflecting from, homie? What's going on? That's what I want to know these days.
Oh, I love watching them crash and burn. And every time I was like, I remember this guy's name.
Okay, so there is something I have to address, though, that has nothing to do with this interview. Two things: announcements and housekeeping stuff. Tomorrow is a new trial that is beginning. There's an NBA player that was murdered like 12 years ago, and turns out his wife hired someone to do it, and she got prison for it. She's in prison for 30-something years. I think she confessed to it. The guy that she's hired is on trial tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, he's going to try and beat the charges of her hiring him to kill her husband, who is an NBA player. So that's going to be the trial. This should be good. Good stuff. He was a former criminal before he murdered someone. He was a former criminal, and then he reformed into a Baptist preacher. And then he went right into murdering. So just the murdering, though. But he was a former felon. He's actually serving 16 years on a felon in possession of a firearm charge, which is a lot, that he pled to. But he's fighting his murder charge, and he says, "No, I'm just a man with a gun. I'm not a man with a gun and blood on his hands." So that's what we're going to be watching tomorrow. It's supposed to be just a 2-week trial. I say just. That's still long, but it's not as long as some of these other 6-week monstrosities. So that's happening tomorrow morning. I'm not sure. It's Tennessee, which I think is Eastern time, which makes me want to eat all of the bullets already. But but we're gonna work that out. I will post the show link tonight. And the other thing to talk about is, yes, Kurt, Uncivil Law, his channel was hacked by an Ethereum crypto shill guy who then did a live stream. This and shilling, like specifically shilling crypto on YouTube is against terms of service as risky behavior or whatever. And so Kurt's channel has been subsequently deleted, even though it wasn't him who did any of this, and his appeal has been denied. There's some work going on. I've reached out to my YouTube partner. I don't know if they can help, but we're going to try to get that resolved, because that is not not proper, not justice. I think he has a temporary channel in the meantime. Uncivil Law Shorts. I don't know if I'd subscribe to his shorts, but that is out there. C Goody has been posting the link, so you can check that out and support Kurt. And we may have to get a Twitter campaign in order, because that's how you have to reach YouTube these days. YouTube's internal customer service denies you. Then you go on Twitter and they're like, oh, we don't know why you were banned in the first place. Okay. Yeah. F you. Eat shit. So anyway, that's what's going on tonight. That's what's going on tonight. It's a very stressful thing for Kurt. Obviously, no one wants this. You work really hard at this stuff, and to have it just taken away by something that he had no control over is crazy. By the way, before anybody starts offering their fucking unsolicited tech advice, yes, he had two-factor authentication. We're all required to have it as YouTube creators now. So we have all the security measures in the world, and sometimes they just don't work. Kind of like how my two-factor authentication Google account got hacked and someone ordered phones. And then Google, when I called them to report the stolen phones so they would brick them, is like, well, but I mean, it looks like you bought it. I'm like, I didn't buy it, you idiots. Why would I tell you to brick the phones that I bought? That doesn't make sense. Anyway, so they're not very smart over at the largest, most high-powered AI company in the world, but the AI needs work. Okay, that being said, back to Larry. So Larry, I'm intrigued immediately. You owned or still own a machine gun store?
Used to. There's a lot better money in writing.
Oh, okay. Now, is this a real machine, full auto machine guns?
Well, I mean, get into the legal terms. I was a SOT, Special Occupational Taxpayer, Title VII, which means I could manufacture machine guns, suppressors, that kind of thing. And we were an NFA dealer, so we transferred machine guns and sold machine guns, that kind of thing. And did a lot of demos, did a lot of instruction, and it was a lot of fun. But I was really, really poor.
Well, don't lie. It was because you were just buying bullets.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I shot so much back then. It was nuts.
The truth comes out. Man was actually making millions. He was just dumping him into 50 cal BMG rounds or whatever.
Well, I was the finance guy, so I had to be like the guy raining on everybody's parade, because they'd fire a belt and I'd be like, well, that was $200.
Yeah. Yep. Well, and plus you have the tax stamp on every item at all. I mean, that's what's crazy. How they've basically suppressed this is by tax stamping things like suppressors, but also fun accessories like grenades, right?
Oh,
like if you have a cool
$200 a pop for a destructive device,
right, per round.
Yep.
In addition to how much the round costs.
And 40 millimeter grenades are awesome. They're super fun.
How much do those cost per round, ignoring the tax stamp?
Okay, I'm 12 years out of date on this. I sold out in 2008. Wow, 14 years out of date. I have no idea now. They were really expensive back then.
Yeah. I want all of them. That's what I want. Just I want to rain grenades down into my swamp. Because I don't even need to hit anything. It doesn't matter.
Well, you just got to get close.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the beauty. If the guy who's not a good shot, you give him the grenade launcher.
The other thing I need to do is chop down trees. And so that I think would work for that.
I have actually chopped down trees with machine guns before. It is pretty fun.
My buddy and I did it with a handgun. Took a while.
I bet either that or a very small tree. That's how I started out when I was a kid. We were on this farm. We grew up on a farm in the middle of nowhere, and we had these big old trees that started getting by the power lines. and I would just go out there with a 12 gauge, and I would lop the branches off.
Nice.
That's how I started. Well, I'm probably admitting to all sorts of felonies, but I'm pretty sure we're past the
Statute of
expiration date on
limitations
those.
on that one. Yeah, I think so. Speaking of which, since we have an expert here on Americanness, I need your opinion on the American rating of this news story. Okay, here we go. Army veteran rescues bald eagle dangling upside down from a rope in a 75-foot tree by mowing down the branches with his rifle. Like, how much good old USA freedom is cram-packed into that headline?
That is awesome. That honestly, I actually heard the eagle in my ear. The scream of freedom. This guy is the hero we need, not the hero we deserve.
I know. Look at him too. Yeah, I shot that fucking tree down.
Fuck that branch. Run!
So how did a bald eagle get tied up in a rope way up in a tree? I'm so confused by
I don't know. We actually have bald eagles. We actually have a ton of eagles where I live, and they're kind of stupid, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
There was one. They're
really majestic.
Right. They're nice when they don't move or do anything. But there was one picking up flattened roadkill from the road when I was driving my kids home the other day. Like, it picks up the like squirrel or whatever, and it's paper thin, just flapping there. You're gonna eat that? I mean, come on, man. Go hunt something.
We actually had when we first moved in here, because I live up in the mountains, and my wife was out one day, and a bald eagle flew by and dropped a deer head, a severed deer head, onto the driveway right in front of her. So I don't know if that was a gift or a warning.
Yeah. Oh, a severed deer head.
Yeah, that was
cool.
Yeah, it was kind of badass.
Yeah, I watched a guy use a golden eagle to hunt a deer once. That was awesome. Just went and murdered the deer, and I was like, huh. Right, that's easier than shooting.
I wouldn't mess with that guy. He's a druid.
Yeah, right. Can't trust him at all. Okay. So you owned a store. You're like the top level of firearms dealer.
Well, there was one above us.
There's one above you.
Title 10. They're the guys that can make the explosives.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you're just a piddly distributor. You're not the manufacturer of explosives. Yeah. So you're a high level gun dealer. You're out here, you're making moves, and you decide to write a book. What happens? How does this work?
Okay, so it's back in 2007. My first book was Monster Hunter International. And I saw in the chat, people are like, you're going to get sued by Capcom. And that's not how titles work. And also in 2007, no one in America had heard of the game, except for the most weeby video game players. So
yeah, that's 100% of the chat, though.
I know, and they're going to be all mad at me now. It's like, we knew. My daughter's like super anime nerd, and she made fun of me for it. I just didn't think she represented the public. But then
she doesn't. No, none of them have been in public in years. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, chat. I love you. I love you all very much, except when you give me tech advice.
I was I'm a gun nut, and I love horror movies. And so my first book was just kind of when gun nuts meet horror movies. And it all came about because, we were just joking on the internet one day on this old gun forum that if horror movies starred our people, they'd be over in like 5 minutes. It's like, oh, there's the horrible monster. Boom. And you just take care of it. Problem solved. And roll credits. And so I decided I was going to write that book. I was going to write a book about basically, I took all the people who survived every horror movie you've ever seen, and I recruited them all into this one company. And then, wow. And that book went nuts. It did super good. And that's now a giant series, bunch of spin-offs and all sorts of stuff. So it's been a huge success. And it was just kind of the
Monster Hunter International was the first one, right?
Yeah, it's free. It's free for the chat. It's free on Amazon if you guys want to on an ebook. Yeah, no, I just did that for fun, and I self-published it, and it blew up huge. I started out by selling to internet gun forums, which back in those days, self-publishing was like this crazy thing. We sold $25 print-on-demand paperbacks. I was selling books at gun shows, and
Nice.
yeah, it was nuts. It's a lot
So
easier
who,
being in Barnes and Noble. I mean, honestly.
right. Or like, or on the Amazon, like print on demand affiliate or whatever. You don't have to actually, print them and then carry them as inventory and sell them hand to hand, right? Like people can just go and it'll
Oh,
print the book now.
it's so nice now. Honestly, it's crazy how easy it is to write. The downside now, though, is if you're self-publishing now, you're competing with like hundreds of thousands of other people,
Right.
and a lot of them are good, and a lot of them really suck. It's just the old Sturgeon's law: 90% of everything is crap, and so
Right.
you got to figure out how am I going to get my stuff out there out of the sea of crap so people can see it and know it's good. And it's a challenge. It's hard work.
And I think we'll have to talk about that in a little bit because I am curious about your ideas because I know I get asked all the time, and I'm sure you do. Anybody who starts to make something, they get asked how they do it, like how it worked out, how you got things to happen. And for me, my answer is I don't know. I'm an idiot, so things just work, and I was very very lucky. Oh, why do I sew this up? Things just worked for me, and I was very very lucky. But I'm sure other people have taken a more tactical approach or they've learned a lot of things that they can share with people about it. So I would like to talk about that. But one part of the show that we have is the super chat section, which I know you've seen the show a couple times. You're familiar with how this works. We do what Rush Limbaugh would call the most dangerous thing in broadcasting, right? We leave the direction of the show up to rank amateurs and allow them to contribute. And so I would like to read a couple of them because there's a lot that have come in early, and I want to make sure to kind of keep on top of them as we go. So Jordan Crow says, Larry, I love your books. Tom's Strange Adventures are really fun, especially with Adam Baldwin as the narrator. Really enjoyed the Forgotten Warrior series and can't wait for book 4. Hard Magic is next on my list to read.
Cool.
Okay, tell me about Tom's Strange Adventures.
Okay, it's Tom Stranger, yeah, interdimensional insurance agent, and it's on
Okay.
Audible. It's a comedy series. You'll see a bunch of people in the chat going "Hoon," because "Hoon" is the battle cry of the manatee. It's from this series. We have an interstellar war between mankind and the manatees, and manatees are pretty badass. No, it's a
No,
comedy series.
they're just oafish. I mean, I've seen anime voice actresses and I know that they can't fight. So don't tell me a manatee can.
That's what they want you to think. You know those scars you think are from speedboats? No.
Yeah. Okay.
No, so we got Adam Baldwin. I'm sure you know Adam, Firefly, Chuck. He's awesome.
Yeah, that guy's great.
Oh, he's amazing. And so he's the narrator, and it's on Audible. It's a great comedy series. I started writing them years ago. I wrote the first one when Barack Obama was still president. So I had Barack Obama as president, and I made fun of him quite a bit, and current events. And then I did the second one. Well, no, but I did the next one with Trump was president, and I made fun of Trump too, just equal opportunity.
Oh no.
Well, here's the kicker though. In the reviews of the first one, I got like thousands of reviews of people who were super angry at me, because how dare you make fun of Barack Obama? In the second one, I made fun of Trump, and the conservatives were like, that's great. And they just had a good time. I had like 4 or 5 people get butthurt. And so that series there is a perfect little microcosm of how like America works.
Oh my gosh. It's embarrassing right now. I mean, I don't even know what to do with it.
I had Joe Biden as a supporting character in the first one. And when Tom Stranger meets him, he mistakes him for an alcoholic circus clown. Little did I realize he'd be the most popular president ever.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, really, really cleaned up on the last election, did really well.
Amazing.
Frankly, better than anybody ever in history. Did a wonderful job. Great campaign. Totally. Wasn't really selling it at the rallies, but apparently had a lot of sleepers at home who wanted to come in. Really commend him on his fine job. I thought I did a little bit better, frankly, but yeah.
his rallies. I've had book signings bigger than Joe Biden rallies.
Oh, no. No,
Gosh.
all of his rallies were full. You liar. Wolfgang Deo says the only thing I support fully in the Ukraine-Russia conflict is the war. Hope it ends, but hey, at least the crazies have somewhere to go. Happy Pi Day. My favorite thing, there was someone sent it to me. Do I have it? Let me see if I have it real handy real quick. It was a oh, here it is. Jack Posobiec tweeted. No, Raw Egg Nationalist first tweeted this out. The Reddit temper tantrum tour comes to Ukraine. Here, let me pull this up real quick because this is great. So, like Ukraine is allowing basically a completely unlicensed foreign legion to come in and support them. And they've dug deep to the highest levels of Reddit to find their new soldiers. So Happy Hanukkah says, holy shit, my commanding officer came into my barracks to bring me an MRE, and I literally screamed at her and hit the plate of rations out of her hand. She started yelling and swearing at me in Ukrainian, which I didn't understand, and I slammed the door on her. I'm so distressed right now, I don't know what to do. I didn't mean to do that to my superior officer, but I'm literally in shock from the cruise missile strike. Feel like I'm going to explode. Why the fucking fuck is Zelensky losing? This can't be happening. I'm having a fucking breakdown. I don't want to believe the world is so corrupt that NATO won't impose a no-fly zone. I want a future to believe in. I want Zelensky to be president of a united Ukraine and fix this broken country. I cannot fucking deal with this right now. It wasn't supposed to be like this. I thought we had anti-air coverage in Western Ukraine. This is so fucked.
Man, okay, I'm a former military contractor. I was just an accountant, so not like any of the exciting stuff, but I know that can't be real. There's no friggin' way that this dumbass made it all the way there and across a border.
I can't tell anymore. That's the problem. You can't tell what's true and what's fake.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've lost faith in every institution that's supposed to keep us informed of the world. It's all full of crap.
The chat thinks it's a troll. I'm not so sure. So sure. And even if it is a troll, I think it captures the spirit.
Well, I do know some guys that do that kind of thing for a living. I've known a lot of guys that have done that kind of work for over the years. And I think if you did have a guy like that working with you in a completely unlicensed, off the books kind of operation, he would just slip and fall on some bullets in the shower. It would just be. Yeah. He would be cleaning his gun and shoot himself in the face 3 or 4 times.
Whoops.
Yeah, because would you want to go out and like ambush tanks with that guy?
That reminds me of such a great line. Have you seen the movie Mystery Men?
Oh yeah, I love that movie. That's a classic.
So Janine Garofalo's dad gets killed, right? And she asks the detective, she's like, what happened? He's like, total accident, kid. He fell down an elevator shaft, landed on some bullets. That was perfect. They nailed it. But yeah, the chat says this is a copy pasta. I don't believe them. I 100% believe everything posted on the internet at all times because, and I'll tell you why. You think I'm joking. But I think that no matter what is, but there's enough stupidity in the world that even if it seems ridiculous, that it actually happened, even if not to that guy. Right?
I know. I've lost all faith in mankind, so yeah, why not?
Yeah. Well, I literally, you cannot actually predict what is real or fake anymore. You have to, that's why the Babylon Bee gets fact checked because the left is so used to lying that they're like, oh no, we have to fact check the satire. I don't know what satire anymore anyway.
The stuff that gets fact checked is so hilarious too, because it's like the dumbest things you can possibly imagine, and they're all sanctimonious, like this is not real. The moon is not actually made of cheese. Well, yeah, thanks, fact checkers.
Prove it, bigots. That's all I'm saying. Bring me back a chunk of moon. Bring me back a chunk of moon. If you can get past the dome.
Well, I mean, how do we get past the space lasers? I mean, come on.
That's all I'm saying is, look, for the moon to not be made of cheese, you have to accept the fact first that the moon is made of anything and is not just a projection on the celestial dome. Because if you trying to convince me that it's not made of cheese and made of rocks. I mean, it's made of one of those things, apparently, but that's only if it's real in the first place.
Snopes will ask Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, God. Well, welcome to another arbitrary New Year's Day. Did you know that there's nothing significant about New Year's Day every year? Shut up, Neil.
The Gregorian calendar is simply shut up, Neil.
Yeah,
My
someone uppercut that
gosh.
guy in the nuts.
I have a daughter who's brilliant. I have one daughter who's a literal genius, and I don't know what she's going to do with her life yet. But all she knows is she wants to win a Nobel Prize, so that during the speech she can tell Neil deGrasse Tyson to shut the fuck up.
I support
I'm dead
her
serious.
candidacy.
I'm dead
Tell me-
serious. She's like, I'm going to win the Nobel Prize for something just so I can bag on Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Oh, God, that'd be great. He needs it. That guy sucks. Do you remember when everybody tried to pass him off as cool? They're like, oh, he was totally in wrestling in college there, and he named a move after Tidal Forces, and I was like, that's not cool. That's gay. Oh, he was a wrestler in college. Yeah, so were 500,000 other guys. Like that. I mean, that doesn't make him somehow cool. He did an extracurricular activity. Great, awesome.
You know what? He could have been like, he could have been like MVP in the Super Bowl, and he would still suck. It doesn't matter. He's just, that is the most pedantic, annoying person on the entire. He's got, okay. I don't know if he's the most annoying, but he's got to be up there, really high.
Oh, he's way high up there.
Well, there's Bill Nye Science Pope.
Oh, that guy. Well, we don't talk about Bill because I don't have that much profanity left in my body at this age. Altlag says, greetings, interdimensional lord of hate. While others may want the puff on arms girl, I just want to know if Tom Stranger has any buyer's remorse for saving that circus clown from the ball sharks. Hail Yard Moose and Hoon.
Okay, you can see when people come on your show and they're like trying to catch up with all the in jokes. That's my people there, and that's like he ran through a bunch of them. They're rapid fire. Yeah. So the ball sharks were Joe Biden got sucked through multiple dimensions and dropped on a planet that was just one big ball pit. But Joe Biden was really
not killed yet.
I don't know. He was really happy about it though because it was his birthday, and he's just like,
right,
balls. Yeah. Then the ball sharks.
Great, man. Come on.
Yeah, I make up some weird crap and get paid for it. I don't know. I've got the best job ever. It's awesome. My mom says I make up
Obama
bullshit and tell lies.
But you dumped on Obama and Biden, and you're still here. Like, oh, you didn't make fun of Hillary though. That's the answer.
I have actually. I did in a serious novel. I did a novel called Dead Six with Mike Coopery, and it's a thriller. And in this thriller, basically, we have a meeting. It's basically the Illuminati gets together for a big meeting. It's like Davos, and Hillary Clinton is totally there.
How many books have you written?
25.
Just the 25, though.
Yeah. So 25 books and like 3 collections of short stories and a whole bunch of other crap. So, and about 1 million tweets and blog posts.
I mean, I went to college for writing, and they told me that a novel takes a year to produce. So I don't believe you.
I think it takes about 6 months for me, and they're pretty fat. I don't write skinny ones. I write pretty big books.
I don't think you heard me, Larry. I went to college, and they told me.
See, that's my problem. I got an accounting degree, and so I never knew. I didn't know I was supposed to like be
You're
more
breaking
artistic.
the rules, man.
I know. I'm screwing this up for all the artists, like George Martin, who needs his 62,000 years to write a book.
Well, it's a very important book.
Oh.
The most important part is the assistant who was actually writing those books died or something, right? Like that's what happened. And he's like, shit, Eric had those on his hard drive. Oh God. I don't even know the characters anymore.
If he just gave me a fraction of his HBO money, I'd wrap that right up for him. No problem.
How hard can it be?
It's not.
Right? Like,
it's a job. It's like any other job.
You just sit down and start writing stuff.
Honestly, yeah, we a lot of writers like do this whole I'm so artistic. You can't rush my brilliance and all this crap. No, you can. When I was an accountant, I couldn't say I had accountant's block. Like, sorry, boss, I can't do these spreadsheets today. My spreadsheet muse is not moving me.
Well, listen, hey, let's not knock writer's block. I've had it since graduation. So this is a real phenomenon. I don't know what you're talking. This man does not speak for us. I think he should be canceled.
Oh, man, take a number.
In my experience, writer's block needs to be overcome by, like, okay, you can't write this, but that doesn't mean you can't write anything. So you pick up another project and you start working because, like you said, it's a job. And the trick to writing, from everyone I've talked to and from my own, I don't write, but I write, if you know what I mean. Like I do this show, which is and I actually use very similar methods to how I would write in college to create the content for the show and to do my short videos and stuff like that. Is I'm writing the whole show in my mind the whole time. Like I'm refraining and going through ideas constantly and refreshing them. I just don't put them down on paper. And I never did until I wrote a story. And that's how I wrote. I know it's not the best method, but it was mine. And so
it's whatever works. There's no right way to do it.
And so with that, my experience has always been, if you can't work on this, you can work on something else. Because as you said, this is a job. If you're going to be a writer, it's a job. And what you need to be doing is create. Always be writing, like Alec Baldwin and Glenn Ross, right? Like always be writing. Always be writing.
Yeah, because second place is a set of steak knives, and third, you're fired.
Oh, have I got your attention now? God, I love that movie.
And Alec Baldwin. He didn't shoot a single person during it.
Nobody may as well have. All those guys look like they'd been killed.
That's a classic.
For whatever piece of shit Alec Baldwin is, that was a legendarily good performance, crammed into like 12 minutes.
Oh yeah, he's talented. Talented dude. Just, I wouldn't hand him a firearm.
No, no one ever should. And then don't hand him a microphone after you hand him a firearm.
Oh,
very bad idea.
Gosh. Okay, you're the lawyer here, but in my professional, gun nut opinion, I just shut the fuck up, dude. He's all talking about how that is not how that gun works. There's millions of us who know that.
They've decided that basically it's credible enough, and they're probably not going to charge him. Like I guess. Well, it's feasible that he could have half-cocked. It's like he could have half-cocked the hammer means he still cocked the hammer.
Yeah, and unless the thing is broken, it's not gonna fall from a half cock and detonate a hard primer anyway. Here's the thing: if that had been a conservative actor, if that had been Nick Searcy or Adam Baldwin or
Kelsey Grammer or something,
Kelsey Grammer, John Voight, if one of those guys had shot somebody on accident, it'd be the end of the world. There would be no mercy at all. They would be tarred and feather and run out of town on a rail. There's just no way. I can't imagine if John Voight shot someone on set. First of all, he'd look at him and glare for a little while, and then he'd give a gravelly line about how they deserved it. But then he would be removed from probably life. They'd be like, "Oh, John Voight had a stroke," blam blam blam, and he'd be dead. It's crazy the amount of loops that the mental loops people have gone through. I was on channels talking about this, and there were people who are sitting there like, well, and these are not like, well, one of them, these are not like super leftist people. And they're like, well, I mean, he was handed a gun that was checked by other people. I'm like, so if you're handed a gun that's checked by other people and you pointed at Ted and pull the trigger and Ted dies, guess who shot Ted? You did. The guy who handed you the loaded gun and was wrong, he didn't shoot Ted. He didn't pull the trigger. You're responsible for what comes out of that barrel and where that barrel is pointed in 100% of situations, unless you're Alec Baldwin. Yeah, if you're a rich liberal, then it doesn't count, and you can just basically do whatever you want. I mean, you're gonna just get a pass. It's okay. No hard feelings.
So all I have to do is pretend to like Biden, and I can do anything.
Well, you got to be rich too.
Okay, how do I get there? Oh, yeah. I'll follow you. I write books. That's what you did.
Or be in movies. That works too. I remember
being in movies.
some comedy thing did that is like Nicolas Cage financial advice one time is like step 1, be in movies. Step 2, get lots of money.
I'm not convinced that Nick Cage actually has any money at all.
No, that's probably why he takes so many roles.
This man is the most down associating actor on the planet. Every Nick Cage movie that comes out, you look at the rest of the cast and you're like, what the hell is he doing in this movie? Like, how did they catch him at a Chuck E. Cheese's just stealing the beer from the back? And this is his community service. Why is he doing these movies?
Well,
they're terrible.
He's top billed, and second bill is a guy who was in a Pizza Hut commercial once.
Yeah. It's like, God, how does he? It's like, why? It's, oh my God.
I respect the hustle, though. The dude works. He is certainly not lazy.
Well, the one guy who wishes he could do that is Brendan Fraser, right? Like, he's like, God, please give me Nick Cage's roles.
I think Brendan Fraser is having a renaissance. I think we're seeing more. I think we're going to see a lot more Brendan Fraser because he's just such a dang nice guy who got did wrong. And well, I don't know. As far as I know,
no, I mean, yeah, he did, but this man. So when you have a divorce, right? Your income, if you take it to trial, like, which you should never do as a celebrity, just pay her everything, and so people can't make fun of you. There's actually a case. There's a really famous newscaster in Minnesota, and his divorce went to trial, and everybody's like, why did he do this? Because one, it showed how much the weatherman was making, and it was off the charts, astronomical amounts of money, and then how much he was spending, which is crazy. Another Minnesota case that did that was Hall & Oates. Daryl, I think it was Oates. Oates knocked up some chick in Minnesota, and so then had a custody case here. And so his daily spending habits were put on display, and they're downplayed, which is even worse. But no, so Brendan Fraser's came out, and he was spending $11,000 a month on dog care.
Oh, wow.
And it's like,
okay.
So wait, bro, you're out of money, but you had $11,000 a month on dog care? Buy some Old Roy in a kennel. What are you doing?
I love my dog. I have a great dog, but I would not spend $11 on my dog. No.
Go eat something in the yard.
He's my dog's if he wants a chew toy, he goes out and he finds a deer spine.
Right, exactly. Go. There's a world out there. You can eat a tree. I don't care. Eat anything.
I buy him some treats once in a while, but $11,000? No. That's you sure that wasn't code for hookers or something?
Yeah, I think the hookers were itemized separately.
Because $11,000, that'd be a good. That's geez, $11,000 a month. That's a hardcore cocaine habit. That's
I was gonna say, tell me more about your knowledge of hooker prices.
Well, I'm not Stephen King. I don't.
No,
that's not really my area. Well, that's cocaine. I don't know about the hookers. I'm just that's the cocaine. I gotta make sure I don't slander anybody.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to slander the good name of Stephen King. He's sitting here doing cocaine off of hookers that he's writing into his own nightmares.
And then he gets on Twitter and talks about how soldiers are all illiterate.
Yeah. I can read the tattoo on my hooker's ass. These soldiers can't read shit.
He's such a classy guy.
The bad thing is, what's bad? He's not the best writer in the world. I'm not gonna fluff Stephen King that hard, but he writes internal monologues of characters so damn well. That is what he is great at. It's the thing.
He's actually, he's a really, really good wordsmith. I think he's a bad storyteller, is what it comes down to.
George Lucas, except for George Lucas isn't a good wordsmith either.
Oh my gosh. Here's the thing. I can't bag on George Lucas too much because I've seen what happened when Disney, the mega corporation, has taken over his his love child and what the job they've done on it. And I'm like, bring back George Lucas.
Please,
Please,
give
please
us
bring
the
back
shitty
George.
dialogue and the
Oh
horribly
my
thought out
gosh.
storylines from the first one.
Oh
Just
my
get us
gosh.
away from what it is now.
It's so bad. I can't out the guy, but I know a guy who's like one of the best. He's one of the best selling writers in the world. This guy's amazing, great guy. And we were talking about it when those movies were coming out. And he was like, Larry, if this had been 20 years ago, guys like me and you would have been the first people they would have called to write Star Wars.
Yeah.
And now there's no way in hell they would touch
No.
us with a 10-foot pole.
All right, I want to divert for a second because this is my show and this is how we do it. We're talking about storytelling, and here's what I think. I rag on Lucas because I like to make fun of the original Star Wars because I think it's a piece of shit that needs to be taken down a peg. I don't mean like it's a literal piece of shit like story or movies or anything like that. I mean like an asshole. When I'm saying like I'm personifying the Star Wars trilogy, the original one, and turning it into an asshole of a person. And I think that jackass needs to be taken down a peg. So I like to do that because it triggers the chat a little bit. But what George Lucas is really great at is world building. And this is a genre of fiction in general that I am into and I think is undervalued in the literary community, but really highly valued by fans. And that is this universe genre fiction, right? So you have the Star Wars universe, which somebody, Lucas, created this concept and built rules and set up a universe. I have a whole shelf of Warhammer 40K because I love, like, the writing in 90% of the books is really pedestrian, kind of weak. The Dan Abnett books are solid. I mean, that dude has a lot of talent, but
Yeah, Abnett's got skills.
right. And many of the writers, they're passable, they're functionable and serviceable, which is great, but they operate inside this carefully cultivated set of rules for a universe that is extremely compelling. And so it makes the weaknesses of the technical writing go away because you don't care. You have this overarching thing. So I wanted to talk to you about, like, is that do you describe your method as universe building, or do you do like plot driven storytelling or character driven storytelling? How do you create things? How do you approach it?
It depends on the project, and I've actually done IP writing. So I've written in other people's universes. Like I've written for War Machine. I wrote for Alien, Predator, but different stories in different people's
Wait,
universes.
Marvel hired you?
No.
Not that War Machine.
No. The War Machine, the tabletop game. I wrote a couple.
Oh,
novels for
okay,
those guys.
okay. I was about to say, wait. There's one left at Marvel. There's one person.
Marvel would not hire me. Marvel would set me on fire. No. For me, it depends on the type of project I'm working on, because sometimes it's all where the ideas come from. I am a character-driven writer, but I love world building, and you got to kind of have it all work together.
Yeah.
To tell a good story.
Right.
I got to. This is a topic I talk about for hours. I'll if you don't mind me getting a plug in, I got a podcast, a writer advice podcast.
Oh, sorry. This is a socialist podcast. You're not allowed to plug capitalist works.
Okay. All right.
No. Plug away. Please do. Tell people where to find this, because this is something I'm actually passionate about.
Yeah.
Is getting people to find good entertainment from people who don't hate them.
Oh yeah. No, I actually like my fans. No, I've got a podcast called Writer Dojo, and it's a writing advice podcast. It's hosted by me and Steve Diamond, who I just wrote the novel Servants of War with. It came out a couple weeks ago. So that's something we've been working on for the last few months, and we've been having a lot of fun. And it's just, we got different topics, but we have one about like the getting started, where ideas come from, plotting versus outlining versus discovery writing. We go into all this stuff, nuts and bolts, and it's all very capitalist about getting paid, not so artsy fartsy. But no, for me, I love world building. I have a couple different fantasy series. I got some sci-fi I've done. I absolutely love making worlds up and then asking questions like, if this happens this way, then what does that mean for the universe? And it's kind of, I have the coolest job in the world. I really do.
I beg to differ, because I do. But
that's
but no.
that's probably true.
But tell me, so about world building, because this is the escapism, right? This is where you get to say, I'm going to create a set of rules that does not exist in present day. And then this is one thing I'm always questioning with every author I've ever like read or talked to or met or looked at or thought about is, are they intending to convey a truth about the human condition through their work, or does the truth about the human condition just come through naturally when we create these other worlds? What are you doing that on purpose, or is that a product of who you are?
It's a combination, and the part you got to watch out for, because we all want to have these cool themes in the book, and we talk about message fiction. The key is don't ever preach harder than you entertain. So you got to have the
Yes.
story first. You got to entertain people first, and then you can stick in those themes and stuff you feel passionate about. The stuff you got to watch out for is like a lot of modern fiction just comes in and just beats you over the head with whatever the message of the day is. We used to joke and call it dying polar bears. There's dying polar bear
Oh God,
fiction,
yeah. Yes.
and you know, and so it's like if I have a fantasy novel about Vikings and all of a sudden I have to stick in a bunch of modern feminism, it's just crap like that. So the key is you got to entertain, tell a cool
I am
story.
no man.
Oh, I know that was in the original though, to be fair, and Tolkien made it cool. I can't wait for the new version. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic.
Well, I have all sorts of thoughts about that. We can get to them because I'd like your thoughts on that in a little
Oh,
bit.
my
but-
thoughts are I try to be the optimist and wait until
Oh, I'm
stuff
so
actually,
optimistic. You have no idea. I think it's going to be great.
yeah.
I know the chat disagrees with me. Everybody on Flashcast disagrees with me. I think it's going to be magnificent. You know why?
Mm.
I have 2 words for you. Elf boobs. It's Amazon. I have the faith. I'm thinking we're going to have naked elves running around. We're going to have some hairy dwarf naked chicks too. And it's going to be weird, but I'm going to be okay with it. And probably some like orc lady, right? With like half armor with one boob hanging out and like a big rusty cleaver. And the boob's going to have scars and blood pouring out of it. And it's going to be gross, but I'll be with it anyway. Put me on the Lord of the Rings team. I can sell billions
I know
of copies.
you just made it sound like 1,000% better than the previews.
Look, it's a sleeper hit. I'm telling you, they're just hiding their power level until it comes out.
Yeah, I try to be optimistic, but I watched the trailer and these people nowadays, man, they're making it really hard for me to be that guy. It's like, oh, come on, let's wait and give it a shot. It might be good. No, man, making that tougher and tougher on me. To be the optimist, to give stuff a chance.
There's good stuff out there, though.
Oh, there's great
stuff
shows.
Sneaks out. Like Reacher is good.
I've heard that. I haven't seen it yet.
I just finished it with my wife. I've got to finish it with the chat on my Twitch channel sometime soon. We're 5. I think we watched episode 5 out of 8 on Twitch, but we got a couple episodes to go. And I watched
finished,
it. I was like, this is good.
I just finished The Expanse, and I really liked it. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
I've not watched the newest season, but I loved the whole show.
Yeah, it's a great show.
Yeah. And so they can do it. They can do the work. It can be done by someone out there is able to do the work. And I mean, they'll have little bits of whatever here and there, but this is very dangerous for me to say, but I'm going to do it. It's okay to have a modicum of feminism in a sci-fi story set in a different world or a different timeline or whatever. It's okay to have like if it's not bludgeoning you over the head and telling you you're stupid. Yeah. But like in Warhammer, for example, you have the Sisters of Battle. They're a militant group of women who are they come close to being as good as a Space Marine. Those Space Marines are genetically enhanced super monsters, and they're just highly disciplined, faith-filled nuns with guns and chainswords, and they They perform really, and flamethrowers, lots of flamethrowers. They perform really well. And that's an okay thing. It's within the rules of the universe. And they're not beating you over the head that the Sisters of Battle are the greatest women of all time, the
Oh
best
yeah.
soldiers or whatever, because it just works in. The
Well,
Expanse has some strong female characters in
oh,
there, and they're
s-
believable.
yeah. The thing is, the reason the Expanse is great is it has all the strong female characters, but they don't tear the men down to make the women strong. They're all strong.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah.
everybody out there is hardcore in some way.
Especially the greatest character ever written in a sci-fi series to come from Amazon, at least Amos.
I love Amos. I'm on Team Amos.
How can
Amos,
anybody not be on Team Amos?
it's like I'm that guy. And I was like, that moment, I was like, I will watch this show forever because
Yeah.
and it's like he just turns around. I am that guy.
You just gave a guy with super autism monstrous muscle mass and no conscience. It's the funniest character you could possibly create. All he does is the right thing at all times. No matter like how wrong what he's doing is, his ultimate goal is always aimed to be correct.
That's why he follows Holden around because he doesn't have to think about it.
Yeah, he's like, no, this guy makes good decisions on balance. I mean, he might screw up sometimes, but on balance, I know he's making good decisions. Therefore, I can do whatever needs to be done to support him, including killing everybody in the way.
Oh, and he has no problem with that at all. The thing is, I mean, my books are actually super diverse and all the stuff that we're supposed to do that we get yelled at because I do it because I find it interesting. I think it's interesting to have a big, wide cast of characters. And
you say a big white cast of characters?
A big wide cast of characters.
Wide cast. I was like, oh my goodness, Larry.
No. No. So what I mean is that I like to have a bunch of different things, and but these people that like they make you write to a checklist, that's crap. And it's like if you read some of these modern books, you can just like as you read them, you can just like tell they're just going right down the list. It's like I got to have the transsexual character, I have to have the gay couple, I have to have the strong female character who can do no wrong, and that stuff's boring. Just make people,
I want to write a book where every female character does everything incorrectly. Like on purpose. I can't even make a sandwich. Even the laundry, like they do the laundry and the machine breaks or something. Like just everything is bad. That's my goal, I think. I have a new purpose in life. I'm going to write the book where every female character just literally sucks.
Actually, I think that's just I think they did that TV show on HBO called Girls.
How do you screw up nudity in TV? Oh, you make it Lena Dunham. That's how.
I'd rather have the orc.
Hey, look, the orc, she's got something. She's got that je ne sais quoi.
Yeah. Feisty.
Okay,
that puts more DACA into a different perspective.
Yeah, no kidding. God. I love Warhammer orcs. They're so funny.
Yeah.
Like
I'm not a Warhammer guy. I'm a mini painter, and
you said more DACA. You're a little bit of a Warhammer.
Oh, you can't be a mini painter and not know about Warhammer. That's just how it is. I mean, that's the 800-pound gorilla.
Well, I love that the orcs the Tolkien has his orcs and they're it's corrupted elves, whatever. Shut up, Tolkien. The orcs in 40K are so funny that they're like guns don't actually function. If you pick up an orc gun, it doesn't work. They only work because the orcs believe that they should, and they have this latent psychic ability that makes it happen. So they don't actually have ammo. That's why they can fire forever. They just always believe that there's ammo in the machine, and so there always is. And like they think that red makes things go faster, so it actually does. So if you paint your plane or your truck red, it goes faster than other things. That's that little detail that some probable intern came up with 25 years ago that makes orcs in Warhammer so freaking funny. I love it.
Yeah,
and then they developed the whole storyline in the Beast where that's how they had to win. There were so many orcs gathered together that they had they had to capture an orc psyker and drug him, and then they put like a psychic dampening hood on him, right? So that and then they would take it off when he's surrounded by like 1,000,000 orcs. And so all of their latent psychic energy would flood into him at once, and all of their heads would explode simultaneously. And it's like, that's how you do it. That's funny. Good job, guys. That was great. That's
Yeah,
what I like.
as a tabletop wargamer though, I dodged the 40K bullet so that way I could like afford a house and stuff.
You have to. Some guy sent me a picture of his Titan Legion. It's like thousands of dollars of plastic.
I actually, well, okay, I'll tell you what, afterwards I'll send you a photo of my Infinity collection because that's the game I play.
Uh-oh.
It's, if my wife knew how much I had actually spent on this stuff, yeah, no, I've got
I'll
about
never tell.
I've got about 5,000 painted bottles. So
Yeah. I'll never tell her. Don't worry. Your secret is safe here.
As I say on the live stream in front of all these people.
What I should have done was started off the stream with a bunch of anti-woman jokes. And then that way she could have started watching it and gone, why would you even be on a stream? You could have been like, yeah, I don't know. It was a mistake. And then she would have never gotten to this part. You should have done that. Oh, dang it. You should have told me.
It's still cheaper than, it's still cheaper than competition shooting. So I'm okay.
That's true. That is, especially now, ammo prices are outrageous.
I need everyone in the live stream to go buy my latest novel, Servants of War. That way I can buy another case of 9mm.
If everybody right now, if all of you get together, put your dollars and power together, and every one of you buys his novel, he'll be able to buy 1 case of 9mm.
I mean, honestly, depending, if you get all your friends to buy, I might be able to buy a case of 5.56. And let's be honest, that would be pretty baller.
I
just make it rain.
I have 750 rounds left of 5.56.
Oh, okay. I got about 40,000 and I feel kind of naked.
Yeah, that's well, other people are better at guns than me, but that's all I have. Because I didn't have a gun. I bought my AR when Newtown happened. Right? Because I was like, well, what if I have to shoot up a school? Just kidding. That's not what I said. It's not what I said.
And all of a sudden it was blip and YouTube just disappears.
This is what I hate. That was obviously a joke. It's I tell edgy jokes. No, so I bought it because I was like, well, you're not going to be able to get one of these soon.
Yep.
Obama's in office. Everybody was against it. Everybody, I mean, obviously everybody's against school shooting, but I didn't mean they're against the school shooting. Everybody was saying this is the worst tragedy that happens only because ARs exist, which is crazy because his drum magazine actually locked up and he used a handgun or a rifle or some other rifle or whatever for most of the shootings.
That's gun control is how I got into politics and how I got politically active. And it's interesting, even though I've written all these books and I'm all over the world and all these different languages, the most widely read thing I've ever written in my life is a blog post called An Opinion on Gun Control back in 2012. I'm dead serious. Millions,
yeah, no, I believe it.
Yeah, millions of readers. In fact, we had like 3 million readers in the first month. So I actually wound up writing like the most widely read thing about gun control there is. Just kind of, and I mean, for a while there, I was going on Fox News and talking about guns and stuff, and those guys just never plug your books.
Come on, Fox, help him out.
Come on, man! I'm giving you guys good content here. Plug my books. No, but that's so the most widely read thing I've ever written was actually going through and explaining how gun laws don't do anything; they don't work. I spent a lot of years as a concealed weapons instructor, and I went through like how this works and the legalities and all this crap about assault weapons, and it just went super viral. I mean, I've written a lot of stuff that's gone viral, but that's the one that like absolutely takes the cake. That one was huge. I did actually manage to sway a few people.
Well, it's crazy because gun control only works if the default assumption is that people are law abiding.
Yeah.
But when you've got someone who's intent on murder, they're not really worried about the gun crime.
Well, think about it. So it's like, I'm going to go commit 400 felonies. You know, I'm planning on going to go do something horrible. And, oh no, there's an extra charge on there because my gun has a folding stock. I mean, it's the
Yes.
stupidest thing ever. Honestly,
Right.
all it is just to punish us. It's just to punish those people who live and vote and think wrong. We like
Yeah.
guns, therefore they're going to just punish us. I mean, because none
Well,
of the laws do anything; they're all nonsensical.
obviously, I mean, the suppressor law is one of the dumbest things ever. It doesn't make you deaf. Therefore, it is worthy of being the same as a fully automatic weapon, which, by the way, I still can't figure out why fully automatic weapons are actually illegal. I mean, I know the process by which they became illegal for outside of the arcane and draconian licensing structure that they have. But I know that it was literally a government created problem because of prohibition and the Valentine's Day massacre, which prompted the NFA. But that being said, like, even if I accept the premise that there can be some illegal type of, because fully automatic is somehow more dangerous or whatever, accepting that premise, what's the suppressor? How is that rate anywhere even close?
Yeah, it's
And
stupid.
I think it's Hollywood, right? Because suppressors in Hollywood are pew, pew, pew.
Yeah.
But suppressors in real life are bang. Like, they're so loud.
What I tell most people is, like, if you want to know what a 9mm suppress sounds like, take a really big, heavy book and slam it. You know, and you're still going to get that noise. I mean, it's not like well, I mean, you can get movie quiet, but it's usually with a 22. You know, is about it. But people are stupid, and honestly, for committing murders, usually there's other clues. But they always, it's like, oh no, it's going to stop hitmen. Or if you're a professional hitman and you just got hired to, you know, you're a Baptist preacher and you just got killed, you know, hired to kill an NBA player, are you going to care that you have an illegal suppressor? No, of course not. You're a hitman. My gosh.
If I were a hitman, I would make it funnier, like Agent 47 in the Hitman series, right? Like, you got to throw him off a building and have him land on a semi truck that drives into the ocean, but is actually swallowed up in the Bermuda Triangle or something. Like, you have to get crafty with that kill because you got to get that maximum point value. And just suppressor shot to the dome, that is not going to cut it here.
That said, that really creative hitman, I bet Hillary has his number in her Rolodex.
But yet, the most boring kills, 2 to the back of the head. Come on, Hillary. Live up to the name. Get creative with it.
Yeah, he hung himself.
Yeah. Yeah, ridiculous. Eldritch Blasted. Eldritch Blasted says, Flash doing shots at $50 was rather naive, huh? Dude, I don't know what those idiots were thinking. Oh, every $50 will do a shot. Stop it.
I'm surprised he didn't die.
I think Flash might be dead. I haven't talked to him in days.
He's literally killed him. That's the sacrifice these people make for you guys on the chat. You should be thankful. Thank you for your service.
I wonder when I'm going to do the next drinking stream. My first drinking stream was so stupid. I had a 500 milliliter bottle of Fireball whiskey, which I hate. Someone gave it to me. I hate Fireball. This was the joke, right? Was punish me. And it was, I would take a little sip of it for every super chat that came in. Every one, $2 on up. And I had that thing down in 20 minutes, and it was an embarrassment.
I hope you made enough money off the super chat to get on that liver transplant list.
No, it was when I was young and dumb and naive about the internet and how much it hates its creators. So everything that came in was $2. It was awful. It was the worst plan ever.
That's a terrible plan.
But my channel was so much smaller then. I had like 25,000 people, but that live stream had quite a few people. And I think for the time I made a good amount of money on that live stream. But like, today, I mean, that would be, we gotta have a price tag on my death.
Yeah. Honestly, now you could probably do it like $50 a shot and you would probably still die. You know?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. No.
You'd have to go like $500 a shot to have a chance.
The last time we did one, we started on Joe Neerman's channel, and it was every $100 that came in, we would do a shot. And then we moved over here and upped it to $200. And by the end, we were dying. Like Joe left, and all you heard was, It's like, turn your mic off. Oh God. It's not good.
Ouch.
Not good. Wolfgang Deos has been watching Reagan library videos. Great. He also says, by the way, daylight savings time occurred, you early bro. Brett Nichols, Ricada Law, please bring on Kurt, Uncivil Law. Thanks. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Love Kurt and all, but we had this interview scheduled, and we'll see. Hopefully his issue is actually resolved by tomorrow, because what's happening to him is garbage. Again, it's not something that he did. It's something someone else did, and he gets punished for it, which is stupid. Lost Bullet says in Kermit voice, okay. Hey there, you beautiful people. How about you close your eyes, open your mouth, and let me show you the meaning of having a frog in your throat? That's disgusting. Michael Muddragon says, Hoon, ask him about the internet arguing checklist.
Okay. Internet arguing checklist is one of those viral things I wrote that went viral. And basically what I did is I just went through and I codified all the different tricks that people use to be jackasses and argue on the internet, like dishonest pieces of crap.
Oh,
and we actually, it was so accurate, we were able to make bingo cards since then over the years. And so you get these randos coming in and screaming at you on Twitter or Facebook, and they can't help themselves. They work off a script. They have no original thought. And so we would go through and we'd have the bingo card. And, they, like if you wrote an article, they skim till offended, or,
right.
The moral equivalence, man, I can't remember. We had a whole bunch of them, and so I made it's called the Internet Arguing Checklist is out there.
The 2 cocaine. Well, you care about this, but not this other thing. Oh my God, that one. Or you didn't talk about this other thing enough. What's enough?
Or the tone. I love tone police, where they attack. You defend, and then they come back. Oh, how rude! Oh, I can't believe. Oh my gosh, so crude.
Well, that's why I'm just generally rude now.
Oh, I know, me too. Honestly, it's like people say that, oh, Larry's nice in person, but he's really mean on the internet. That's because nobody in real life would ever come up and talk to me the way these people do on the internet.
They'd be afraid to get punched.
Well, I'm 6'5". I'm 300 pounds. Nobody comes up to a 6'5" guy and says, "Hey, jackass, you stupid Trumpkin, why are you such a racist?"
Chad, I don't want to spoil. He's 6'1", actually. I mean, he can't be taller than me. That's not fair. So anyways, he's like 6'1", but it's 6'5". Very cool. Yeah. No, great.
Well, no, it's just, it's actually kind of sucks because you can't buy clothes and you hit your head a lot.
Oh, I know. Like I'm at the cusp of being annoyingly too tall. Like you want to be like a half inch shorter than me. That's where you want to be. That's perfection. Clothes still fit, beds work, everything's fine. And then I look at anybody taller than me and I laugh because I know your life is misery.
When you're my height, you know what it's like to walk into a moving ceiling fan.
Yep. But
not as fun as it sounds.
It's terrible. Oh man, you know what the worst is? Do you fly a lot?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, for book signings and stuff. Oh, I'm so cool. I sign books.
Yeah, well, it's super cool. I actually love book tour. I'm a road warrior. My publisher loves sending me on tour because I'm actually one of the guys that actually likes that stuff.
Sure,
and
yeah.
So I'll do road tours. So I actually prefer doing road tours where I drive from city to city. My last one, I did 4,500 miles in 2 weeks across America, hitting towns. But I fly a lot, and I hate flying.
Dude, those little planes. You know which ones I'm talking about, where they got one row on the left and one seat on the left and 2 seats on the right, and you're like this the entire time. Like you walk in, yeah. I look like that. I look like that one giant they started casting when Andre the Giant died. The guy who only got roles because Andre died. He was in Big Fish. I actually like that guy. Yeah. He was also in House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah, but I know you're talking. I like, and it sucks too because now my publisher a lot of times will spring for first class, because I've sold enough books. But in the olden days, it was like I'd go on and there'd be like some guy who's 4'7" would have that exit aisle, and it's like that. Now you want to talk about like equality in America, right there? That's some inequality that the 5-footer gets the exit aisle. Where's my civil rights lawsuit?
I flew. I don't like to fly American, but I flew American not too long ago.
American
And
always loses my luggage.
I know people don't like Delta for whatever reason, whatever political thing they do, but as far as the flying experience goes of the larger airlines, Delta is the better flying experience of the larger airlines. But I was flying American. I upgraded to the exit row because they were out of first class. And since now I only fly for business, it's all business expense. So I first class everything.
Yeah.
And I'm spoiled. But so I picked the exit row as the next best thing. And it said up to 6 inches of leg room. That next row was so far away from me. I could extend my entire leg and I could put it on the seat like flat in front of me. It was like 3 feet away. I'm like, whoa. And next to me is this woman who's like 5'4". And I was like, she's like, oh, I'm thinking I'll do the exit row every time. I'm like, you are a heathen monster. No. Why? Like, oh, this is so comfortable. I'm like, you're comfortable in a luggage compartment. Stop it.
And as you say this, there was a 6'8" guy in the aisle behind you like this.
Yeah.
And she said that a single tear rolled from his eye.
Dude, the last time I flew American, which is United, which is the last time I will fly United, my legs could not fit. My femurs did not fit because they were so pressed against the back of the seat in front of me that I had to sit sideways for the entire flight with my legs like tucked in.
I hate United. I had United almost ruin a book tour once. So I had a first class seat and they bumped me because they overbooked the flight. And here's the thing: it was like one of those 70-person planes, and they booked like 90 people. How does that work?
Yeah,
you know, I hate
whoever did that should be put to the cross. You can write that in your next book.
Actually, it's funny though because I spent a whole day at O'Hare because of this, and actually did a play-by-play on Facebook of surviving. How we had broken into the tribes, and I started doing this like survival of the fittest thing. You know, we were the bumped and the delayed, were the two tribes battling for the one charger.
Yes. Oh God.
In Dread O'Hare.
That's what I need a book where the world is exactly as it is, except whenever an airline employee screws up, they get literally crucified out front of the airport. Like that's how Delta shows its customer service credentials. Like, actually, we're really committed to customers, so much so that Tammy here will be suffering for her sins and she'll be dead in 3 days. In 3 days when the birds get to her.
And
but we hired Erica to take her place, and that'll be fine. Here you go, sir.
And you can tell those of us who've flown a lot, because people who haven't flown a lot are like, well, that just sounds awful. And those of us who have flown are damn right.
Yeah.
Suffer.
Yep. This is
I would throw birdseed on her.
Honey first. Cover her in honey and then throw birdseed so it sticks. Torin3 says, Larry, I've been a fan since before Sad Puppies 2 and found you through your Second Amendment essays. Nick, since you like 40K, I think you'd love Larry's new book, Servants of War. Well, maybe I'll have to check it out. I've been so lax on reading lately.
Well, I mean, you podcast, stream, and Twitch like 28 hours a day.
So dumb.
I mean,
what an idiot.
I don't know when you sleep.
I don't either. Like tonight, I have no idea when I'm going to sleep. I'm thinking I'm just foregoing sleep for this week.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah.
I hit a lot of deadlines that way.
Yeah. Well, that's what I had to do in my screenwriting class. Because our midterm and our final were write screenplays. just like, 100 pages of screenplays, which is not the same as 100 pages of book, but for a college paper, it's a lot for undergrad. And that's what I had to do. I mean, I just sat there and wrote until it was done. Oh, and I had to take a break to tell the guy who drove up to our stupid, crappy Section 8 housing that could he please drive away? Because he had the base He had the big subs in his trunk of his car, and the bass is turned way up. And he's just sitting outside of our townhome, blaring it. And all I heard was just. And I went up and I stuck my head in his car. And the worst part was it was quiet inside. It's like, you fucker. So I was like, will you please move? Like, just do that. It just like he wasn't waiting for anybody. I don't know what he was doing. But yeah, no, that was my like last week of college was just write. Tons of writing. It was awful.
I've written one screenplay. I sold it to a little production company back in the day when they were doing sci-fi original pictures, and then it went out of business. So that's my. There you go. So I have sold the screenplay briefly.
And for everybody speculating out there, this is in Marshall, Minnesota. That was the whitest dude you've ever seen in your life.
Oh.
Red hair, pale as a ghost, could see through him. He was so white, it was embarrassing. He was so white, I felt like he was racist towards me.
And it's probably your screenplay all of a sudden turned into like a dance revolution, like cheerleaders squaring off.
My screenplay was called Big Rig Love Song, and it was about a guy who got stuck in a small town owned by a tyrant, but he had a really fucking cool rifle that was passed down to him by his grandfather, and he had to take matters into his own hands. I don't know. It was not any good, but it sounded cool. It sounds cooler than it was. Trust me.
No, you can make that. You can make that pitch work. Roadhouse is a classic movie. If Roadhouse can be a classic movie, Big Rig Love Story could too.
Yeah, and I wrote like original. I had 2 original songs for it and stuff. It was crazy. I put way too much work into my final writing project. I really should have just phoned it in like I did for every other class.
Well, Daily Wire's making movies now. Send it over to them.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, wait. So I want to talk about Sad Puppies and Sad Puppies 2, because this is a thing, and I've talked about this before with Vox Day, who was on the show, and John Delarose, who were, I think they had did they have involvement in Sad Puppies or some? They're like related to it in some way or something.
They came along. So I started it, and it went for several years. And so I started it, and they came along later. Vox was involved at first because he was nominated for one of the awards, and so those guys came in later, and they did kind of a separate thing called Rabid Puppies, where they're. So I'll back up.
Okay.
So what's sad? Yeah. So it's a little here. So they did a separate thing. Mine was more exposed to stupidity, and theirs was burn it all down. So what happened was there's what's called the Hugo Awards, was like the Oscars for book or for sci-fi and fantasy novels, and they had gone just completely woke. Like this is this was proto culture war stuff. This is
like 2007, 2008, right? Something like that.
Yeah. So I actually got because it had gotten really very, very political, and it's actually kind of pre-woke even, because in those days it was more just a political clickiness, where if you had the right politics, then you were a good person and you could win awards. If you had the wrong politics, you're a garbage person and you're not allowed to win awards. And so over time, the Hugos had just started going more and more woke. And like I said, this is before woke was even a thing. And I got nominated for Best New Author in 2010, I think, something like that, 2009 maybe. And I went to the awards, and I saw the whole thing was crap. And I was just shocked. I got to see how the sausage was made. Basically, my whole life I'd been lied to, because I was always told that this stuff was for like the best. This is for like the stuff that's like the best books and the best writers, and this is what the fans love. And I got there, and that was horse shit. It was just a bunch of cliques of high school mean girls patting each other on the back and giving their friends awards. And if you had the wrong politics, you were just dead on arrival. And it's like you showed up and you're like, oh, that guy's a Republican. Well, he can go to hell. And so I decided, I saw how the wheel was turned, and I decided to turn it harder. And since it's a fan award, and I actually, unlike many of these people who are winning this stuff, they didn't have any fans. They didn't have any readers. They weren't that popular. It was like, that's why a lot of people you've never heard of were winning these awards. So I went out and I campaigned for myself, and I just got my fans involved the first year, and they all jumped in because they thought it was great and they wanted to kind of stick it to the man. They're a bunch of hooligans, and it was a super serious thing. I mean, my spokesman was a cartoon manatee for this. And Sad Puppies comes from, that Sarah McLachlan commercial where it's just singing In the Arms of an Angel. Yeah. And the puppies are all just super sad. And for like $5 a month, you can like save 1,000 puppies or whatever. So I did a cartoon of that, but it was sad writers and it was like woke message fiction with dying polar bears makes puppies sad. So we were actually trying to save the puppies. It's what it was. And it's just a big joke. And then the next year, I actually got a whole bunch of writers who were all basically, they were all over political spectrum. We had conservatives, libertarians, and it's funny, we had men, women, because we had gay people. I didn't care. I didn't care what your race was. I didn't care what your social status was. I didn't care what your sexuality was. Yeah, because I just wanted good books. So we involved all these people who were but they were all, every single one of them was an outsider. They were all people who just weren't part of the cool clique. Actually, I got the best author nomination for Jim Butcher and Kevin J. Anderson. You've probably heard of those guys. They've written a couple books. They've sold 5 or 6 copies.
I've seen Jim Butcher's name. I don't know what it is. What did he write?
Dresden Files. Huge series. He sells.
I know I've seen his name. The other one was
Kevin J. Anderson.
Kevin J. Anderson.
He wrote all the Dune books after Frank Herbert died.
I on principle can't read Dune books. Yeah.
He wrote like half of Star Wars. I mean, so the guy's written everything, but like he'd written like 125 books and had never even been considered for one of these awards, right? Yeah. So but because they're outsiders. So I got these guys nominated for awards, and oh my gosh, it was like the end of the fucking world. I wake up the next morning, and first off, before the awards were even announced, they leaked it to the Guardian, the crappy British newspaper. So the Guardian starts running Guardian's never mentioned me in all the years I've been a writer, writing these articles about what a horrible, sexist, racist, misogynistic, woman-hating scumbag Larry Correia is. And the next thing you know, these awards, not at all. And this got really nuts. So then in one day after the awards were done, it's like 16 different national publications, Entertainment Weekly, they all came out with these articles that were like off a boilerplate about how a cadre of straight white males have taken over these awards to push out women and people of color and then kick them out of publishing. And then I got actually Entertainment Weekly, when I threatened to sue them, I lawyered up and threatened to sue Entertainment Weekly. They did a retraction. And it was funny because the headline was still there and it says, cadre of straight white males kicks women and people of color out of publishing. And then the addendum was, except among their nominees, the following 14 people are women or people of color. And they listed all the names. Because it was horse shit. It was just it was organized, but it got so bad. I got the death threats. I had to talk to my local sheriff's department about swatting. That was nice though, because I live in a really small town, and so I called the local sheriff's department and I like, hey, I want to talk to you guys about swatting. And the first thing the guy goes is, "Who did you piss off?" I go, "A bunch of liberals on the internet." And he goes, "Oh, okay." And I go, "I don't want to offend you, because I don't know your politics in small town Utah. What do you think my politics are?"
Yeah, no kidding.
So I got my name on a Post-it note there.
I see that I called my wife and I, we used to go to Colorado every other year. And Colorado's right, it's like it's iffy. It's iffy. They got some weird places. It depends where you are. Denver,
it's liberal hippie whatever, California East.
It's Mecca.
Yeah. But if you get outside of the city, it's normal. Colorado is an awesome state if you're away from the city.
We were going to a rural county and I called them up and I called the sheriff there and I was like, "Hey, I got a gun. I just want to know, I'm reading your statutes and it says that." I'm like, "I'm a concealed carry holder in Minnesota, but there's no reciprocity because our state sucks. And, but I'm looking at your laws and it says that the car is treated like a domicile." I'm like, "Look, I just want to know if I can have the car or have the gun unloaded in my car." And the guy goes, "Son, this is a hunting state. we don't care about your gun at all. And this is before the legal weed and stuff too. So it hadn't gone like full. And by the way, I think weed should be fully legal everywhere except Democratic cities. That's where I think weed should be legal everywhere except LA, New York, Denver, Houston, Dallas. Fort Worth can have weed, but not Dallas. That'd be even funnier. Chicago, no weed for you. That's where weed should be legal, is everywhere else on the planet than every liberal city. Detroit, no weed in Detroit or the surrounding counties because fuck Detroit.
But if they're not stoned, who would vote for Lori Lightfoot?
Like, I'm literally voting for a gremlin.
She's culturally appropriating leprechauns. Okay,
she stole them from the Irish.
If I was Irish or whatever the hell she was dressed like, I wasn't Irish or Scottish or whatever there was, I would be so offended.
But I fully think weed should be legal everywhere because of my libertarian principles.
Yeah.
But it's funny because weed is legal in Colorado because of liberals. And so it's like this weird...
You want to spite them.
It's like this weird broken system. And it's like, can weed just be legal because it doesn't make sense for it to be illegal? Not because you want to appease the blacks or the Mexicans or whatever your cause du jour is. Like, well, can we not do, like, the pandering thing doesn't matter because the pandering thing is super racist when you actually think about it. Can we just make weed legal because it's a fucking plant and it doesn't kill anybody? How about that?
Well, speaking of racist, what did you think of your Biden supplied crack pipes?
Well, I have 6 or 7 of them now.
I know, and they're like I kind of wish I would have got one for a collector item.
I almost want to go to a Biden crack pipe distributor in blackface and see if they'll give me one.
Then you go, hello, Mr. Trudeau, welcome back.
I'm sorry. My name is Sean King, and I would like.
One of my best friends is a guy named Mike Cooper, and he's Finnish, like he's Finnish ancestry. And if you put a picture of Mike Coopery from Finland next to Sean King, they look like twins.
Oh no!
And so you got a dude who's supposedly black, and he looks exactly like a guy from Finland. Oh my gosh!
Oh no! It's just wild, but yeah, he didn't care at all. And so it really does depend where you are. If you're in a small rural county, pretty much in any state, like even in California, it doesn't matter. Small rural county, they're like, yeah, we like guns. Of course we do, because we still kill stuff to eat.
Oh, and there's people who are just pragmatic. I mean, my county is super pro-gun. I mean, even where I grew up in California, when I grew up there, was really super pro-gun. I was from the San Joaquin Valley. And boy, that state went berserk. I consider myself a political refugee. I fled across the desert. I hate California. Sorry for anybody, the people in the super chat who love it, but no, I fled. I got the hell out of there.
The only thing to like about California is the weather and the topography.
Well,
I mean, it's beautiful and the weather's cool.
And
depending on where you are.
I was from the part with shitty weather.
Wait, were you in San Francisco?
East of there. I was in the San Joaquin Valley. So I was in it was so foggy in the winter. We were the home of the 150 car pileup, every winter.
The last time I went to San Francisco, everywhere else in California is like 75 degrees. And we go into San Francisco, it's like 51. I'm like, why do people live here? And why do they like it? This town sucks.
It sucks.
The location's awful.
Yeah, that's where my wife grew up. She grew up in that area, and it sucks. It's horrible.
Like when you go to San Diego or LA, like the weather is nice. Actually, when I was in LA, believe it or not, so I was just in LA for 3 days, and it rained 2 of them. In LA, it rained for 2 of the 3 days. For the chat, if you don't know, it doesn't rain in LA. It's literally a desert. It's a desert town. And it rained for 2 of 3 days.
I like that you escaped Minnesota to go someplace with the nice weather.
Yeah, and it rained, and it's like 51 degrees outside, 52, 53. I don't know. It was low 50s or whatever. And I'm like, how Is it cold? It's never cold and it never rains, and it's both.
See,
God,
my thing is LA could have the best weather in the friggin' universe, and I hate going there. I
oh
just
yeah,
I'm rooting for earthquakes to fall off and get those electoral votes back.
yeah, like this.
I hope you die in prison as well.
That's LA right there. No, it's a terrible town. Like
Well, that
again,
describes most of their elected officials recently, as far as dying in prison.
I was I you know my buddy lives there. I was doing a live show with him, and it was like that part of it is the only redeeming factor. Everything else, like the traffic, the weather, or the politics. The only place we ate the entire time was Mexican food. There was Mexican food everywhere. And that was it was good. It was good food. Everywhere we went was good. So that was nice. But man,
to give you an idea, my home area is the area, the agriculture area. I grew up on a farm where they got basically killed for environmentalists. And when I was a kid, our leading export was alfalfa hay, and now the leading export is stolen copper wire and meth. Like, I'm not even joking. My grandma still lived there until she passed away, and like she would just like, yeah, they broke in again and stole all the wire. That was just like, that's just life.
shucks. Just wow. Next is the plumbing. C Goody says Uncivil Laws channel got yeeted. Sub to the new one, sub to Uncivil Laws Shorts. And then he's got the link. And there's locals. Yeah, hopefully his main channel will get restored. YouTube just sometimes takes a couple days to get these things sorted out because they have a dumb process with dumb people behind it. But once they get moving, they're like an ant. And occasionally on this type of stuff, they have a pretty good track record of restoring people's channels when there's enough. But it's pretty bogus what has happened to him. Low Pro says Larry's not a real author.
Yeah. Okay. So that's been a running joke for many years.
He only has 499 people show up to his book signings. Very breaded. # warm beige privilege.
Yes. Okay. So where the not a real writer comes from is, for the longest time, if you disagree with the left in publishing, then you're not a real writer. Doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter what you achieve. You're never a real writer. And so I just kind of made that like a kind of a running joke. I embraced it, and my fans went nuts with it. And where this comes from is I was at a book signing in Washington or Oregon, and I had about 40 people come to a book signing, which is pretty good turnout for a book signing. And I was pretty happy about that. But I get on the internet afterwards, and some dude is on Twitter, and he's like, I went by Larry Correia's book signing, and there was only 4 people because he's crap and everyone hates him. He's not a real writer.
Yes.
And I was like, luckily somebody had taken a picture of the audience. So I posted it. And I go, well, I count 40. It seemed like a pretty good turnout. And the guy's like, well, because what it was, it turned out that he had come by earlier before the signing had started. So it was just
they love to do that.
Oh yeah. And so then the guy's on the, he's like, well, 40's nothing. I'll have you know that book sign, that store routinely has 400 people come to a book signing. I was still at the store, and I looked at the owner of the store, and I go, hey, what's the biggest book signing you've ever had? And she goes, we broke 200 twice in our history. I was like, you've never had 400? She's like, to get 400 people in here, we'd have to move all the shelves into the parking lot. and it turns out that she'd gotten over 200. She got Brandon Sanderson had more than 200. And
look, that motherfucker doesn't count.
Well, he just made $25 million on Kickstarter. So obviously,
what an asshole. Cancel him immediately.
So if you're not Brandon Sanderson, clearly you're not a real writer. But this motherfucker doubled down, and he was like, you're not a real writer. It's like, bitch, I am at the bookstore. They have never had 400 people here. They had George Martin at the height of the HBO show, and they didn't get 400 people. What the hell are you talking about? But if you're not a leftist, then no matter what you do, and it's the same for actors. You're not a real actor. You're probably not a real lawyer.
I have been informed several times I'm not, and that's okay.
That's the thing. And it doesn't matter what your actual creds are. It doesn't matter what your actual accomplishments are. I have sold millions of books around the world, and I'm still not a real writer to these people. A real writer has a Patreon and begs for money and like is a guest lecturer at a local community college. That's a
Oh,
real
you got to be an
writer.
adjunct. Yeah. If you're not an adjunct, what are you even doing with your life? If you're
I
not
don't know.
making literally $1,000 a semester, what are you doing?
I'm going to write an 800-page manifesto and see if I can't get a creative writing gig at UCLA. That's my plan. I'm gonna just straight up rambling racist manifesto for 800 pages and then apply.
See, you know why I like you already? Because I can tell you're a writer, because what you just did was foreshadowing. And you did it like it was nothing. Like you just slipped it in there. You're like,
smooth.
You just told the audience, you're like, yeah, we're going to be participating in the Unbreaded tonight. And there's nothing you can do to stop us, you bigots.
It's
and
just like working a jury. I'm staging. I'm priming the pump here.
And it was fantastically done. No, that whole thing is so crazy. So one of the first conventions, not the first, but one of the first conventions I was invited to was Anime Matsuri in Houston. This is a huge convention, 50,000 people, multiple days. They partner with the city of Houston. They sell out like 3 or 4 or 5 hotels or something in the area. And it's this big show, right? Somebody the first year I was there, it was the first year of the Vic Mignogna stuff. They went in beforehand and you could go up onto the second level and take a picture of the super mega pass holders who get like an hour advance time to go in before the rest of the crowd, so they can go to all the vendors they want to go to right away and buy stuff, because they spent like $200 on a pass, right? So they can go to all the vendors they want to right away before the whole crowd comes in and skip a lot of lines. They took a picture of that and they're like, look, very unsuccessful. It's like, this is one of the objectively biggest anime expos in the United States every year. And you're trying to pretend that no one's here. Like, why is this your thing? Like, this is your hill to die on, this one?
It's such crap.
It's so
like,
weird.
It's like the one that I love is they keep saying for 12 years now, every year there's some article about how Larry Correia has irreparably damaged his career. His career is ruined.
Yes. Thank God.
They keep running this article. And every year there's another reason that I've pissed off somebody, or like I'll piss off somebody on the internet and they'll think that this is the first time I've ever pissed off anybody on the internet. And they'll be like, well, your career is going to be ruined by this. And it's like, not yet.
Oh, dude, when my channel was at 150,000 subs, they're like, oh, Nick's channel is dying. You can see it in his numbers. And I'm looking and I'm like, I make more money now than I made ever. I made that year. I was like, I made more money every month than I made in the than every month in the entire than my best month the entire previous year. I made more money every month the next year. And I'm like, okay, I think this is a good growth trajectory as far as I'm like, that's how I think that businesses work. That if your income is increasing, that's probably good. And then like when the Kyle Rittenhouse thing happened, and then my channel size doubled, and they're still like, oh, but he's done now though. Like, okay. Like, wait, what, how, please tell me more about how my business is failing. Like, please do that for me so I understand. Cause I don't
weaponize that stuff. I love that stuff because honestly, my fans like have taken ownership of it. And so anytime one of these people are like attacking me, like my fans feel personally attacked, and it just riles them up. And every time I get kicked out of something or canceled for something, my fans take it personal and they like rally and go nuts. And I sell more books. And every time I piss off some like angsty Karen and she throws a tantrum about it, I pick up 2 or 3 new readers who see her tantrum and they're like, well, I'm going to check out this guy. And so like being anti-woke is like awesome.
It's such a weird thing because they do this because they have to, right? Because
it's religious. We're heretics.
And everybody they are very good. They are very good at canceling and removing people, but there are some people who are really difficult to cancel because, like me, I know a bunch of my fans even think that I'm like on the chopping block with YouTube, and I might be, but I have several reasons to believe otherwise that are behind the scenes and I can't really talk about, but I have a YouTube issued partner manager. I talk to them all the time. Outside of me doing serious content violations, probably okay for now. But I have to be on the brink of cancellation because they're so effective at canceling a bunch of other people. But the reality is my stuff isn't that, like, I'm pretty careful about what I say. And the stuff that I do go edgy on is not stuff that YouTube really cares about. Like, I'm not saying that stuff about the Russian invasion of Ukraine, like, or whatever. Like, if you claim that's fake now, you're off YouTube. Like, if you say anything about it, not that the entire invasion is fake. Like, if you say any portion of anything ever was fake, you're probably going to get a strike. And it's same thing they did with the elections, same thing they did with the vaccines. So
the election got me kicked off of everything for a while.
Yeah. It almost did for me. It got my archive channel suspended. But it almost got my main channel suspended, but it was such a mess. But yeah, that was such a sensitive topic for YouTube. But if you know those topics are the real hot buttons, you avoid them, it's pretty hard to get kicked off. Like, you have to like bring on a gay person and kill them online. Like, you have to really do something crazy.
That's on the Al-Qaeda channel.
Yeah. No, the Al-Qaeda channel's fine though, because they're Muslim. Like, if you want to kill a gay man, you just have to be in the appropriate, like, you have to have a suicide vest on. You have to say Allahu Akbar for the glory of Iran. And then you can go ahead and you can throw a gay man right off the roof and film him all the way to the ground. That's fine. That'll get age restricted, but it won't get you banned.
YouTube would be like, well, we don't want to be culturally insensitive here. I mean, come on.
Right. To actually get banned, you need a KKK hood and a hammer and a noose or whatever, and you need to go find Jussie Smollett. That's how you get banned as a conservative, for real, for real.
Okay.
But
you'll appreciate this as a lawyer. Okay, so we were talking about earlier the Tom Stranger series, you know, the comedy series. It's like a lot of current events. Right. At one point in that, they decided they needed to fake a hate crime for insurance purposes. And so who better to fake a hate crime than professional actor Jussie Smollett?
Yeah.
So actually they actually go and get him. And it's funny because Audible's lawyers, like, because this is an Audible original, Audible's lawyers had me put in like all these different things, like you can't say that, you can't say that, you can't say that. and so by the end, at one point, I have like the word allegedly appears 9 times in one paragraph. So I took all the stuff the lawyers told me and I just ran with it for comedic effect to make it even more absurd. Oh my gosh. They're like, until he's convicted, you can't come out and say that he faked a hate crime. I was like, okay.
Are you going to do an abridged version where it just removes you're going to say, this is the abridged version. We just removed the word allegedly. It's 8 minutes shorter.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, so I had Adam Baldwin narrating this, and his comedic timing is amazing. And so he's doing a Jussie Smollett impression. And they show up and it's like, hey, we need to fake a hate crime. He's like, oh, hey, why didn't you guys say so? And he just then he's like all in. He's like 100% all in from the get-go. And they hire he hires the 2 Nigerian guys. And then I have the 2 Nigerian guys are like, man, this is really stupid. And then Jussie's like, trust me, I'm a professional actor. They're like, all right, buddy.
His speech. Hold on. I've got it.
I am not suicidal.
Wait. Let's get it from the mouth of Babes.
Oh, God.
I am not suicidal. That's what I was about to say. Okay. I am not suicidal. Okay? I am not suicidal. I am innocent, and I am not suicidal. And I am not suicidal. And if anything happens to me when I go in there, I did not do it to myself. And you must all know that. I am not suicidal.
Okay. I have the full one. I won't play it because it's too long. But when he does, no, it's fine.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
No, I know how that goes.
No, I had the window open and it's cold.
I have the full one, but I won't play it because it's too long. But when he does that, if I did this, then I am shoving my fist in the face of the black community and the homosexual community. Like, yep, yes, yes, you are. You did do that, Jesse. It's so obvious that it's embarrassing. Like, stop. You got found out.
I love that so much when he goes like this and he goes, Your Honor, I respect you. I respect you, Your Honor. But I'm innocent. And the judge is like, man, how stupid do you think I am?
Yeah.
I am not suicidal.
I am
you need
not
to know that.
suicidal. Oh, speaking of that, I don't know if my kid watched the Jussie sentencing or whatever, but he keeps doing this to me. Like, he's telling me about, he's like, Dad, in the new expansion of Risk of Rain, I was playing and I had this super good run going. But do you want to know how I died? On the 8th level, I got hit by a vulture when I was trying to do the scrap heap. And he does this. He does the pray hands and he bows his head constantly. I'm like, why are you doing that? Where did you pick that up? This is the most annoying mannerism that you have. Please stop immediately. He'll do it like 8 times in a conversation. I'm like, it only works the one time, like, per day. It's like a D&D power. You cannot do this over and over.
Oh, man. Unless you're a Shaolin monk, I mean, there's just not a lot of purpose to, that nonstop. Oh, I died watching that. That was, I guess he figures he's going to get Epstein. He's that important.
He's very, very important.
Apparently, they need to,
Yeah.
I hope when he gets out, though, he's able to track down the real bad guys. Those 2 rednecks that were who just happened to be at 3 o'clock in the morning in freezing cold Chicago.
I did not do that. Well, white people are notoriously immune to cold weather, so it's very possible that happened.
They drove over from Minnesota.
It was me. I'm sorry. It was me. I'm going to confess now that he's taken the blame for it. He's fallen on the sword. It can finally come out. I was pouring bleach on Jussie Smollett, and the news looked like garbage because I'm bad at manual things. I'm an internet person, not a handyman. What do you expect me to do? Know how to tie a knot? Do I look like a boat person? No, of course not. It was me the whole time. Thank you.
I don't know about you, but I drive around in my jacked up truck with bleach always. I always keep bleach. Because you never know. And a noose. Right. You just got to tie a noose,
You never know when you're going to find a half black, half Jewish, half white man from Empire to dump bleach on.
Because, rednecks watch a lot of Empire.
You mean a sailor? No, I mean a boater. Ghosts of Recon says, oh my God, thank you for including John Moses Browning in your novels. JMB saved my life posthumously so many times, aka Ma Deuce.
Nice.
Oh, the Browning M2 is what he's talking about.
Yeah, I gun nut my books up, and I have an alternate history series set in the 1930s called Hard Magic, and John Browning is a character. He's a gun wizard.
Okay, have you? So this is way off topic, but you look to be around my age.
Yeah, I'm 47.
Okay, so a couple years older, but not too many. Do you remember the 1977 animated film Wizards? It's set like 10 million.
Okay, you broke up for a second. I didn't get the title.
Wizards.
Oh yeah. Totally.
It's set like 10 million years in the future and technology is banned. But the one wizard rediscovers like old video clips of Hitler and decides to bring back tanks and fascism. And it's like wildest movie.
It is crazy. And I remember there's a scene where there's a little submachine gun and just mowing dudes down with a subgun in this fantasy cartoon. It was nuts. Oh yeah, I was a kid when that came out. I watched that. That was kind of mind blowing when I was young.
I'd forgotten it existed. I remember I would go to like Video Update or Blockbuster or whatever, and I would rent Wizards. I've rented it several times, through the years, but I'd forgotten it existed. And then it came up the other day and I was like, oh, let's watch the trailer for this thing. And watch the trailer and I'm like, oh my God, how could this movie even be? It's not even close to being possible to be made today.
Oh no, it had everything. It was, I can't remember if it actually had real nudity in a cartoon or not.
I think there was some cartoon nudity. Yeah. Yeah.
And violence. Oh my gosh. Violence was awesome.
Yeah. Very violent and tons of actual Hitler Nazi footage. Like that was all over the place. It was like, oh, okay. All right then.
Hollywood's remade everything else. I'm surprised they've not done Wizards.
It'd be so bad now.
Oh, they would do a woke version. And they'd bring back 10 million years in the future. They'd bring back Donald Trump.
Or they'd bring back Twitter as an alt-right haven of hatred. That's what they'd actually do. They'd be like, yeah, 10 million years in the future, Twitter is a haven for the alt-right. It's where they grew and tried to take over the world. It's like, oh God, no. Ryan Acorn says, hey, Larry, fan of your work. You did the best stuff Privateer Press has, Into the Storm and Into the Wild. I also approve of your appreciation of the best handgun ever made. Balls or no balls?
Okay, now I don't know the balls or no balls one. I know that's a recurring theme here, but I'm not sure what that one is.
Do you want me to explain it, or do you want to answer blind and stick with your answer?
Go ahead and explain it.
Are you familiar? God. Chat, I hate you, and I hope you die on a cross. Have you heard of the anime hentai concept of a futanari?
No. And that
Okay.
right there, okay, I know enough. I will say no balls, just based off that. Oh, is that wrong? Did I get it even grosser?
You get to choose. It's up to you. No balls is the answer. There you go, chat.
Once you go hentai, I'm like, oh no, just I'm walking away.
Yeah, well, there. That's.
I have no idea.
You made one smart choice by walking away, but I think you chose wrong. Personally.
On this one, I would say I should abdicate.
Yeah. Wick Dipper says, Larry, I'm sure you don't always enjoy Fuda, but when you do you prefer them gelded? No. Stop it. S asks us, it is called confession through projection, accusing the other of what you are guilty of. All maps belong on walls. Gerhalt says, Face Off is getting a sequel with Nick Cage and John Travolta both coming back. Aren't you excited, Nick? Why? Why would they do Face Off again? Why?
I watched that movie in the theater.
We've all made mistakes in our life, Larry.
I was in college, and I think I was in college when that came out. Because I remember watching that with my wife. And, yeah, that is a terrible movie.
Yeah, women with 9 abortions also say I was in college. Okay?
No, that movie was kind of an abortion. I mean, to be fair. I mean, it had some cool guns in it.
Oh, God. Ew. Okay. American Legend says it's been an unbreaded 5 months of nightlife. That was his 5 months as a member of the channel. Very cool. Seagody says, I bet you 2 Nigerians came up to that eagle and yelled, "This is MAGA country," before trying to lynch it. Very true.
That's how the eagle got stuck.
Look, bald eagles are all in whiteface, which I find very offensive.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. And in fact, that's America's bird, so it's like extra offensive.
It is. It really, really is. Craig Litton says, Larry, love your work. I had gone to Origins every year since back in the 90s. After they dropped you a few years back, I stopped going, including my wife and kids. Screw those SJWs. Okay, let's talk about Origins. Let's talk about cancellation. Where have you not been canceled from?
Oh, the places that have actually stood up for me is Dragon Con. They tried to cancel me from Dragon Con, and Dragon Con was awesome. Dragon Con was like, oh, hell no. We don't cancel people. Go to hell. And so they had my back. Liberty Con is awesome. Little con in Tennessee. Chattanooga.
I've heard
They're
of Liberty
great.
Con.
Oh, they're a hoot. They're super fun.
I've heard of Dragon Con. I think I met the owners of Dragon Con.
Yeah, they're. I've only known I've actually talked to them or some of the people there, and they're great people. And so they actually stuck to their guns when they tried to cancel me and John Ringo. And I know you've talked about John Ringo on here before because you had the guys on for Black Tide Rising, the comic book. Oh, speaking of which, I saw you in it. I saw your cameo in that. I'm one of the back cover blurbs.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's you and Ty Beard are in the same scene.
Oh, perfect.
Yep,
Good.
So, and then, okay, so Origins is one of the ones that canceled me. And what it was I was their guest of honor, the writer guest of honor. I've done a whole bunch of gaming stuff, and I was really looking forward to it. We'd already gotten plane tickets. Me and my son were going to it, and they announced me on their minutes. A mob of social justice harpies had showed up screaming about what a horrible, awful, monster, bad person I was. And the guy in charge totally caved to this outrage mob within an hour. And I found out I was kicked out via him on posting about it on Facebook. They didn't even have the common decency to message me. They just panicked and ran. And it's funny because this happened, and I was just kind of doing damage control. So I was upstairs here in my office. I was on the computer. I was talking to my publisher. I was talking to some other people. And I was just kind of like playing it cool. And my wife went on the fan page, and I've got like a lot of people on my fan page. And my wife told everybody what happened. And my fans went berserk. And they started spamming everything and just being awesome. Basically just crashed everything involved, complaining to everybody. And they had a good time. Because my wife was pissed. She's like, burn it down. Screw them. And
wait, did you get one of those shitty emails where they're like, can you please ask your fans to stop commenting and talking to us?
I did actually.
I love it. They do that. You literally just canceled me. And now you're mad that there's pushback?
Total chicken shits. And now that you're getting and they got pushback from vendors. They got pushback. And the guy actually who made the unilateral decision deserved it. He sucked. But the interesting thing was, and I found out, so the lady that organized the lynch mob against me, she said, well, he was terribly rude and mean to my husband. And I was like, curious. And I found out who her husband was. Because several years before, this guy had written an article about how Gen Con was racist. So he wrote this big article about how Gen Con, the big gaming con in Indianapolis, Gen Con is racist. And everything he wrote was a bunch of angsty bullshit and microaggressions that exist. So he took like 100,000 people. And he just basically made up and so I went through and I fisked it. You know where you fisk an article where you go through line by line. I'm really good at that. And I mocked the shit out of this article years ago. And in one fight, my favorite line was, as I walked through the crowd, I saw very few people. And my response was, why? Are you physically fit? And so I just mocked the shit out of this. And then, but it turns out that was her husband. Well, it gets even better. This guy who whined about how he's how Gen Con was so rude and he's so picked on and he's such a victim. Turns out that he's the son of an Indian billionaire.
Oh, okay.
So as he's there crying about his lack of privilege, the motherfucker is the son of a billionaire. And
drove up to it in a Bentley, riding on top of an Aston Martin.
I'm the son of a Portuguese dairy farmer. Okay. And this motherfucker is here talking about, like, Larry Correia is lording his white privilege over my poor victimized husband, the son of a billionaire. And I'm like, what the hell? Because that's how I got kicked out of Origins. I had pissed off the wife of a billionaire, and apparently I have more privilege. I have more privilege than a billionaire. That's pretty baller, actually.
Why do they do that? Why do they kick you out? Why is this a thing that happens?
Because everything
the same
about
every
their righteousness
story.
is predicated upon their victims. Yeah, it's all about how victimhood, how many victim points you have is like your social credit score with these people.
Yeah.
And all arguments are decided based upon who is the bigger victim.
Right.
And so you get guys like us who aren't victims. We just live our lives, and we're outsider heretics who have to be destroyed. And if you stand up to them, they hate you, and they're going to try to cancel you. Every time they try to cancel me, my book sales go up. So
the thing that gets me is it's universal. It's every time someone gets canceled, and people go and review bomb them, or they drop a bunch of comments like, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Why we wanted this guy? We want refunds or whatever." They always will go to the person that they canceled, and they'll say, "Can you please tell your fans to stop coming after us? Like this doesn't seem fair. Why are they doing this? Why did you do this to us?" And it's like, I didn't do anything. I was contracted to come to your show, and you broke that. And all I did was say, "Hey, they canceled me." And then people happen to be mad about it. And you're mad at me? Why'd you cancel me, you idiot?
You know how douchey these guys were? Not only did they cancel me, but they were supposed to reimburse me for my plane ticket. And they said they would reimburse me up to a certain amount, right? And so I was trying to be cool. And I was like, all right, so I'll just get the cheapest seat that I can get, an exit row, so I can actually fit.
Yeah.
And my son is 6'6", so between the two of us, we're not little guys. And so I paid extra for the upgraded seat, right? I didn't even fly first class. I got a cheaper seat. I was trying to be nice to these people, right? Because they were paying for my flight. They didn't want to refund. They refunded the base price of my seat, but they didn't want to refund the extra.
Upgrade. Yeah.
I was like, you cheap motherfuckers. And so I went on. And so not only did I not back off, I went back on the internet and I was like, these cheap son of a bitches won't pay me the extra $75 or whatever it was for the upgraded seat. And my fans were like, "Oh my gosh!" Origins got so much negative attention off that. It was awesome.
Good. They deserve more. They deserve more.
Oh yeah.
Any
all these cancel culture people, they cave to the mob without any thought. They're just like they're so squishy, and it's not like the mob goes there and spends money at these things.
No, they're broke. They have no money. They can't
don't read
travel.
Books. They don't buy products.
You can't take a week off of Starbucks to go to a convention. Like they don't have anything. That's the worst part, is because you can't even really sue them. There's nothing to take.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because when I lawyered up with the Entertainment Weekly thing, I was like, should I try to actually do a libel lawsuit? And the advice was, nah, you got a retraction, call it good.
Yeah.
And so, so these people, the way the laws work, they don't even they can lie their asses off and slander people. It got so bad during Sad Puppies that people my wife hadn't talked to since high school reached out to her and they're like, "Are you okay? You're married to this horrible abuser. Are you doing all right? Are you safe? Do you need a safe place to escape to?" And she's like, "No, it's all bullshit." And it doesn't matter, but that stuff gets out there and it's never ending. They're malicious.
They're nasty. And I wish I could do like a compilation video of successful people watching their careers burn down in real time and having a bunch of lawyers and judges telling them, "Sorry, you weren't actually defamed."
Yep.
Like because that's how broken the system is right now, that people can go out, and if you're a public figure, if you have some level of notoriety, even in a small area, someone can come out and effectively lie about you. And it's so damn hard to sue them that your career can be the Titanic sinking into the ocean, and their defamation be the iceberg. And the judge will say, the iceberg wasn't the cause of this, though. And it's like, well, what was? Like, when you think about the Johnny Depp trials coming up, so it's on my mind a lot. It's like, when you look at the disparity between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, and they had a rocky back and forth relationship. Johnny made some bad decisions. She made some bad decisions. But at the end of the day, she labeled him like a sexual abuser and a domestic abuser. And it kind of looks from the evidence like maybe she was the actual domestic abuser.
Yeah, he got... And she still has her jobs. I think she got fired from anything.
Right. She has her jobs,
Johnny
but
Depp got fired.
he's fired from everything. And I want every judge to have to stand face to face with someone like a foot away and say, your career's destruction is not improper. That's what I want them to have to do to every single person. When that guy goes up and says, I didn't do any of this. They know I didn't do any of this. I sued them because the justice system is supposed to recompense me for this. And it didn't, because you issued an order that says that I lose. And I want the judge to say it was something else. Like, I want them to have to do that. Like, just that's the smallest little payback that the judges can have to do, is them to eat that shit in their mouths. Like, I've talked to, Vic Mignogna several times about this. And one of the things that is constantly brought up is like, if this is not defamation, if what happened to me is not defamation, what is defamation? Like, he's like, I didn't do any of this. These people lied about me. They lied about everything. And my entire career is destroyed. If this isn't defamation, then what is defamation? And the answer to the question is, I literally don't know. I don't know what is defamation. If what happens when someone is lied about and their entire life is burned to the ground, I don't know what could be.
They have to screw up so egregiously to actually be held accountable that only the stupidest people ever actually do it.
They have to come out and say, I lied about it.
Yeah.
Like that.
And also they have to have enough money to make them worth suing. They have to be Gawker.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not. And Gawker was like several different forums. They went through, they did what you're not supposed to do. And only because they had Peter Thiel money was they went forum to forum and started the process. And then they shut all the ones that were failed prospects down. And they brought it in the one favorable forum where they could actually sue Gawker and win. And they won. And it's actually the just result. It's the right result for what happened to Hulk Hogan.
It's interesting though, because, and the thing is, when it's a mob, there's very few people who have any value in there. It's just a bunch of randos and nobodies and fake names with 35 followers on Twitter. And they're out there slandering you with everything they get. And, that's just how they operate. And the thing is, the mistake people make is they actually listen to these people, or they apologize. Never. You just meet it head on. Whatever, if they lie about you, just come right back. Demand proof and say, fuck you. I did not do that. And that's the only way I've weathered this. I've weathered this for 12 years now of nonstop slings and arrows. And I've seen it ruin a lot of writers. I've seen a lot of writers' careers get really damaged. Thank goodness for indie publishing. Oh my gosh, indie publishing has saved so many dudes I know who've just gotten screwed by this. And
and I love what you said there. You don't apologize. You cannot.
No.
You cannot. You can't mitigate for a second, because anything that you do, any mitigation will be turned into a full-on admission of everything you're accused of, no matter how obscure or ridiculous the accusation.
I saw one a couple years ago. It was during the height of #MeToo, where this writer I know, and he's liberal. He's got all the right politics. He's very squishy, goes along to get along, never stands for anything. He got accused of sexual harassment at a convention by an anonymous
Is this Warren
person.
Ellis?
No, different. This is a novelist, and he got accused of sexual harassment by an anonymous account. So so and so and so and so sexually harassed me at a con, and he immediately apologized. And he goes, "I don't remember this. If I did something inappropriate, I'm super sorry." And they started eating him. And luckily for him, like 72 hours later, the anonymous account came back and said, "I'm really sorry. I just made it up because I was caught up in the moment. I was trying to raise awareness." That's fucking evil. But he was a dumbass, and he apologized to these people, and his career literally hung by a string. because he plays by their rules, and so he would be done. They would just cancel him, and he would never get anything. He would never sell another book to a publisher ever again for the rest of his life.
Kevin Spacey did that too, and then he killed everyone involved.
There is some suspicious stuff there. I don't know a lot about that, but there seems to be certain people. There's a large rash of deaths.
The only one left alive is Anthony Rapp, and that's because he's too famous to murder. As far as I can tell. I mean, that's my opinion. Like, you can't kill Anthony Rapp because they'd be like, oh no, he killed an LGBTQ person now who's also famous. We can't have that happen. But no, so I wanted to ask you another question. This is self-serving and related to Vic, because you've been canceled by a convention, and you mentioned something specific. I wanted to get your opinion on this. That convention announced your presence, right? They said Larry Correia is coming, and then subsequent to that, they canceled you.
Yep.
Now, when they announced your appearance at the show, was that because they just announced you and then they worked out, like, oh, we'll have, like, they called you later and were like, by the way, would you like to come to our show?
No, they contact you in advance and you make an agreement with them that you're going to come be a guest.
Oh, so you're saying that the announcement for a show tends to come after you've actually made an agreement to appear, and they've made an agreement to, like, pay you or
correct.
Or
so
otherwise come.
The event will already be on the calendar, but they haven't announced who the guests are because they're behind the scenes working out and making agreements with these people to fly out there. And we're putting this on our calendars and we're changing our schedule to go there, and then they're doing a bait and switch.
No, I don't believe you on this, because I have learned from very smart people on Twitter, including lawyers and one really fat paralegal, that
lawyers never lie.
Right. But they all say that the announcement has nothing to do with whether or not there was an actual contract or agreement.
Yeah, horseshit. No, because
no. I don't think you understand. These are lawyers and a really fat paralegal on Twitter, and they have said this. So,
well, that's true.
Like,
I didn't get a internet law degree, so they're probably right.
This is one of the most baffling things in the world. And when you ask them about it, like in the few rare times where I'll actually engage these people, and they're like, the announcement is not a contract. I'm like, no, but the announcement is performance of the contract. And they're like, well, no, we don't know that. And I'm like, oh, do you actually think, like, please tell me this. Do you believe that a convention has announced a guest that they have not gotten an agreement to appear from? Like, is that what your contention is? And they unironically believe that that's how conventions operate, that they just announce people and hope that they arrive later.
Well, I'm happy to announce tonight that you're going to have RakitaCon is going to have Stephen King and George R.R. Martin.
Oh, please make that happen. That would be the greatest thing. I would have a special room. I'd have a special room for them to fight to the death by words.
See, I just announced it. Therefore, it is official.
It's true. It is happening.
It's true.
I'll call them tomorrow and line it up.
That's how it works with actors and authors. We just like drop whatever we're doing. I was like, oh, what's been announced? I guess I'm going to Fresno.
Yeah, on this very specific date, which I happen to have nothing going on at that time.
Well, I mean, I guess that's my anniversary, but oh well, they announced it.
It's
a
crazy.
Contract now.
I mean, a judge bought this. Like, a judge decided that was true. Basically, in Vic's case, where they're like, where they went through, they're like, here's 15 conventions he was announced at and subsequently canceled from. The judge like, well, where's the contract? It's like, well, they announced him to appear. That is, a lot of these contracts are done just orally or on agreement. Texas recognizes oral contracts. It's fine. But the conventions that he's worked with for 15 years, they invite him. He says yes. They announce as part of that. and they do that, and the judge's like, nope, show me a contract. So, what do you mean show you a contract? Like that, the announcement doesn't happen in a vacuum. That's not a real thing.
Yeah. Well,
And,
a lot of these, if he's
yeah.
been going for 15 years, there probably wasn't even in a lot of cases a written contract. It was just because he knew the people involved. It's
Yeah.
like
And
handshake
especially
agreement, basically.
with anime voice actors that they know are going to bring in enough people, all they say is, you know, they just say you, because not now, I don't know about you and specifically because I've noticed differences between different industries, but with anime voice actors, they monetize their signatures, right? Like they go and you pay 20, 40, 60 bucks or whatever for a headshot with a signature, and then maybe like a selfie with them or whatever, a minute long conversation. Like you pay based on what you're getting. But other people, I'm trying to think, I was at HawaiiCon with the guy who wrote, was it Shannara Chronicles?
Oh, Terry Brooks.
Terry Brooks.
Yeah, I know Terry. Terry's awesome.
I don't know if it was Terry Brooks or if it was another guy. Shit, I can't remember.
Was he in his 70s?
No, I think it was a younger guy.
Okay,
who,
that's not Terry.
I don't think I met Terry Brooks. There was another guy there who was also super famous. Maybe Miss of Avalon.
That's Marion Zimmer Bradley. She's a rapist.
No, this is a guy. This is a dude.
Oh no.
Anyway, it doesn't matter though. He was like, they sign books for free. Like that's different. Their signature game is different. So I don't know about you. Do you?
Yeah.
Do you?
No, I
monetize
sign books
signatures?
for free basically because for the writers, we're not as cool as voice actors, and so we go and it's mostly for us to hang out with fans and meet fans and sell books. And so
No, I'll tell you the actual difference. By the way, there's a real legitimate difference between you and voice actors. Is you make money from your craft. Voice actors make money from their appearance.
Yeah.
The voice acting gigs, they pay jack and shit for 99% of those people. And so they have to monetize their appearances. Whereas authors, there's a even for self-publishing, there's a pretty well-established income flow that is directly related to the amount of books you sell. But there's no royalty agreement. They get a flat fee for voice acting, and it's piddly.
That sucks.
Yeah.
So that sucks. And he did Full Metal Alchemist.
Right,
that's made some money.
And he got, but all of those voice actors got paid whatever their hourly agreed upon amount was. And if you think of an episode of Full Metal Alchemist is 23 minutes, and even the main character is only going to have maybe 12 minutes of dialogue in a 23-minute show, outside of a real anomaly of a show. So that 12 minutes of dialogue at most going to take 2 hours. Probably got paid $200 to $400 an episode.
These guys, I don't know about the voice actors, but I know like actors when they've been in a sci-fi show. I won't name any names, but I went to dinner one time after Comic-Con with a pretty famous actor, and I was going to get dinner because of Salt Lake Comic-Con. So I was the local. I was going to buy dinner for him. And he goes, no, I got it. And I go, no, I got it. He's like, no, I've been signing autographs all day. I got it. And I go, no, I'm local. He pulls out this wad of folded wad of cash. He's like, this
a bunch
is what
of dirty ones.
It was. He's like, it was like the most drug dealer thing I've ever seen. And he's like, no, I got dinner. I promise. I was like,
yeah,
you had a better Comic-Con than I did. So by all means, you go ahead.
But it's wild because some of those guys have to monetize those appearances. And that's how the voice acting industry is. And so the careers of these very famous in their circles voice actors are actually subsidized entirely by the fans because they don't make hardly anything from their actual performance. Yeah. Again, I mean, it's the floor is $75 an hour. And only in LA, when there's a union, you have a guaranteed 2-hour minimum. In Texas, where most of this is done, you don't have a 2-hour minimum. So some of them will separately agree to it. But at best, the high paid guys are getting $400, $500 an episode tops.
That sucks. And it's interesting because then you would think for a judge, you'd be able to prove if you get kicked out of a convention, that should be a material damage to your livelihood.
You'd think it would be pretty obvious, and especially when you put it in the complaint that this is the date you were supposed to appear, and when you go ahead and supplement that with an affidavit that shows what you made at the conventions you did attend, and you compare like the amount of people who go to these conventions, and you put out a projection sheet of what you would have earned, that should be sufficient to show at a prima facie level, at least, that there are some damages.
Yeah,
but
that's
not
crap.
not in Tarrant County under Judge Chupp. Under Judge Chupp.
That's crap.
So,
I bet he sleeps well at night.
that guy, you guy's a piece of shit. But no, I really wanted to hammer that out, because that is one of the most persistently wrong things that I see on Twitter in relation to this type of stuff, where these people are claiming to know like how contracts work and how business works.
No.
And they're unironically saying, well, you know, those announcements aren't related to contracts. It's like, oh yeah, you know what? Doritos announced the Doritos taco with Taco Bell, but they hadn't worked that out in advance. By the way, that was a handshake deal. I don't know if anybody knows that. That was a handshake deal. There is no formalized contract between Doritos and Taco Bell to provide that Dorito taco shell. This is probably $1 billion deal that got done at the end of the day. And it was done by a handshake oral contract, probably on a golf course, but insane.
That's a power move right there.
Yeah. It's how we do things. And so many people want to pretend, and this is really, I hate to put it in these terms, but like SJWism and leftism in general, what their entire strategy is to ignore how things are done.
Yeah.
Because if you ignore the fact that for the past, I don't know, 200 years, when people see each other, they'll hug each other, for example. So then, because you have to do that, you have to ignore that like there's some level of familiarity beyond cold stranger, and that you can hug someone, but you have to ignore that to make it sexual assault. So a hug has to be weaponized.
Yeah.
When
I go to these things, I always have a wingman. Always. Yeah. Because I want to witness. And another thing too, one time, just to give you an idea of just how malicious this stuff is, of pretty famous author, she's very well marketed, but I don't think she sells any books. She gets on Twitter to her tens of thousands of followers and goes, I heard a rumor that Larry Correia was horribly rude and racist on a panel at Gen Con to an author of color. And I thought about this.
Gen Con, it's on film.
That's the thing. Every panel at Gen Con is recorded.
Yeah.
And so I couldn't think of a thing. And so I went on her Twitter and I responded. I go, well, you're in luck. Because every single panel I was on was recorded. Which one? Let's review the evidence. And she immediately blocked me. And all her little sycophants were like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he came here. That was so awful. Oh, you're so brave. It's like, that's how they operate. They just make crap up. And the funny thing is, I was trying to think of like author of color. And like the only person I could think of is a guy I get along really good with. And I've actually at the con hired him to write a short story for one of my anthologies, you know? And I was like, that was the only interaction I had.
You didn't hire him. You bought him, you white slave owning racist.
I mean, I paid him the same pro rate everybody else in the anthology got.
It's guys, it is amazing. It's a phenomenal thing, but they have to pretend that reality doesn't exist. They have to make a hug into sexual assault. And that, like Warren Ellis, right? Like I mentioned him, and let's be very clear. Warren Ellis is kind of a piece of shit, and he deserves what he gets because he's in this group. He's in this group and crowd of people. But all Warren Ellis did was hire some assistants and then decide that as a man, that some of his assistants were hot enough to try and date. And then he not only tried to date them, he actually did date them. He's like, okay, we're dating now. And they consensually agreed to date. And then they decided that he didn't advance their careers enough so that the dates were now somehow bad.
Oh,
like,
boy.
And it's like, wait a minute. Well, first of all, don't date your assistants. I mean, that's good advice, but there's nothing illegal about it. And these people are all of age, but the way they worded it, they were like, he was grooming young women. And it's like, they're 24. And I looked at some of them and I mean, they're not young passing. Okay. These are
well, these are the same people that's grooming. But if you want to teach a kindergartner about, transsexual stuff in Florida, that's okay. That's totally cool. Even though kindergartners, like, they think they're robots or dogs, that's completely normal. But that's not grooming. 24-year-old in a business relationship, totally grooming.
Yeah, that's grooming. They can't. Well,
remember when words used to mean things?
I do. I'm barely old enough to remember, but I do. It's insane. Let's see. Craig Lighton. Wait, I read that one. Skyrim 96 says, "Rip Scott Hall, a legend gone." Who the hell's Scott Hall?
It broke up there for a second.
Who's Scott Hall? Do you know him? It says
Scott Hall.
Rip Scott Hall, a legend gone.
Oh, the wrestler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think. I believe, is that who passed away today?
Oh, is that it? I saw a thing from like Kevin Nash yesterday talking about Scott, so that must be it.
Okay, because I don't follow wrestling, so I have no idea.
Razor Ramon on wrestling. Look,
Okay.
guys, I watched wrestling in the 90s for literally one reason. The lingerie matches were live on live TV, and there was a high possibility that the tops would malfunction, and they did, and it was great and glorious. Other than that, I watched Stone Cold Steve Austin spray that one chick with a beer. That was great, but I never watched wrestling that much. So, Death Trout says, I was in public today. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, Sam, I was a child of the 80s, and I think I watched some wrestling because we, back in those days, we had 3 channels, to choose from. So I watched some wrestling as a kid, but I'm about 30 years out of date. Sorry.
Yeah. And look, everybody loves Hulk Hogan. He said brother more than any other man on the planet, and he's great. I think the world of him, but I still don't watch wrestling. Death Trout says, I was in public today. It was awful. Karite Sumatai says, Larry, big fan of the Forgotten Warrior series. I'm sure you've... Oh, what?
Sorry, you're breaking up again. Man, my internet's getting weird. Thanks, Elon.
Yeah, it's your internet too. It's not mine. I've decided. I'm blaming your internet. Chat, why don't you give Larry a bunch of tech advice that he'll definitely use, you asshole? Okay. So he said, Larry, this is from Karite Sumatai, says, Larry, big fan of the Forgotten Warrior series. I'm sure you've already answered this, but what inspired you to write it and make a character like Ashok? Also, when is book 4 coming out?
I'm working on book 4 right now. That's my current book I'm working on. So it'll be out next year in spring. So Ashok, this is a fun one. This is one where I got accused of all sorts of cultural appropriation because I wrote an epic fantasy series. If this to be made into a movie, every single actor would be Indian.
Wait. A dot or feather Indian?
Dot.
Okay.
Indian subcontinent Indian.
Snipers of the World Unite.
So it would be a great Bollywood movie. No, so I did this epic fantasy series kind of based loosely on Indian mythology and that kind of thing. And I had a great time with it and loved this series. And I just wanted to do something different, basically. And is why I decided to go with India instead of Europe. But the fun thing is, immediately, because me as a Portuguese guy wrote a book about Indians, all of a sudden I'm getting screamed at about cultural appropriation. How dare you? Before the book even came out, and I'm getting screamed at. And the funny thing is in India, in the English language market, it was a bestseller. It was like, so actual people in India thought it was awesome. They're like, hey, man, we got a Western writer writing this cool book about, our people, and we're a bunch of badasses in this, and it's awesome. And in America, I'm getting screamed at by white ladies.
I can't even imagine. So in college, I took Chicano literature, as one of my classes. I really like the professor. His name was Lupe Solis. I'm sure he's super woke and leftist now, but he was a good dude in college. I have no idea. But I took Chicano Lit, and the book that we had to read was called the Magic Bean, and it was a sequel to the Malargo Beanfield War, and they were written by the very Mexican name John Nichols, right? It's like super white guy, but he wrote he wrote it in the genre of Chicano literature. And it's one of the most successful Chicano lit books that there was. I mean, it's a good book. And it had movie adaptations and stuff like that. And I think about now, it's like, there's no way this could ever happen again. And this guy's probably full. I mean, he's writing a Chicano lit book about like, success and booming, native Mexican heritage and all this stuff. And it's like, you can't do it anymore. And so but my very Hispanic Chicano lit professor assigned this book to me, and we were not talking about appropriation, right? Like, he's like, look, I know this book was written by a white guy, but this is really embodying the spirit of Chicano literature at the highest. And all the characters are Hispanic characters and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah.
How it goes.
This industry is so eaten up with that crap. I know of this one New York editor who went out to dinner with a bunch of writers one time, and they went to a Thai restaurant, and she threw a fit because the Thai restaurant, run by a Thai family, had egg rolls on the menu. And egg rolls are from China, and that's cultural appropriation. And the Thai people are like, we're right next door, right? It's like, for thousands of years, people have put meat in bread and fried it.
Man, egg rolls are so good. I can eat the shit out of some egg rolls.
See, actually, my response to all these people, though, because I'm Portuguese, that's where my family's from. Cultural appropriation is my culture. We took tempura to Japan. We gave Thailand the pepper. We took vindaloo to India. Guns to everybody.
Yeah.
So you're welcome to appropriate, because that's what we do. See?
Okay, I have to ask.
It's okay when I do it.
I have to ask this for unrelated purposes, and I know this has nothing to do with you. Okay, so this is about Portuguese people in general, and this is not in any way about Larry Correia. Is there a large, how do I say this? Like an incest or an inbred issue in Portuguese people?
Not that I know of.
Like inner family, not inter, but inner family marrying, intra family marrying, maybe.
Okay, at least. Not. I don't know. So to be fair, I do have, when I'm doing my genealogy, it gets a little confusing there with all the multiple last names.
Yeah.
So maybe. No, not that I'm aware of. At least not amongst the Americans.
It has nothing to do with you. I'm sure it is not involved in you in any way. But I'm just curious. Like if I hypothetically had a friend named Lana, for example, and she grew up on an island, like a Portuguese island, and might be like potentially dating her cousin or something. Is that like a common thing, like cousin dating? Is that common in Portuguese heritage?
Well, to be fair, the islands, the Azores are very small.
Yeah.
So maybe I don't know.
So, like, if someone named Lana met someone named like Reaches, for example, and like there's like a likelihood or a potential that Lana and Reaches are cousins that are dating, like that's like might actually be found in Portuguese. It's not out of the realm of possibility.
And the Azores being so small, maybe. I don't know. In America, I could say my dad married a super white chick. So yeah, my dad's browner than Barack Obama, and I look like this because of my mom, who was actually born in Africa, weirdly enough. But
okay,
yeah, Libya. But my family, though, I've known some people who maybe that would explain a few things.
Like suddenly Larry's wheels are turning. It's like, you know what? Maybe that was a cousin.
I mean, some guys that would explain some of the dudes I went to high school with. Actually, that would explain a few things. Not that I know of, but possibly. I don't know.
Okay.
There's a lot of stereotypes about Alabama too, and I lived in Alabama forever, and I never saw any cousin dating.
No, you know what's weird? Okay, so if you statistically, like if you look up the places where cousin marriage is legal, it's all blue states, and predominantly in the Northeast because they have the strongest ties to England, right? Where cousin marriage was not only legal but was relatively common. So like when you New Jersey, New York, Maine, Vermont, all these states have legal. Well, also California, it's legal to marry your cousin. I mean, we won't talk about that.
That's not a shocker. I mean,
but like
California.
The southern states where it's like stereotyped and stigmatized, it's actually very illegal there.
Makes
It's
sense.
wild.
Yeah, it's like every goofy stereotype is usually backwards.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that look, there may be some Portuguese out there dating cousins. That's it.
I wouldn't shock me.
Do you like?
Wait, I'm
Portuguese?
offended. I'm offended.
Good. Okay, this is not sexual. Do you like Portuguese sausage? It's like a specific type of sausage that I've only ever had from Hawaii.
It's called linguiça.
Yeah,
and it is amazing. And it's like actually, my local butcher knows how to make it, and so
it's got so much fat in it. It's so good.
Well, that's what makes it awesome.
Yeah.
And then tons of paprika. No, it's baller, man. I love that stuff.
Yeah, that stuff is great.
I mean, you probably could make a sex joke there about my love of Portuguese sausage. But that's okay.
See, I'm trying to avoid that. I'm trying to avoid that because I had a legitimate question because I actually really enjoy the meat. You know what? Never mind. I'm going to just kill myself. Rage Side says, Larry, collected the Monster Hunter books, your first RPG book, and first challenge coins. I and my family carry your 2020 challenge coins. Merchandise up your mini game, and we will buy. We thank you.
Yeah. Well, yes, I do have a game coming out from Everything Epic, the board game company. They did Rambo and Big Trouble in Little China, and they're doing MHI minis. We're doing Monster Hunter minis. So I'm very, very excited about that. A little miniature skirmish game. Very, very cool. And I am going to paint one set to give away during the Kickstarter.
Oh, that'll be cool.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for mini painting, but I never ever sell them. People try to buy my minis off me, but like I will never do that.
I want to do more mini painting, and I run out of time to do it. But I have like behind me, there's a bunch of paints. You can see them.
Yeah, I see your paint rack there.
And I started painting some Warhammer figures. And it's like I want to paint more because the more you paint, the better you get at it.
Oh, I've been doing it for years. I love it. I'm actually I've won contests and stuff. I'm like a low level.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Yeah.
No, I have.
Right.
I'm like a
low
level
believe
studio painter.
I know. But look, I paint too, but it just looks like trash when I'm done.
No. That's the thing. Don't ever feel bad because we all started. One of the most wholesome things I've ever seen on the internet. Mini painters, we like to put up our glamour shots of our minis. One of the most wholesome things I've ever seen on the internet was somebody was saying, "Hey, I suck as a painter. I'm lame. I'm crap." And so all the good painters, we went and got one of our first minis and our last mini. And we took pictures of them side by side and put them up.
Yeah.
Just to show that everybody is shit when you start. We're all garbage at first. That's just normal. And there's nothing to be ashamed of, man. You're making art. You're having fun. That's what matters.
I agree. And I think that's really important. And we're going to get to that subject in just a second. Ryan H says, give Alec Baldwin a prop gun and let him loose in the Ukraine. E1337 Neo says Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye have nothing on Mr. Wizard's World. Rip Don Herbert. STFU FFS says Steven teenage gangbangs and graphic climax in King. Taylor Alpin says Larry, you're in Utah. I'm down here in Utah County. Love you, dude.
Love you, Utah County.
Oh shit, I lost it. Here we go. Skyrim 96 says, speaking of real or fake, Elon Musk challenging Putin to one-on-one combat isn't something I thought I'd see. And what do you think of Bethesda's world building with the Elder Scrolls universe?
Oh, I played a lot of Skyrim for a while there, but I haven't played for years. It had a lot of stuff in the world, but you didn't necessarily see it because it was all in these books you didn't read.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I would walk around with like 1,000, my character. I would have picked up like a 100-volume encyclopedia, and I just sold them all.
Yeah. Yeah. Give me my 5 septums.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot more world there that like isn't necessarily that you get. I never played all the expansions though. I kind of drifted off and did other stuff after the main game. I'm not one of those guys that played Skyrim for 14 years.
Well, I started playing the Elder Scrolls during Daggerfall, which was the second game.
Me. I started playing Morrowind.
I played Daggerfall, I played Morrowind, I played Oblivion, and I played Skyrim. I bought Redguard, but God, it was so bad I couldn't play it. And Battlespire needs to get yeeted off the fucking planet. But I'm actually not a storytelling and video game person. I think that all video game stories are universally bad. And I know that the chat's they're going to tell me their one favorite story. Guess what, chat? It's also bad. It's terrible. It's the worst story I've ever heard. I shit better stories than whatever video game you like. But I don't really pay attention to video game storytelling and world building. What I will say, I know like there's ESO, not Elder Scrolls Online, but the ESO YouTube channel. They do lots of Elder Scrolls lore and stuff. And I know it actually is really rich and in depth. And it's One Piece. Stop it. And and it's crazy the world that they built. But like, you know, it's I don't know, maybe you can comment on that, because Tolkien, I think, gave us all a template, right? That everybody kind of follows. Because there's even Elder Scrolls has elves and dark elves. They're called like Aomer and Dwemer. Droomer. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah,
fucking,
it's spelled weird.
Yeah. Warhammer 40K has Eldar and Dark Eldar. The Warhammer Fantasy has elves and dark elves. Everybody's got like the same basic premise, but do you make something new out of it? And how do you do that in a world where fantasy is populated by an expectation of Tolkienism?
You know, that's one of those I've done it both ways. So like for the Monster Hunter series, what I did there is I have elves and dwarves and gnomes and orcs. But what I did is I to a different kind of comedic twist on them. So like my elves are trailer park elves. They live in the Enchanted Forest trailer park, and they're just total rednecks. They're funny as hell. And my orcs are just like a bunch of heavy metal headbangers. They're awesome. Gnomes, I did gangster gnomes because if you read the old school mythology about gnomes, they're a bunch of scumbags. They basically run protection rackets. Hey, nice farm you have here. Be real shame if something bad happened to it, and you got to.
I like it. And
so that's how I did it. But so I did. I twisted it all. Then I've done other epic fantasies. I did like Son of the Black Sword. There's none of that in that. There are no. I mean, there's demons, there's monsters, but there's no elves, there's no dwarves. It's just humans. And so it just kind of depends. You can do it different ways. Tolkien was kind of like the big dog. And also, I think what's even influenced people more than Tolkien was all the Dungeons and Dragons we all played. Like every writer I know, like 9 out of 10 writers played, lots of D&D growing up.
Right. You're talking about Ed Greenwood and R.A. Salvatore really molding the next generation of writers.
Yeah, Tracy Hickman, huge. And I think that played a big part of it too.
Hickman write that's a Dragonlance author.
Yeah,
I sit here and I fondly think about reading like Dragons of Autumn Twilight, Dragons of Winter Morning, and Dragons of Spring Dawn. Like I'm like, God, those were so fucking cool. Caramon and Raistlin were such badasses.
Oh man, and those were pivotal high school books for me.
Yeah,
I got my original 1985 copies. Not 19, whatever year it was. I got the original my paperbacks. I have them signed by Margaret Weiss, Tracy Hickman, and Larry Elmore.
How pumped are you that I think they're actually making the next trilogy?
Yeah, they are. They got the rights back.
Yeah, there was the lawsuit, and then they settled that out, and now because they had written the first one or whatever, but now they're going to actually be published.
Yeah, I respect Tracy a lot. I know Tracy in real life, and I respect him a lot. So I really, really, really hope it's good. And I really hope it's successful. He's also kind of mad at me because not a big Trump guy.
Oh well, so what? Like people need to get over that. Like
I'm rooting for him. I'm really hoping that it's a huge success. I hope that there's a million guys out there like us with the nostalgia that we insta buy it, and I hope he makes $1 million. So
I would buy it in a heartbeat. I think they'll. I'm when it's announced, I will go back because I don't have fucking any time to read anymore. I hate it. And I want to. I have so many books to read, but when it's announced, I will set aside time and I will reread the original trilogy because I need to. And I've wanted to anyway. Yeah, and I'll read it. I'll read it to my kids if I have to, if I need an excuse. But I love those books. I loved all of the characters. They're so like they're all in the D&D realm, but they're all well done and developed.
Well, let me make you super jealous. I've played Dungeons and Dragons with Tracy.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had,
your internet's cutting out. It's really weird. It hasn't been that much of a problem the entire stream until just now.
I was gonna say for cool points. I've played D&D with Tracy Hickman.
Man, it just lagged out again.
Oh my gosh! I'm giving away like secrets or something. And it's like the internet is blocking me.
Fine. To show you up, I'm going to have Ed Greenwood on this stream. Take that.
Cool. That is cool. That's cool.
No, he created like my favorite character,
Forgotten Realms.
Elminster. Well, and Elminster specifically. Like Elminster is so fucking fun of a character. But yeah, I got to talk to him on Twitter the other day. I felt like such a giddy little fangirl. It was so weird.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Okay, Generalissimo, and I'm going to talk to you about the importance of escapism in just a second, because that I think plays into the painting stuff that we're talking about. I think it plays into the entire concept of subscribing to worlds, for lack of a better word, subscribing to worlds and universes, and reading them and following the lore of everything. I think it's really important. Generalissimo says, reviewing your wiki page, I see recent revisions about sad puppies and how evil it was. I recall what I read about you back then. Frankly, I'm disappointed. Where are your jackboots and gas chambers? Where is the seething hate? Yeah, Larry, how many people of Abrahamic descent have you actually murdered today? Just today, though.
4?
It's an okay start, but for the internet, that's pretty lightweight. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just kind of a letdown, which is funny because my grandma is a Polish Jew. On my mom's side, and so it's kind of funny that. And also, in Sad Puppies is really ironic is that one of the people I got a nomination for best editor is my editor, who is Jewish, Tony Weiskopf. So I'm like the worst anti-Semite ever.
Yeah, well, you know what? Stalin let some Jews stay in, so.
Well, okay, it's funny too because in the novel I just had come out a couple weeks ago, Servants of War, I have a character who's a Jewish rabbi, and so I made sure I did my homework, and actually I had 2 separate Jewish readers just to make sure that I didn't screw up anything cultural, right?
Right. Yeah.
And all right. And I had somebody who got mad at me on the internet. It's like I didn't like how the rabbi character in the audiobook sounded like like a stereotypical Jewish person.
What can I do? I had an actual Jew voice him.
So I tagged Michael Rothman, who is my cultural guy. I was like, it's like you yell at him. You go yell at Michael. He was my rabbinical authority here to make sure I got all this right. And he's like, oh, that sounded good to me.
You tell the Jew he did a bad job.
Yeah, you tell him he did a terrible job. I was going off what he said. My gosh.
That's that's always the best, right? When you take the extra step. My favorite, what my favorite is, and this is the opposite of you, but Lin-Manuel Miranda got so much shit for In the Heights that I was dying. Like I'm dying laughing. I'm like, because Like, and it's unpopular opinion around here, but I like Hamilton just fine. I've seen it a couple times. It's the production of it's really, really fantastic. But in the Heights, he makes this specifically Latino thing about Washington Heights, New York, which apparently I don't know anything about New York, but apparently it's actually Cuban, not just Latino. But they cast the wrong breed of Cuban. Like they cast some Dominicans and some Haitians, and like the amount of shit that he got for that. And I was like, you eat every single scrap of that shit, Lin-Manuel.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. You know?
Vladimir says Nick makes statements about stories being bad while liking Hamilton. Do you not like the story of the American Revolution? It's phenomenal. Hamilton's life story is an amazing, amazing thing. Look, just because you don't like the white people in it doesn't make me the bad guy here. Mandy Karavicha says the Tau Empire is so small and insignificant that the Imperium barely notices them like ants. They can kill the Tau anytime they want, but ironically, that's how the orcs view the Imperium too. Yeah, but the difference is the orcs are wrong. And you know why the orcs are wrong? Because the Ordo Xenos exists. That's right. That's right. I said it. The Death Watch is greater than the orcs 10 times out of 10.
I like that I'm a professional science fiction and fantasy author, and I could come on the show and not be the nerdiest thing on here.
It's amazing. Dude, I'm so broken. I'm done. Warhammer, I am done. I buy literally every all these are all their limited editions. It's all of them. And that's all I buy now. And I don't even read them. I don't have time. I just buy them. I'm addicted. To the bookcraft.
Warhammer goes through a lot of editions. What are you guys on? 8? You're on 8th edition now?
I don't do the it's 9th, thank you. Oh. But I don't do the tabletop stuff. These are all the novels, right?
Yeah.
But look at it.
Look
at these books. They're leather, well, probably faux leather, but they're great. The themes, the color schemes and everything, the craftsmanship of the book, I just love them. I can't help it.
Those are cool.
It's almost as good as this book. Some wisdom in here.
Man, that's a collector's item now.
Chapter 6 is Quaaludes. I don't know what's in it. I haven't read it yet.
I don't think they're going to reprint that.
I hope not. Tina says the full auto ban is R. It's actually less lethal than single. You waste more ammo and have less control. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's dumb. If you want to commit a mass shooting, full auto is a terrible way to increase the body count. You'll increase the casualty count maybe as you spray into a crowd, but you don't need full auto to spray into multiple people. That's a silly thing from people who've never fired a semi-automatic rifle before.
Yeah, I mean, full auto is very specialized. I shot a lot of full auto, and it's something you have to practice with a lot to be decent, and it's very specific niche uses.
It seems cool, like just the idea of it, like to go out.
Super fun.
Right. I'm going to go to Vegas. I'm going to burn through 30 rounds in like three seconds tops. And it's done. It's like, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome.
But practically terrible, right? You'd want single fire AR, and you can just, ARs are so damn accurate, so reliable, and so stable that if you really want to shoot people, you just one at a time pick them up. Like that's a much more effective strategy.
Yeah, rapid aim semi-auto.
Yeah. Tall Skinny Geek says start at $20 for the first shot, then double the target to each next one. So totals $20 for one, $60 for two, $140 for three, $300 for four, $620 for five, $12.60 for six, $25.40 for seven. Stop once you can't do math. But I'd have to stop at 20. I can't do math. See, Goody, can you do a toast to my boy Ethan Hall and Cynthia? Oh, yeah. Here we go. He's going to rail her like the lefty feminist she is, and then convince the kids that that lefties are barely human. It's a match made in heaven. To Ethan Hall, to Ethan Hall falling on the sword to breed leftism right out of the next generation. One crazy weirdo feminist at a time. Cheers to you, buddy. I wish you the best. Cynthia, get wrecked. Hey, wait a minute. Michael Rothman. Is this
Hey!
Michael Rothman?
That's my Jewish consultant.
Michael A. Rothman.
Yeah, that's him.
Okay, he says the sign of ultimate success is when folks predict your doom. Every time I come back from Facebook jail is I get another few hundred subs. Hi, Larry. Okay, wait a minute. So we need to talk about this. You have been banned from Facebook. What, 1 trillion times?
I think, I'm not sure, but I think this is my 12th 30 day. So yeah, I'm currently banned.
You're 12, 30, a literal year of banning from Facebook.
Yes. And I have been banned for everything you could possibly think of. I've been banned for, like, I've tried to, I've been like extra offensive and mean and not been banned. And then I'll get banned for the most innocuous, stupid crap. There's no rhyme or reason or logic to it. And it's just a running joke with my fans. I come back from a ban and they make a poll. It's like, how many days will Larry last before the next one? And then some political thing will happen and I'll go off about it. And everybody's like, oh, I got today in the pool.
The last time I was banned on Facebook, it was a 3-day ban. And it was for the proper English usage of the word faggot. I was literally talking about using kindling. And it was in a poem. And I'm like, wait, what? This is what you get me for? Like, of all the things I've made fun of 1,000 fat women. I have called people every name in the book, and you get me for this. This has nothing to do with gayness in any way. It's the literal usage, and it's in an artistic. It's a clear poem. And I was like, come on, man.
Let me tell you my personal favorite. And you'll see there's all these memes of me on the internet, and it's Free the Hero of Krasnovia and a big Russian greatcoat. And what it is Krasnovia is one of the imaginary countries that the army uses to train against.
Yes.
And so one day, just some guys were joking around on the internet with their made-up countries and talking trash. And so I jumped into the discussion as if I was from Krasnovia. And I started talking trash against their stupid countries. And like Pineland is the one the Green Berets train in North Carolina. And so I started making fun of Pineland, like I'm racist against Pinelanders because I'm from Krasnovia. And I was like, Krasnovia, we're a peaceful country of sandwich makers. Or we're best known for our artisanal sandwiches and our genocide, but mostly sandwiches. And so I'm talking all this trash, and at one point I referred to them as Pinelandian goat rapists. I got banned for being racist
against Pinelandians. Oh no! Has Starling finally shit the bed? After all this time, did Starling finally go?
Oh, there we go. Okay, it's back. I lost it for a second. And so my fans went nuts, and they started doing all this Krasnovia versus Pineland. And so we had a civil war between Krasnovians and Pinelanders. And the whole time for 30 days I'm banned, I kept doing updates from the gulag. And so I'd go into my basement, which is just a concrete area in my basement, as if I was there, and I would smuggle videos out of the gulag, and I'd do my bad Russian accent. And at one point I was showing the gruel I was being fed, because Pinelanders' idea of sandwiches was like a piece of Wonder Bread with a single mushroom on it.
Okay, wait a minute. Are you telling me you have personified and embodied and embellished, I don't know, a fictional universe, and you made them passionate about sandwiches?
Yes.
I have so many questions for you now that I did not know I would have until just now.
We did a video of my escape from the gulag as if it was from my wife got up and filmed this from a ladder. It was as if it was a helicopter, and so I was holding my hand up to block the sunlight. And my son is standing there in a Russian gas mask with an AK-47 wearing Adidas track pants. As I was being
the garb
liberated,
of our people.
As I was being liberated for Krasnovia. Yeah. So
I love Russian and Slavic squatting in track pants in general. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite things that exists because it's so freaking true. Okay, but wait a minute. This is very important. Do you eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches?
I've kind of gone low carb, so I hardly ever eat sandwiches.
Okay, but you have.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally. I love peanut butter and jelly.
When you make peanut butter and jelly, do you put the peanut butter on one side and then jelly on the other, or do you put the peanut butter on the sandwich and then put the jelly on the peanut butter?
I do peanut butter on one side, jelly on the other.
It's because the jelly needs to plant roots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to go
crystallize.
It's got to get down in those bread pores.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If you got peanut butter on both sides, then your jelly can't soak into the bread. That's just logic.
There are weirdos out there who say you should put like a glob of peanut butter and like hollow out part of the middle and put jelly in the middle of the peanut butter and then squish them down like some sort of godless heathen.
These people eat a banana from the middle because they're worried about people saying something negative.
I think so. I think that's it. Here, I've got a challenge for you. The next time you have a cheat day, because I know low carb people have to have a cheat day, right?
Oh, I cheat every day. I'm a writer.
Yeah. Okay, so tomorrow I want you to make this sandwich because I think I will make you a happy person.
Okay.
Through food. I'm a bit of a culinary artist, okay?
All right.
And I invented this many years ago, probably 30 years ago. You take 3 slices of bread. And a good like soft white bread is what I prefer, but whatever your sandwich preference is for peanut butter and jelly. Me, it's a soft white bread. And on one slice, you put the peanut butter. You can use creamy or crunchy, it doesn't matter. And then on the next slice, you put butter. Not like Country Crock or some other bullshit, butter. You put butter on there, and then that's a sandwich. Except you then go on the back of that other piece of that buttered bread and you put more butter on it. All right. And then you take your third slice and you put jelly on it. And I prefer grape personally because I'm very much in favor of diabetes. But grape jelly, you can use an apple jelly. Apple jelly is very good. Strawberry works. And then you put that together. So you have a triple decker. And do not toast this. If you toast this, I'll come to your house and kill you myself. But because you need that soft sandwich. Peanut butter, butter, and jelly. Please try it and let me know.
I will do that.
Let me know. And if you go to the hospital after eating one, it's Michael Rothman's fault.
Oh yeah. Honestly, it's always Michael Rothman's fault.
Yeah, and it's okay. The chat is
look
very.
At me. Look.
Oh, the lag spikes are getting longer. Elon Musk, why? Why do you forsake me, Elon?
He's too busy fighting Putin.
The man needs to get focused on what's important. Starlink.
Mars. Go to Mars. I'm a sci-fi writer. I'm just rooting for Mars, man.
Oh, me. Yeah, I can't wait.
That's going to be awesome.
I want to be able to, in my lifetime, for me, not like the owner of Virgin Records or whatever, not like Rupert Murdoch, me fly to space. Like that's what I'm going for. Like by the time I'm 80, it'll be affordable consumer class. I can fly to space and enjoy my life a little bit that way. That's what I want. I want to go up and vomit. That's all I want to do. But no, try the sandwich. My chat is very intent that I let you know that it's salted butter. So normal butter, because you can buy unsalted butter, which is great for some recipes, but this is just normal salted butter, the type you'd buy typically.
I'm a Kerrygold guy, so
Kerrygold Irish butter. Your sandwich is going to be so good.
Oh yeah.
I'm actually jealous because I'm out of bread right now. I have none in my house. And I'm like, oh man, Larry's gonna have a Kerrygold sandwich. Oh my goodness! Wait, kind of peanut? What's your go-to peanut butter brand?
I don't know. Actually, whatever my wife buys, I don't know. It's whatever, because you go through tons of peanut butter because I got 4 kids.
Yeah.
They're horrible. They're expensive. So they
Oh, I
eat lots of peanut
know.
butter. Well, you
We-
got 4 or 5 kids, right?
5. Yeah, 5.
Yeah, you understand. They're horrible. They eat
Yeah.
everything.
So I had to hire a nanny because our kids, so we homeschool our kids, but because we homeschool them, they have activities away from the home all throughout the day. And it's a nightmare since they're not at school all day, their activities are not all at 6. It's like, oh, it's at noon or 1 or 3 or whatever. So it's fucking awful. So I had to actually hire someone to drive them around. Well, while she's out driving the kids around, she has to wait for them to get done because their things are always like, oh, it's 1 hour. And you can't, like, if you came home, you'd have to leave immediately and go right back. So she goes and does a bunch of the shopping, right? So she'll make grocery lists and buy a bunch of groceries while she's waiting for the kids. My kids have never eaten so much Kraft Deluxe mac and cheese. Like, I didn't even know this much mac and cheese exists, but that's probably a fifth of my income goes to Kraft Deluxe mac and cheese. Those little individual cups of it, right? Because they make those now where you pull them out, you put in the water up to the fill line, you microwave it for 3.5 minutes exactly, and then you stir in the cheese sauce, not the powder. The powder's for the basic pours. The
Powder's
deluxe
for the pours.
is premium. Yeah. Oh my God.
Now my wife is a really super good cook, so yeah, she makes like fancy mac. It's awesome.
Oh, I love. I'm the cook of our family. Like I cook. Like I love to cook. It's one of my hobbies. It brings me peace and joy and serenity, and so I cook all the time. Except for recently because I got parsomy. Not so my smell is not gone. It's just everything I like smells like trash, and tastes like trash. Consequently, chicken, pork, beef, everything tastes like garbage.
Does that wear off or?
It's supposed to eventually. I don't know.
Jeez.
It's been 2 months now.
Oh,
and
sucks.
Yeah, it's so I haven't been cooking as much because of it. So I've been buying a lot of pizza for everybody else to eat, and I just eat my own tears. But no,
they're healthy.
but I love to sit and cook. But these damn kids, it's like you make this great meal, and they're like, well, but I kind of just want mac and cheese. My one daughter eats like the Lipton chicken noodle soup. And I'm like, like you can't even get Campbell's. It's Lipton. This is where we are. Oh God, I hate it. Scarlock says HR 6869 proposes to authorize the president to issue letters of marque to seize certain Russian assets, yachts. I'd love to see a segment at some point in the future detailing how to become an American pirate / privateer. We did privateering not too long ago with the Somali pirates, I believe. I believe there's a little privateering going on for some vigilante Somali pirate justice. That's good stuff. Rob Price says, Nick, check your Twitter DMs. I sent you something regarding Trudeau. You will laugh, I promise. Rob Price, I saw your earlier Twitter DM. I don't know if it's the same one, but I literally hate you. Bob Piffle says, it is desert island time. Larry, favorite album, beverage, movie, food. On the island, you have one choice. Pick well. Get. God bless. Okay, so your first is your music album of choice.
Oh, man. Wish you hadn't asked me this at 1:00 in the morning.
Oh, this show, we're not even close to done. Sorry.
Well, we're going to need to take a bathroom break if that's the case.
Anytime. Take a break.
Okay, favorite album. All right, my favorite band to see live is Disturbed, but as far as seeing, I've seen them live like 6 times now.
Okay, yeah, I've only seen them live once.
Picking an album though would be really hard, but I'm an eclectic music guy. That's hard. So I suck.
Okay, let's skip the album. Beverage.
Coke Zero.
Okay, movie. You only watch one movie for the rest of history. What are you watching?
Oh my gosh. They need to hurry up and make a Monster Hunter movie. Uh, no, oh man, that's a hard one. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that either. I suck. Man,
it's a
this
tough
guy,
one for me, but I pick American Beauty.
Really?
I could watch him. I don't know why. Look, I know I'm gay and retarded. It doesn't matter. I could watch American Beauty over and over. Every time I watch it, I see something new. I think it's a brilliantly crafted film, and I'm thoroughly entertained by it. I could watch American Beauty over and
Okay,
over.
if I had to pick one movie, then, but I would actually pick, but it's not going to be for the reasons you think. It'd be Die Hard.
Okay, yeah.
But the reason is because it's become a family tradition that my family loves Die Hard. Me and my kids have watched the movie Die Hard together 100 times.
Yeah.
So
that would remind you of them.
Yeah. So for me, I have a special place in my heart, not just because it's a badass movie.
Yeah. Well,
but I have a special place in my heart for the movie Die Hard, and I've memorized it.
Yeah, well, some of us are like, well, if I'm on an abandoned island, I don't want to remember my family. So I'm going to watch American Beauty over and over.
One food?
Yeah, your food option.
Man. Probably go with that Portuguese sausage.
Portuguese sausage is good.
Linguiça is amazing. Plus, it's so high in calorie that I'd be great on this island forever.
I know. It's good. Skeetney says, Nick, can we ban Soul for making hot dogs / corn dogs for two things? One being that they have a variety of sugar-coated hot dogs, and two, for when you order half mozzarella and half sausage, it's literally 1/2 cheese and 1/2 sausage. Yeah, we should ban Seoul, Korea. I agree. Scrix says, they killed Fritz, those lousy, stinking fairies. Is that from your book?
No.
Oh.
Not that I could think of.
Wait, Scrix. Oh, that's from Wizards, I think.
Oh my gosh.
It's been so long. So long since I've seen Wizards.
We were like, what? I was like 10 years old when that came out.
No, you were younger than that. Because I'm 81. I'm 81. So you're what? You're 75. 75? Yeah.
So I was probably like 5 when that came out.
No, you were 2.
Oh, so 77. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I watched it on VHS when I was a kid. So
that's where I always watched it. It was always VHS. DJD's show says cable management stream when. Say it in a Kermit voice. Kermit the Cable Monster book when. Look, DJD, cable management is cute for you peasants out there with your regular PCs that you use for regular stuff. I am a professional streamer, okay? And I have to unplug shit all the time. All the time. If you zip tied my cables, I would zip tie my neck to the ceiling. Like Epstein didn't do. I can't. It's just not going to happen. Okay, we're really close to the catching up here. Believe it or not, we've been catching up this whole time. Secret Squamp, and I want to talk about escapism. I'll let you go to the bathroom though when you need to.
Actually, I'm going to do that because we've been talking for longer than a Batman movie.
3 hours and 20 minutes. I know. Sorry. It's not felt that long, if that makes you feel better.
Well,
for
to
me.
be fair though, I came ready, and so I've drank both of these.
What are you drinking?
Coke Zero. That's how I'm still awake. I'm a writer. That's what we do is we just drink caffeine. Well, one of them is water. So to be fair. All right. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I'll see you then. Okay. Chat. This is the time. This is the time. We're going to pull this up. Let me see. Talk about this real quick because this is an important thing that's going on in the chat. I want to get this out there. Okay, I'm going to ask for your help on something, chat. I do not do this often. I only do it when it's important. Okay, here we go. Uncivil law. My YouTube channel has been deleted by YouTube for repeated rule violations as a result of my channel being hacked. Uncivil law didn't do nothing. He did nothing wrong. This man is just a guy who wants to talk about law to other lawtisms on the internet. That's all. Like that is Kurt, man. He's cool. He's a nice guy, and he just wants to share a lifetime of education and experience with people who want to hear it. That's it. But his channel was hacked earlier by a gay fucking crypto miner who privated all of Kurt's videos, changed the name of his channel, and ran a live stream shilling Ethereum. Which, if you're shilling Ethereum, you should probably have your fingers cut off and shoved right up your ass anyway. Fuck you. But this person hacked Kurt's channel, changed the name of it, changed the thing. He lost like 8,000 subscribers before his channel was deleted because people were like, "Who the fuck is this?" And this is a pervasive and disgusting problem on YouTube. But as punishment for being hacked, Kurt was actually banned, which he didn't do anything to deserve the ban. The bans on the channel were entirely around the shilling of Ethereum, which is done by the hacker, not by him, because YouTube hates crypto. Can you guys, the few of you who have ever Rob says, I've made thousands on Ethereum. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, Rob. Fuck you. No. Can the few of you who actually have Twitter please not just retweet this, to quote tweet it, tag Team YouTube, and say, please restore Uncivil Law's channel. I will tell you what I have done so far. I'm about to quote tweet. I'm about to do what I asked you to do. I don't like asking people for a call to action, but this is for a good dude. I mean, Kurt's his own guy, but this is a good dude. He's a friend of mine, and he didn't deserve this shit. He didn't do anything wrong at all. And this isn't even about politics or anything. This is about literally just theft that happened to him. So I'll ask you to quote tweet it, tag, say, hey, at Team YouTube, please restore Uncivil Law's channel. That's it. That's all I need. If you want to like it or whatever, that's cool. Here, I'll give the template right here. Quote tweet, hey, at Team YouTube. Oh my God, if I could type. YouTube. This is bogus. Uncivil. Wait, let me tag him. At Uncivil. Seriously cannot type. Uncivil Law got hacked and is being punished. Please. Punched. Oh my God, that's from your Indian movie. Please restore his channel immediately. All right. Please tag Team YouTube. Please spam them. Spam the living shit out of the Team YouTube app. That's why it's important is to act. That's why I'm saying, please quote tweet it. Please spam their ats and their mentions so that they see it. And it goes right back to what happened to Kurt here. I'll tell you what I've done behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, I've emailed my person, but my person is out till Wednesday. And I've emailed the backup person. So hopefully I get a response from the backup person tomorrow to please expedite this and fix it. He appealed his ban and was denied. Believe it or not, they denied his appeal immediately. He didn't do this. Someone else hacked his channel and changed literally everything. Is only damaging to him. They're like, well, we're going to deny your appeal because you're a piece of shit. No, this is how YouTube operates. And the only way to fix it is by Twitter. I would not ask you guys to do this if it wasn't proven effective 100% of the time. All of the bans I've ever heard of being reversed, by the way, are reversed because of Twitter, not because of YouTube appeals. So please help out if you still have a Twitter. I know many of you don't, and that's fine. But if you do, use it for something good, because Kurt's a good dude, doesn't deserve this shit. So that being said, Thank you for your help and welcome back, Larry.
I
Secret
feel a lot
Squad.
better.
Secret Squab says, my friend has a Kickstarter going for a game he's been working on, reworking for years now. If you want something different, look up Isaac Humble's Star Children on Kickstarter. You can play the demo on ich.io. So you guys can check that out. Isaac Humble's Star Children. And then we've got Skeet Neat says, I had a discussion with my friend about the importance of escapism via entertainment tonight because we were talking about what jobs I want to do. I always wanted to entertain people with stories by comic books. Start writing them. Start writing them and start a social media presence. I don't care if it's YouTube, TikTok, or whatever. It's a two-factor test now. If we're putting this in legal terms, you have to have a social media presence because you have to have someone to sell your books because no one else is going to. That's what you got to do today. CC1138 says, hey, Nick, don't want to bring down the room, but can I get a toast to my cat, Alphonse? He died Friday after 16 and a half years with me, and I had to watch him go. Please keep up with the show, man, and God bless. CC1138 to Alphonse. To Alphonse, our furry friends and companions are truly magnificent beasts brought to us by a wonderful and loving creator who bring us so much joy, so much companionship, even in the midst of frustration, that we will take every frustrating moment because every fulfilling moment is better. Rest in peace to Alphonse, a long-lasting companion. May his memory carry on and his successor bring you much fulfillment. Cheers, buddy.
Alphonse.
Super Iron Bob says, if you eat the sandwich immediately, one on each side, if in a packed lunch, then PB on both sides, jelly in the middle, stop it. Otherwise, the jelly makes it a soggy mess. Also, grill the PB&J like a grilled cheese. It's amazing. Stop. Disgusting. Super Iron Bob, you better shut your heathen mouth. Don't grill a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And second, look, if you're going to pack a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I've done this a billion times, wrap it up in either a paper towel or foil and then put it in the baggie. It will not be soggy. I don't know what kind of weird system you have going on. Just eat the sandwich within 9 hours and it'll be just fine.
Do you live somewhere very humid?
Yeah, I can't figure it out. Put it in a Ziploc, wrap it, but seriously, wrap it in a paper towel or foil first, and then put it in the Ziploc. That will help you. I promise.
Now, if you want to make a really good grilled cheese, you do mayonnaise on the outside.
Yeah.
That is good.
Mayonnaise makes a good grilled cheese. It really does.
Yeah.
What's your favorite, speaking of mayonnaise, what's your favorite anti-white racial slur?
Anti-white racial.
Like I say that because mayo monkey, for example, is an anti-white racial slur.
I got kicked. One of my Facebook bans was actually for saying poor white trash. You know? Yeah, seriously, white trash got me kicked off.
But that's not even good. That's not even spicy.
No, it's not spicy.
What about like vanilla gorilla?
Okay, vanilla gorilla that's pretty baller.
Cream cricket.
My buddy Mike called me once because he couldn't think of a slur because there's not enough of us to have a proper slur. So he called me a filthy chuero.
Chuero?
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He called me a chuero because he's like, I don't really know what you are, so you're a chuero.
All right.
That's warm beige. Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Aiden Bergen says, can't watch your shows high no more recently. Went back and watched the Eric July stream at work and didn't remember anything from when I was watching it live. Do not watch. Friends do not let friends watch this stream baked. You can't do it. You cannot do it. Look, people have talked to me about weed and stuff and how great it is. I did this show. I challenged the chat to find it. I did this show one time on edibles. I think it was. No, was it edibles or was it oil? I'm not a big, like, I think weed should be legal. I'm not a big fan of it in general, but I was with some friends. We were all together and I got high and did the show. I challenge you to find that show. I felt the worst about that show than I felt about any other show I've ever made. I felt it was so fucking bad. It was so bad. I was sitting there like, why am I online? For 3 hours. Oh. Okay, I want to talk to you about escapism.
Man, I don't do anything. I don't do drugs.
Look,
I don't drink. I'm boring.
I really don't like. I smoked a little weed in college. I smoked a little weed in high school. And when I say little, I mean like some people are like I smoked a little weed. It was like 4 or 5 times a week. No, like I smoked a little weed in high school like one week out of the entire time I was in high school. And then in college, it was like 1 week out of my entire, and my college, by the way, was 5 years of undergrad and then three and a half years of law school. So like when I say it was 1 week out of the entire time there, I'm not a huge fan of weed. I don't like the way it makes me feel.
I don't know, man. If it's 4 or 5 times a week, the only people who would consider that not much would be like Snoop Dogg. I mean, that's a lot.
You don't know enough weed smokers. 4 or 5
I don't.
times.
Apparently, I've missed out.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest proponent. Like, and I every time anybody asks me because of my show, like I'm like, I cannot do a show high. I've tried. It's awful. It's the hardest thing in the world. I never want to do it again. I did up in Canada where it was legal. I was up for a convention, and a friend of mine brought edibles over from the Indian reservation. They were probably not legal, but it's okay. And I ate the edibles that he gave me. And then I'm sitting there, I'm talking to like 5, 6 people who were there to see me at the convention. And in the middle of our discussion, I forgot why I existed and why I was there. And like, it hit me at once. I was like, oh man, I don't know what any of these people are saying or why. And I had to try and, while high, piece together the conversation that had been happening for 10 minutes. Immediately, it was awful. And then with edibles, it doesn't go away for like 4 hours. You're like this minimum. God, I personally don't like weed because of that aspect of it. But yeah, anyway, sorry.
I should try it. Just write one book. Just write one book stone and see how it turns out.
No, do something better. Do like mushrooms or cocaine or something. Like really, like if you're going to go for it hard.
It worked for Stephen King. I mean, really, yeah, that was when his books were really good.
I thought he was just sniffing children.
No, I don't know about that. Right? He did a lot of coke. In fact, one time it pissed me off. I was on this panel, and some wannabe writer was reading for his like on writing how to be a writer book, and there was this part where Stephen King starts giving family advice, and he's like, I had my desk in the middle of the room and I didn't have a good relationship with my kids. So I moved the desk to the side and then my kids could play. And then I had a good relationship with my kids. And I stopped the panel and I go, like, he's a more successful writer than I am, but I'll be damned if I take fucking parenting advice from Stephen fucking King. That man did so much cocaine during his children's formative years. I feel pretty good as a dad.
Yeah, never take parenting advice from Stephen King. Ever.
I'll take writing advice. I'll take writing advice from the guy.
Yeah.
No. My kids have turned out okay.
Oh, wait. If he couches his parenting advice in writing a compelling parent, that's where you take that, right? Like, that'd be good. I think he'd write a compelling parent, but don't take. What do you think of Orson Scott Card? I need to know.
I like his work. I've met him once. I've only met him one time in person. He seems like a nice guy.
I mostly mean his work.
His work. Some stuff he doesn't really do it for me. I think he's actually a better short fiction writer. I think his short stuff's actually better than his long stuff. But I really do love Ender's Game.
Did you read Empire?
No. I have not read Empire.
I've not read the second Empire book, but Empire. So I loved Ender's Game. Look, I loved Ender's Game, but I liked the Bean, Ender Shadow, and the Shadow series more than the Ender series, because the Shadow series, like near future fiction, political war thriller, and it was great. Empire is that only. It's just that. And what I won't spoil it, but what he does with the main character in Empire, like halfway through the book, you're like, come on now. And it's perfect. It's excellently done. It's not a very long book. I would strongly recommend, if you like his short fiction, I think Empire is a good one, because it's like 250 pages, which
Yeah,
is
I'll
a
have to
little
check it out.
longer, but it's solid, and it's great, like action packed, guns and freedom and justice, and it's about a modern American Civil War. That's Empire, and how it comes to be, and how they have to stop it, and it's fantastic.
Yeah, I'll have to check. I actually really respect the guy because he was one of the first of us that really got the whole cancel mob big time.
Which is crazy, because he's kind of a leftist, except
Yeah.
he's also Mormon.
Yeah, he's a Democrat, and but he diverged from orthodoxy on one topic, gay marriage. Like, what was this, like 15 years ago? And
Yeah.
man, they went after him hard. Big time.
Okay, one other thing one other author I have to ask you about, and this is going to be my last one that I ask you about author wise. Have you ever read Dan Simmons' Ilium and Olympus?
I love Dan Simmons. I think Ilium and Olympus are awesome because I love Hyperion too. The Hyperion cantos.
I haven't read them. I have them all. I haven't read them yet.
They're good. They're really good. I think Dan Simmons is one of the best writers alive.
I agree. Like, when I read, I've read Ilium and Olympus 3 times now, and every time I'm like, this might be the best story I've ever read. Like, every time I read them, I'm like, how does this story even come together? It's so crazy.
The weirdest thing, because I've actually talked about this on the Writer Dojo. Because Dan Simmons is the ultimate master at taking all these weird story elements and making them work together. So, okay, for those of you guys in the chat who have not read Olympus and Ilium, it's basically it's the Trojan War on Mars in the future. Earth is inhabited by space Jews and dinosaurs and Muslim robots, and then the other stars of the book are the robots from beyond Jupiter, who quote Proust and Shakespeare, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
Did I miss any weird element? Oh, and Caliban from Shakespeare is there on a space station.
From the Tempest.
Yeah.
Yeah. From the Tempest, Caliban is very much there. And so is every other character from the Tempest.
It's the weirdest damn thing.
And they're all wildly important. Oh, and also all the space Jew humans can't read. They're post-literate. But they have some function. They have a PDF, or not a PDF, a PDA built into their forearm that reads shit for them and helps them teleport to have sex orgies. It's the fucking wildest book that exists.
And the funny thing is, I just imagine being Dan Simmons' publisher, and Dan Simmons goes to the publisher and says, "I want to write a book, and it's got this and this and this and this," and he and the publisher's probably, "Great, here's a check full of money. You're Dan Simmons. Fuck it, it's gonna be awesome. Go for it." Now he's honestly, and the Terror. Have you read The Terror?
No, my dad read it and said it was great.
It's phenomenal. He takes just basically a ship stuck in the snow for like 500 pages and makes it the most fascinating thing you've ever read. The guy's brilliant. He's fucking brilliant. He makes me look like a hack.
Well, he or his interns are brilliant. One of the two. I'm not quite sure. He incorporates a series of Russian short stories called The Wandering Jew into the book. And like, most people have no idea that this thing existed, but I start like just checking references, because everything in Ilium and Olympus is a reference. Literally every piece of the book is a reference to some other piece of literature. And I found The Wandering Jew and I started reading it. I'm like, this level of writing of The Wandering Jew is so far above the most of what you'll ever read, and I've never even heard of it. And it just goes to show, like, Russian literature back in the late 1800s and early 1900s was so damn crisp. It was so well written, and it's wild to think of like who's getting published today. It's like, this is embarrassing.
Yeah,
but,
we've definitely gone to hell in a handbasket.
Yeah. Okay,
Dan
so
Simmons, massive props to that guy. He's amazing.
I unironically love those books. When people ask me for like book recommendations, I recommend two things. I recommend Ilium and Olympus by Dan Simmons, and then I recommend the 3 Troy books by David Gemmell. He died during the last one, but it was Lord of the Silver Bow, Shield of Thunder, and Fall of Kings were the 3. And it was a modern retelling of the Trojan War, like without the propaganda of Homer is how it's kind of billed. And it's so fucking good. I can't
Gemmell's
even express.
I got
Yeah.
nominated for the Gemmell Award for Best Fantasy in Britain one time for Son of the Black Sword.
Damn.
And I lost to Joe Abercrombie.
Well, I think Joe should be killed because of women.
No, he's talented. To be fair, he's a talented dude. So
with talent or no talent, he's got to go if he beats you out on the award.
Awards mostly are crap. Honestly, they're for bragging rights, and that's about it. They don't actually translate into sales or anything. But no, Abercrombie, he's good. He's dark. Oh man, his stuff is dark. It's kind of depressing, actually. But
Daniel Erler says all these books sound like trash. Trust me. If you like sci-fi and fantasy fiction, these are some of the they're honestly at the tip top of the genre. I don't know how else to say it. They're really phenomenal. Tone Wolf Audio.
My pitch made it sound crazy. It was better than my pitch.
The way I always do this is here's how I pitch. Here's how I pitch Ilium and Olympus. I said, a 19th century scholar on the Ilium is resurrected 3,000 years in the future by the Greek gods to watch the Trojan War and make sure it happens right. And that's just the first chapter. Oh, and then he fucks Helen. Because why wouldn't you? No, they're so good. Okay, I need to ask you about escapism. This will be the last major topic, and then we'll wrap up. But I need to ask you about escapism and the importance of escapism from day to day. Because you're like, I'm an escapism drug dealer, man. Here you go. I got a little bit. You even gave your first dose of escapism for free. You literally are the drug dealer.
Yep, first taste is free. Second one will cost you.
So tell me about escapism. What is it? Why does it matter?
Honestly, it's mankind has always needed stories. We've always needed storytelling. And it's funny because the darker your reality, then the funner the stories tend to be. And the softer your reality, the darker the stories tend to be. It's human basic nature that we desire these stories. And there's certain things that just improve your life as a reader. Things about heroism, lessons, stuff, family, honor, dignity, courage, commitment, freedom, all these wonderful things. And the human brain learns through story. We process everything through the form of narrative. Like memory is story. We don't record perfect video. We record it and then we translate it into a narrative. And so what guys like me do, we tap into that. We tap into that joy, and we give you guys stories, and you guys give us money. But you read these stories, and it's a chance to escape from your life. And not just escape. And that, I think, actually kind of has some negative connotations because, we're tough guys, and we deal with reality, and we face facts. And that's true. But you still need a break. And stories are a chance to get out there and also get other experiences, other outlooks, and mostly to have fun. And honestly, TV and video games kind of perform the same basic fundamental function, though reading engages your brain in a different way, but it's actually vital.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if people do it less and less, we get dumber and dumber. Reading actually helps kind of recharge the neurons there and helps you kind of refocus and actually helps quite a bit. I think there'd be a lot fewer depressed people if they read more.
I agree. I'm significantly more retarded since I started streaming more and reading less.
It's true.
I 100%. I'm not without a hint of irony. I believe that 100%.
No, I absolutely agree. In fact, I read less now that I'm a writer because my brain goes into editing mode.
Yeah.
And so I don't do that escape. And so instead I wind up surfing my phone and doom scrolling and reading stupid shit, from dumb people in little bite-sized chunks instead of an actual proper, story, proper narrative. So honestly, okay, all you guys in the chat, hundreds of thousands of you, read more books. Seriously. They don't have to be mine. It'd be great if there was mine. But honestly, read books. Take a break. Pick a book. Honestly, it's one reason I hate high school. I hate high school English. I have a blood vendetta sworn against English teachers just because they make kids hate reading. They get the Great Gatsby and read it for 3 months,
Dude, we had to read what fucking shit did we have to read? We had to read To Kill a Mockingbird,
Yeah.
Scarlet Letter. I don't know if we did Gatsby or not. We did this one with a character named Lula, and my teacher kept pronouncing it Lulu, and it's like Lula. It's an A, you geriatric pile of garbage. I can't remember what it was. God, it's so horrible. I hated reading until I got to college and I started just reading for myself. Actually, no, I'm lying. It was my senior year of high school. I'm going to give credit. There was an elective, a literature elective I took my senior year of high school, and we read Salem's Lot.
Mm-hmm.
We read The Hobbit. We read, I literally don't remember what other books we read. We read Salem's Lot and The Hobbit.
Fun.
Yes. We read good books.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's going to be, and I know I can guarantee there will be stuff in the chat already. I'm not even reading it, but I can guarantee there'll be stuff about how, I don't like to read. The vast majority of people who don't like to read is just because they've never read anything that's up their alley. They've never read anything that's their thing.
That's exactly how I was.
Yeah, you read the crap they shove at you at high school, and then you analyze it looking for feminist Marxist deconstructionism or whatever the fuck the latest hot thing is. And it's books that are classics because a professor declared they were 100 years ago. That's crap. Pick something, go on Amazon, type in words, that sound interesting to you. Go look at genres. Pick something that looks fun. Pick something that looks just like cool. I mean, I like exploding spaceships. I like gritty cop shows. I like monsters and guns and explosions and heroism.
I read the first Gundam book because I wanted to trace as a kid, I wanted to trace the picture of the Gundam robot. And then that was is Del Rey Publishing or whatever. And they had a cool Gundam on the front cover, and I wanted to trace that. And then years later, I actually read the book, and it was fun. It was a good little story that they had going on in the first. It was just the first Gundam book. So I know when I say good little story, I'm not minimizing Gundam, which is a broad overarching storyline. It's just, that's all I got was this first bit of it. And it was cool. I liked it. I wanted to read a whole bunch more. And it put me into fantasy and sci-fi as genres that I liked. That was part of that. So yeah, pick something, pick a book by its cover too. Like go to the store and pick up a book by its cover and read it, because you might actually really, really enjoy it. That's why. Have you ever heard of the best-selling author George Azunian? Are you there, Larry?
Yeah, you froze up for a second. You asked me if I heard of the best, and I missed the author name.
The best-selling author George Azunian.
No, that's not ringing any bells.
Really? He's one of the most prolific best-selling authors ever to exist. George Azunian. He's an Armenian man.
No,
I'm never
falling down on the job here.
I cannot believe this. I
don't.
Has not heard of George Azunian. Tone Wolf Audio says. Tone Wolf Audio says Orson Scott Card's brother Arlen was my teacher of tort law in college. He was a fucking awesome guy. There you go.
Lawyer connection.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, George Azunian is a writer. I don't know if you've ever heard of one of those. He's very, very important.
I'm going to look him up on Amazon tomorrow now because I feel ignorant.
Do it at your own risk. No, I'm not going to lie. His New York Times best-selling book was actually phenomenal. It's great. His other books, not so much, but that one was good. That one New York Times bestseller was actually really good. Okay. Anyway, okay. So why is escapism important though? Like you mentioned that it lets us detach a little bit, but why does that matter to you? Like, why do you, cause you like, again, you deal in escapism. So why did you choose this drug to deal to people?
I think some of us are just compulsive storytellers, and it's going to manifest in different ways. There's always been somebody who's been the storyteller. Every village has got the guy around the fire. Okay, that's going to be doing this stuff. I mean, you do the stream. You do the streaming. You found your niche. That people like to listen to you talk about stuff. It's a totally natural thing, and for me, it's the written word. I love telling stories. Always have. When I was a little kid, I used to make shit up. I used to have like these little notebooks. I would tell a story and I would illustrate them, and they were bad. My mom has saved them, and now that I'm famous, I could probably sell them on eBay. She could probably make a lot of money.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's like Larry Correia's first novel.
Yeah, that'd be great.
From 5th grade. Yeah, that's her
Make
retirement.
An NFT.
Yeah, we can do an NFT. Oh wait, we better not talk about that. We'll get demonetized.
That's right. Don't do NFTs. Okay, but
it's important though. Honestly, it's important. It's important for your psyche. It's important for the more you lose track of that, I think it's honestly damaging. I think it's, as we've seen people do this less and less, or limit themselves more and more to what they ingest.
Yeah.
I think it's made our society sadder. People are so kind of provincial on what they're allowed. And it's also this thing now where it's like, I'm only going to read approved authors. I'm only going to read authors who believe what I believe, who are going to reinforce what I'm into. And that's just shallow. It's lame.
Yeah.
You need to, honestly, I think it's good for people to do this. And I think people have a deep-seated need for story. And you're either going to fill it somehow. You're going to fill it either through books or TV or movies or video games, whatever. The problem is a lot of the stuff you get from the movies kind of crap. I mean, it's like the shallow version. It's the bad peanut butter and jelly. It's not the good peanut butter and jelly.
Exactly.
No, I say it's escapism vital. And I think you've seen it even at the crappiest times in history where life has really sucked for mankind. People still valued this stuff. They needed it,
I think they valued it even more.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, you look at works from like some truly shitty times in human history, or works that came out of some truly shitty times in human history. Yeah, you think it's like you put that silly stuff aside while life sucks. Nah, that's when you need it the most. No, so escapism is absolutely vital.
Okay.
I mean, totally.
One more question about that. Should we, as communities, as fans, right? Should we gatekeep our hobbies, our escapism? Should we keep out bad, quote unquote, bad elements? How does that work?
My problem with that is who's defining bad. That's
Me.
the biggest.
I'm defining bad.
Okay,
I'm saying, let's say hypothetically.
Oh no, you personally, you're gonna it's just like you're gonna decide what food you want to eat.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, personal level, absolutely. Because there's some stuff out there that I'm never gonna read just because I think it sounds awful. It sounds just nasty or terrible or just not something I want in my brain. And so I'm going to skip that stuff, and that's my personal choice. Now, when I say gatekeep, when a lot of people say gatekeeper, they tend to think of like publishing gatekeepers.
No, I don't mean publishing.
Yeah, I mean those guys.
I mean, so you're a mini painter, right?
Yeah.
So you go to your Warhammer table, and someone comes up. I know you don't play Warhammer, but hypothetically you do.
Yeah.
Someone comes up to their Warhammer table and like, I have my all-female Space Marine chapter. Do you immediately tell that person to not only leave, but to also fall off the nearest fucking cliff? Because I do. I'm like, go.
I get that. Now that I understand, because that's like you got your fandom that exists and it's its thing, and then somebody comes in and they want to force it to change to whatever their weird personal bullshit is. Nah, they don't own that. I mean, but you don't own it either, but you don't have to put up with that. You don't have to have people come in and say, no, I'm going to redo this, and now everybody is exactly like me. And
Like, would you play a game of D&D, right? Like, you're going to play game of D&D, and Anita Sarkeesian walks in the room and says,
kill me
hello,
now.
Larry. No, I'm going to play, and my character is a disabled by POC woman. Well, not woman, identifies as a she, her, actually has a giant donger that drags behind the wheelchair. But identifies as a her, she, her. And she's also wizard / Jedi. And by the way, I need you to accommodate my Jedi subclass into your D&D game. What do you say to Anita Sarkeesian, who shows up at your table, your day zero for the campaign, and says that?
Oh shit, Tiamat's here. Roll initiative.
Okay.
This is gonna be one fucking short campaign. No, you know
Yeah.
what? Actually, I've been a GM for like 20 years. You know, I'm always the GM, or most of the time in my group, either me or Steve Diamond. And the fucking special snowflakes in a role-playing game where they just want to derail everything and make it about whatever their personal bullshit is. Here's the thing: going back to escapism, gaming is a great example. All the guys around that table, all the women around that table, everybody just wanted to have fun, and they're there to play a role-playing game to escape real life. So check your fucking baggage at the door, okay, Anita? We don't need to like just fucking go into Gen Con and go everywhere and just fucking. Sorry, this is a personal thing. I get a little fired.
No,
up
do
about
it.
this.
Do it. Yeah.
Don't fucking come into my hobby with your bullshit. I don't care. I have to listen to this bullshit all day on the internet. People are cramming it. Every time I turn on the TV, it's whatever the cause of the day is, du jour. And now in my escapism, we're going to cram this shit in too. I want to play a game. We're going to play Space Cowboys. And you're going to come in like, no, the game is not about whatever your personal bullshit is. You know?
Thank you.
If you and the group want to have like some in-depth role playing of like whatever weird shit it is, that's great. That's between you and the group. But don't
go to a different table.
Yeah, don't force that on people who aren't into your crap. That's my tirade there.
Did you see there was some like not Critical Role, but some Critical Role knockoff where the robot character got like its brain like its AI realigned by another character's, like it had to use a tool and touch it or whatever. And they were like, it assaulted the other character, and the person stepped down from their role. Cause like they made like some like a mild, and when I mean mild, I mean like really mild, not mild for me, really mild joke about like how this is kind of sort of halfway almost akin to sexual assault because a robot was being reprogrammed against their will or something. And the fucking people lost their minds. This person had to step down. I'm considering counseling. The counseling, Larry, they made a joke during a D&D session. They're like, I'm considering counseling for my actions. It was the most embarrassing shit I've seen in my entire life.
That's just pathetic. And it's just like people like that suck all the fun out of the universe. They will not be happy until they have destroyed everything.
That's right. It was a robogasm. So they had to get reprogrammed, and the DM's like when he touches the prongs to your little, like the back of your head panel, like a sensual sensation runs over your robot body, almost like a shuddering orgasm or whatever. It was cringy as shit, right? Like,
man,
but it was just cringy.
These people give gamers a bad rep.
Oh,
God. For all the non-gamers in the chat, they're like, man, you guys sound like fucking weirdos.
But the best part was everybody at that table laughed, and then one woman complained about it. And then everybody at the table changed their mind, and that guy was canceled a day later. And by the way, this guy is not friendly to the cause, so to speak. This guy and I would not get along. This is this is pronouns in the bio, full on crazy person. And that person should not have been canceled because they're Their little thing was the mildest shit I've seen in my entire life.
That's just stupid. I have a great game night. I have a great crew of gamers. Most of us are novelists, and we have had some fucking awesome fun. We have talked about some horrible things together, but we have we're a bunch of dudes. We have a good relationship. We all known each other for years.
I always cast Magic Hand in the tavern. I always do. And that Magic Hand goes and grabs a barmaid's ass and gets one of my teammates slapped every time. Without fail, I will grab that ass all day long with the Magic Hand.
I'm offended. I'm going to counseling. No, I mean, the thing is, if you have a good crew of guys, I've had moments where it's like I have straight up stolen scenes to put into novels because of how good they were. Like how much we got fucking like straight up pathos, in a role playing game. We've had moments that were like so beautiful. It's like, man, that could have been in a fucking samurai movie. That was some Akira Kurosawa just went down, And I've stolen this stuff for books. It's that good. But if you got to have a good crew of people who are all on the same, that's the thing. You got to have a group of people who are on the same page. But if you have one asshole who comes in and just destroys everything because of their personal mental problems and hangups, I boot them. Just sometimes you just got to like kick them the hell out. And the whole apologizing thing, that guy should not have apologized for that.
No, he should not have. And never stop apologizing for anything. Unless you intended to offend.
But anybody,
you
are just a big. I'll say if you got your pronouns in your bio, you're just a big fat target.
Yeah.
They know they can manipulate you.
Right. Okay. Audra Brown says, "Long live the Lord of Hate. Lots of lead. Yours unruly. Salutations from the world champion of destruction. FYI, I've got 3 guns and 4 books. If anyone's looking for a new second favorite author, see facebook.com/tough target." There's from Audra Brown. So there you go. Guns and books. Check them out. Radioactive Llama Pajamas. Either of you ever read the Japanese mystery novel about the brown stain on the wall? It was written by author Who Flung Poo. I hate. Come on. Come on now. We're trying to have a serious discussion over here about how much I hate Anita Sarkeesian or bullshit. Yeah, no.
She is insufferable.
I think it's important. It's so important to have escapism be escape because that's our time to get away from the world and like to fuel the leftism, right? Like to go into wokeness. If you don't have escapism, you will never get the racist away from racism. Like if we want to go woke on this, right? Because if you have like a history that has built up of hatred or prejudice, the way to undo that is X-Men. The way to undo that is some story that allows them to get away from their current conception of the current world and look at the issue of racism subtly through some other lens. Like, oh, it's an alien race that is really like not bad, but comes down and we treat them poorly for no, like Alien Nation was literally this show, right? Like that was the whole point, is to take this and to show how racism played out against a group of humanoid aliens that weren't actually that much different from the rest of us, but there was prejudice because they looked like fucking weirdos. And there should be prejudice, but other people were cured maybe of their racism through alien. I was not. I'm more racist because of it. But that's the idea, is to take these hard concepts that we deal with in real life and to strip away all the extra shit that we're dealing with and just it allows us to almost distill the concept into one cogent thing that we get to. And that's what the work ends up. Maybe that's not what the work is about, but that's what the work becomes about for that person, for whatever reason. Something catches them in it and they get to look at the world in a different way. And that small seed contributes to a change in that person. And that's why I think escapism is so fucking important. And these people who want to make all of our escapes into, well, just a simulacrum of real life, make me want to burn the world to the ground.
Absolutely.
That's all I've got to say about that.
No,
I'm
with you.
One other thing, you mentioned samurai movies. Have you seen perhaps the greatest samurai movie ever made by Takashi Miike?
13 Assassins?
Yes.
That is a fucking awesome movie.
It's so damn good.
That is so damn good. It's like, my hands are shaking. No, it's because I'm excited. I have a chance to die with honor.
Yeah.
I thought I was retired. Man,
that movie's so fucking great.
Good. Greatest movies I've ever seen. Absolutely.
I saw it in theaters and I was like, what is this? This is so good. And then the other day, I didn't see it again. Then the other day I watched it on Twitch with the chat and I'm like, this movie is so fucking good. Like, it is unrealistically good.
It's amazing. It's if you guys haven't seen 13 Assassins, go watch it. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. As soon as you said Takashi Miike, I was like, yeah, because that dude is all over the board too. That guy is like weird ass comedies, gross horror movies.
Ichi the Killer exists.
Oh yeah. So he like what the vampire Yakuza movie. I mean, the guy is all over the board with weird shit, and then he does that.
All right, you know what time it is. Right?
Oh, is it that time?
It is unbreaded time.
Oh boy. You got your random.
It's really late. We need to do the unbreaded. And then I need to read the rest of the chats. And I will allow you permission to leave at any point, but I will also read the rest of the chats. So here we go. This is the random number generator. It is picking our page. 275. Okay. And you know how we do this. We do the PDF page number, not the page number that's actually on the document.
Yeah, and I have to make sure no slurs.
Do you want to read this or should I read it? Or do we want to do part half and half, or how do you want to do it?
I want to take a shot at it because this is my chance to see if I could teach creative writing at UCLA. So I really want to see if I could step up.
Okay.
I've got what it takes to be a real academic.
Well, this is like I'm just previewing it. This is a perfect page for you.
Oh boy.
An absolutely perfect page. Hold on. I'm going to try and get it. I'm try and get it to the maximum size so I can, let's see, Oh, maximum size. So it's maximum readability for you.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, here we go. Here's the screen. And
myself.
All right. Can you read this? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, you know the substitute words, right? Binger, bike, and blink. Yeah, you're gonna need Binger on this one.
I'm gonna need a lot of Bingers.
You're gonna need at least a couple. You're gonna go to the Binger Bank on this one. Go. Oh wait! I screwed up. Unbreaded. This is our daily unbreaded today with Larry Correia.
I too own a thesaurus. Look, he just added the word because in front of a perfectly good sentence. I can't wait till he adds an extra modus Krakens or modus Tolkiens so that I can tell him to shut the fuck up, just like his ex-girlfriend, who would rather be with a Binger man than a white imposter who belongs in the graveyard next to his mommy. Oh, you're making her proud, little man. You're making her so proud of you. White inferiors apologize to each other when Matt Harris wins like, oh, UCLA is the only job where they can contain him, as if I didn't win and smack the shit out of you. Get lost in COVID land and choke to death on a rice cake. Yeah. Dan is sinking. Tell that bitch to stop trying to steal my name. I don't call no little man of God. The next demonstration will be a detonation, not a march or a protest that can be copied by inferior races and fake groups and fake movements. Tell him to pray to China while they laugh, spit in his blood, and poison him with investments. Where would the white man be without the Jew? Doesn't matter because he belongs dead under the binger's foot. Assassinate goose rapist vodka while he Alzheimer's his way through a jumbled mess of wires. Bingers show up with a suicide vest in the dining hall. Fuck Quidditch!
Yeah.
Dig a mass grave! You can't barricade Bingers from retaliating for slavery on college campus? That's where the rich white kids sleep. Boarding schools! A crossing guard can't save the life of a little Aiden when angry Bingers show up with explosives and 47s. You don't control nothing. Go back to the rice fields. You gamed yourself.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Now melt down into the... Fuck a thunderclap overhead. You ain't shit. That's why you had a meltdown on the bench, Gook.
Whoops.
Tell Sister Aline to crash. Oh, I almost made it. I almost made it.
You almost did it.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, no.
I know. I'm going to get canceled now. I just like to say, I, Larry Correia, do not hold any animosity towards people of any nationality, race, creed, color, or thunderclapping Quidditch, barricade, boarding schools. Damn it, I almost made it.
Here we go. I'll put you up at the top here.
Oh.
Here you are.
Okay. All right, here we go. Tell Sister Eileen to pelvic floor down several flights of stairs. Fuck a Sunday sunset at a beach with a bunch of inferior end traders. NYU Teletubby! Quit acting like you ain't setting bingers back by coming to our country and talking down to us like we your servants and you ain't a scared Teletubby. Tell the white man how much you miss him and embarrass us all. Tell the white man how to get along with the bingers he oppressed for centuries by continuing to steal everything, including bingers culture. Fuck every other hemisphere. Kill them all. Fuck turbans. Fuck every flag but the binger flag. Atheist, stop telling lies. You ain't binding nothing but the bingers you ignore while you at a holiday party looking like they don't have wine and cookies in Ghana. That's right. I'm the one who took Alex for a drive at 100 miles per hour while you were crying that she wouldn't be your mama. Bingers don't give a fuck about your shitty school or the website a binger helped you make popular. If it wasn't for me, no one would have heard of your shitty website. I'm the one who put you on a magazine who took care of your girlfriend when you was being a bitch and stalking her. She came to me for protection, and I hid her in my apartment while you were running around Durham trying to creep on a bitch like a sad, lonely punk rocker who can't get over his mother's drug overdose. New Mexico State Prison. It isn't brown. Either it's me or it isn't. What else did you sell that way? Batman's purse barnacles. Al Rupin to spin the Nightway and to stop acting like he's Bane. Crash the Audi while the driver screws himself. That malnourished possum bitch! I'm sorry. Malnourished possum bitch. Okay.
It gets even better too. I love this sentence.
This is fucking gold. I mean, this is right. I wish I could word crap like this.
I know.
Oh, okay, here we go.
Oh, you got a danger word coming up that we may not have a. I go with fig.
Okay, I can.
If you want, you can do however you want, but I go with
Gotcha.
fig.
That malnourished possum bitch of a blind pencil dick hiding under your desk. Briggs is woman, but you just a fig. That's below an insult. But you're too spaced out and underperformed to understand. I card your death at the door. You ain't smart enough to talk to bingers. You a low-level error message. I step over your gate. You ain't smart or the smartest rat at Petco. The African Teletubby acts like he is at home in an airport because he is too proud to bow and milk himself before the flags of other cultures. That African fig told me Wittgenstein didn't know he was gay. Maybe he was just waiting for AIDS to come back.
You got the last line. I just canceled.
I
mine.
just canceled my
That's it.
Netflix subscription.
I'm bread!
Gosh, I couldn't do it. I tried.
You got tripped up. I didn't prep you. I didn't prep you for that particular slur. I'm sorry. It's my failing. It's not yours.
There's so many of them. They sneak up on you.
I know. It's people like don't realize how tough it actually is to read through this and in live time supplement the proper word for the slur.
I was trying to do a dramatic reading though. I was trying to give it like I was recording this for Audible.
Yeah, you did great. No, it was perfect. I wouldn't change it for the world. It was very, very good. So thank you. Thank you for that.
That is like a portrait into some schizophrenia right there, man. That is some crazy shit.
I disagree. Sane as a Mayflower.
Malnourished possum. The boarding schools of Quidditch. What's Quidditch?
So here's an interesting question. Actually, I think this is actually legit interesting. Bob Piffle says, "How would the Forgotten Realms have dealt with a woke Drizzt?" But aren't Drow technically the most woke race in the Forgotten Realms?
It's interesting because remember when the guy from Community dressed up as a Drow on
Abed, yeah.
Yeah, they canceled that whole episode. They deleted that episode because that was like so controversial.
Yeah, but but Drow are a matriarchal society of woman power. Men are subservient. They're a subservient race. They're like separate from the women who dominate society, no matter how badass and cool the men are. And Drizzt is tough, but Drizzt's a bitch. Let's be very fucking clear on this. Drizzt's a level 16 ranger. Oh, he's so cool. Oh, I got Guinevere, and I've got my stupid little fucking scimitars. His dad, Zachnafin, would beat the living shit out of Drizzt any day. And most of the female Drow of society would make Drizzt into their little whipping boy bitch.
Yeah, we'd probably get in trouble now because Menzo Baranazan is like, it's a matriarchal society, but it's not perfect and it's not nice. And therefore it's bad.
That's true.
All your strong women are not allowed to have any flaws. That makes them super interesting characters.
Did you see, this is actually the greatest news in video gaming history. Did you see that the old gold box SSI D&D games are hitting Steam?
Yeah, I did. Man, I played those. I played the crap out of those.
They're so good. I've tried playing a couple of them on DOSBox, and it's hit or miss on how they perform. I'll buy all the Steam ones because I'm hoping that the actual like gameplay of them is better. Dungeon Hack is one of my favorite games of all time.
Man, I think I played all of those. Like, man, that was wow, we're old. I mean, I'm thinking back how long ago that was.
Yeah, it was a while back. It's 25 years ago.
My kids wouldn't even recognize those as video games.
I was playing a run of Dungeon Hack a long time ago. I was a ranger. I was dual wielding. I'm like, I'm cool like Drizzt, and I'm chopping everything up. And I got to this level of these slimes where when you hit them with a weapon, they dissolved your weapon. What the fuck are you supposed to do with that? Like, and you needed a magical weapon to hit them. So it's not like you could just use your hands and slap them to death. No, you had to have magical weapons. And then when you hit them, your weapon got destroyed. The only way to win was magic. But I was a ranger in first edition. They didn't even have spells. Yeah. You're just a complete bitch. You got wrecked. The whole, like, there was no way to, I lost. You lost the game. There was no recovery. There's no going around it. There's no way. Oh, yeah, you can maybe make it. Nope. You just literally lose at that point.
They had no mercy.
Levels in.
No mercy in those days. No chill. It's like, fuck you very much. You die, you die. You grow stronger.
Yep. It was awful. I went through every weapon I had. every single weapon got dissolved by those monsters. And then I was just left to slap. I went through all the wands I could find, and I still couldn't get through that level. It was so rude. God, it was so rude. It was good. What a great fucking game Dungeon Hack was. I also love Stronghold. Menzo Berenzin, Strahd's Possession, Stone Prophet were all great games. I hope they perform. I know they've been on GOG forever. I'm hoping the Steam versions perform a little better on modern machines. The GOG ones, I've had trouble specifically with Menzo Berenzin and Stone Prophet. I've had a lot of issues actually running them well. The controls are garbage. So, okay. Let me just start reading through the rest of these super chats. One last idiot says, Nick, thanks for the driving companionship as I drive home. Been driving since 10 p.m. and it's now 4 a.m. Just tagged my co-driver to take over. So thanks for the keep awake radio. Diastriger says, I need to thank you for helping return my love for books. I'm considering Chico State for my gender study degree so that I too can fight for the puppies. Seriously, though, thank you, even if you aren't a real author. Oh, so he's talking to you specifically.
One of my characters, Jimmy the intern, went to Chico State and got his gender studies degree at Chico State.
No better place to go to get that than Chico State, from what I hear. Let's see. Let's Traina26 says, I like Britney. Do I have your blessed to date her? What? Britney Spears?
Good luck.
Go for it, man.
I mean, she's emancipated. Go for it.
Go date my 16-year-old fantasy. Brittany's 12 days older than me. So when she had Hit Me Baby One More Time and she was 16 and I was 16, we had a thing going where I would watch her video at Circuit City 27 times a day, and every single time I would stop what I was doing. But listen, that was a long time ago. Yes, you have look, we had a thing, but the bro code says that there's an expiration date on it, and so it's all yours now because I'm good with it. Spatula over on Rumble says only 2 factors. You didn't get your booster factor. Nope, Kurt did not get his booster factor, so therefore he is SOL. Rumble username Suck says Larry the Cucumber Correia. RE The Expanse. Did you read the books or just watch the Amazon series? The final season was disappointing. They had some woke stuff that wasn't in the books, which mostly kept the overt woke to side characters and villains aside from the lesbian female pastor. I was particularly annoyed with the Bobby is better than Amos crap that wasn't in the books.
I watched the show. I have not read the books.
Okay.
I didn't think Bobby was better than Amos.
Who was Bobby? Was that the chick with
the Martian Marine?
Oh, yeah. No, I never got the impression that Bobby was better than Amos.
No, I thought they were buddies. They respect each other. Bobby had power armor, though, to be fair. She was a walking tank. I mean...
Yeah, but the funny thing was, like, so they made the Martians out to be like these kind of pseudo badasses, but they were only pseudo badasses. They literally had to struggle to be in normal gravity. Like that was a hard thing for them to do. And she was tough when she had her power armor, but outside of that, she was just kind of.
Yeah, because the Martian Marines trained in 1G was what it was, so they could invade Earth.
Right, but they were still like basically
Well, as far as making her tough, remember with the episode when they go to Earth and she like vomits in the sun and can't like move, Anyway.
Yeah, she's basically Martians are still pussies.
Yeah,
the Martian Marines were just slightly less pussy versions of Martians.
I'm Team Amos. There ain't nobody better than Amos. I don't understand this question.
This bitch would be struggling to pick up a cup of coffee on Earth. Come on, stop it. Stop worrying about it. Okay. Gummy says, thanks for the laughs as I recover from back surgery. Oh my God. By the way, it is really late. If there's at any point that you need to go, please just let me know and you can. Otherwise, I'm going to just burn through the rest of the super chats.
Burn away.
Johnny Reb says, did you see G4 now has an IINI ball pit show? Lamau. No, don't listen. Motherfucking Lofty Pixels and is in a chat group with me, and he's like, "Oh, look, I laughed at this show on G4. It was so funny." This motherfucker, G4 on some 1,300 sub channel gets Amaranth, some other thought, and then 4 fucking VTubers who, like, you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars an hour in talent on the screen for this no-name show that has G4 on it. And Lofty's like, "Oh, it is funny. It's kind of cool how they ignored Frost." And I'm like, "What the motherfucker? What are you doing? You are sitting here telling, like, you're not recognizing the absolute astroturf that's happening." He's like, "Look, all these comments say that they really don't like G4, but man, they like this show." This is how you buy back fan support. You take Frost, who comes out and is like, "My body is not for sale," or whatever, and then you put Amaranth, who is the Thotiana in fucking chief, in a bikini in a ball pit, and then you put some VTubers for everybody who only jerks off to Tootie girls on the screen at the same time. And then you have a bunch of people come in and say, "I don't normally watch G4, but this show was really cool. It completely changed my expectations after Frost." And then everybody's like, "Oh, G4 is great." I saw motherfuckers tweeting about how cool this G4 show was. It's a 70s game show ripoff starring an intentionally and unironically overly gay man talking to hot women. Fuck you. Everybody who likes that show, get cancer immediately. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. It's this corporate shillery written all over it. Oh. No. Please, gamers, please come back. We'll lure you in with tits and bikinis. Bitch, you can get tits and bikinis literally anywhere. Do not do it. G4 still hates you. Frost is still employed. They hate you. They just want your clicks. Don't do it. And Lofty Pixels should be ashamed for his position on this.
I understood like half of that.
That's for the best. Larry, you're better than us. You're better than us, Larry. But some things need to be said. And, oh, God. I hate that fucking thing. Breck Nichols. Ricada Law, please bring on Kurt, Uncivil Law. Thanks. I'll see if Kurt wants to maybe come on tomorrow. I don't know. I'm going to be doing a trial starting tomorrow, which as I look at the time, I'm going, oh dear God. But I'm going to do a trial starting tomorrow. We talked about it at the beginning of the show. Go back and look at it. Evan Rose says, "Huge fan, Larry. I recommend Saga of the Forgotten Warrior to everyone as one of the best modern epic fantasies." Question: what do you think of the health of the fantasy genre for new and established authors?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think it's going to come down to personally how good you are and how you can get in front of your fans. I mean, there's a lot of indie fantasy authors that are killing it, and there's a lot of traditional authors that are doing fine. I mean, there's a lot of money. As you can see, Brandon Sanderson, he just made fuck tons of money.
Yeah, he's over $27 million in like a day or something ridiculous.
Biggest Kickstarter ever. And so I knew him when he was brand new. No, so honestly, I think the health is there. I think it's just you getting your stuff as good as you can get it and get in front of your fans.
Get in front of your fans and get out from behind publishers who hate you.
Yeah.
Like, even if they'll publish your book, you got to start questioning. We don't need these people anymore. We can do it. But the hard part for some people is you have to market yourself. That's what you're buying with a publisher. You're giving them a portion of your income for their ability to market your book. If you can market your book, cut them out, build your thing and do it. But that's the trade-off. And it's a skill set not everyone has. That's why you get a publisher. That's why they're in business. But know what you're getting.
My chair is deflating.
Oh, yeah. I know how that goes. Squab says, "I'm trying to pick up some of these books. Anywhere I can find a list of the chronological orders of Adam Baldwin Thing and Monster Hunter International."
Actually, all the Adam Baldwin Thing is in one place on Audible. Just look for Tom Stranger, or just look under my name, Larry Correia, and it says The Complete Adventures of Tom Stranger, Interdimensional Insurance Agent. It's all 4 of them bound together. So, and then Monster Hunter National, if you go on the Wikipedia, actually has all my books listed. They have like a, what do you call it? It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I can't remember. They're all listed there in chronological order.
There you go. Check it out, guys. Crusaders Harrison says, please, Mr. Correia, tell us how you really feel about George R.R. Martin and Rothfuss. A lobby with both of you.
I did actually a big mega tweet thing the other day about George Martin because there was a thing in the news about him being still. I think George Martin's lazy. I think he's apathetic, and I think he's rich, and he only works when he's hungry, and he's got enough money to be fat till he dies. And I think he's slow and just doesn't care, and doesn't respect his fans. I think he's damaged the entire industry because there's all these new fantasy authors that people aren't willing to, except most authors can't live. They got to sell books. And so if you guys are going to wait till their 5 books are out or 3 books are out, they're never going to finish because they have no money.
Yeah.
And so I think Martin has fucked an entire generation of fantasy authors because of his laziness.
Damn.
And frankly, that disgusts me. So
Crusader also says, Mr. Correia, my friend and I ask where we can research guns so we can write our fiction scenes involving big guns as well as you did in Monster Hunter.
Honestly, just get out there and start shooting. Go with the people you know and actually get some hands-on experience. Go get some quality instruction. There's a lot of stuff on the internet, but a lot of it's bullshit or it's written by people who don't really know what they're talking about. But main thing is go get some good quality training. Find some good instructors in your area and go take some classes.
I heard him say, go shoot the people you know. Perfect. Altlag says, I should also say that Larry is my favorite heteronormative cisgendered fascist. TLDR on Sad Puppies is a good laugh if you haven't already covered it. American Legend says, it's been an unbreaded 5 months of nightlife. Stuart Tamaha, Larry, any more grim noir stories?
Yeah, I've actually got a plan for a second trilogy set in the 1950s. I'm just working towards that. It's on the calendar, but I've not written it yet. I've actually optioned the rights for a grim noir TV show too. I've optioned the rights for a hard magic television show, but there's not been an official announcement on that, so I probably can't go into too many details. So fingers crossed. We'll see what happens.
War Hippie says, wow, it is Larry. Love the Monster Hunter series.
Thanks.
American Legend says, I'm going to forgive that last one. Amateur, my ass. I don't know what that was in reference to. That was a long time ago. STFU says, I'd never mock Kurt and F anyone who would, heartfelt, but maybe a toast to his first temporary channel yeeting because this will be a quick reinstatement. I don't know if I need to do a toast to it. Toast to Kurt. May he be reinstated immediately, legitimately, because this is bullshit. I don't know. I don't have an eloquent one for that.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Heliarch says, does Larry think the Cookie Monster is in Ukraine?
Fuck yeah. Wherever there's money to be made from carnage, Cookie Monster is there.
Okay.
That was a running joke. I actually wrote a big, long thing about how the Cookie Monster was the most dangerous of all the Muppets.
Did you ever see when Family Guy had the Cookie Monster in rehab?
No, I didn't.
God, it was so funny. So he's sitting there. They do the room check. And they find a plate of cookies. And they're like, what's this? He's like, I don't know. They're Dwayne's, I think. And then he just grabs it and goes, ah!
All right, this one was actually funny as shit. If you look in this, it's been archived around the internet, but what it was is I was arguing on the internet before the election of Obama versus Romney. And if you remember, Romney wanted to cut funding to Sesame Street. And so all these people were all super butthurt about this. And they're like, well, have you know that Sesame Street is very liberal and and I was like, whoa, wait a second. That's not true. It's like Cookie Monster's a fucking operator. And I just started telling all these stories of me and Cookie Monster on all these missions around the world and third world nations doing all this evil shit for big mega corporations. Cookie Monster's getting into the straight flour and burning villages, and all my fans started getting in there. It was by the end we had this giant fucking saga of Cookie Monster, this Black Ops mercenary with his big googly eyes, killing ISIS or Chechens.
God damn it, Cookie Monster.
Yeah, so messed up.
Offworlder says, hey, Larry, told Chris Rucchio you were coming on. He said to say hi and congrats on Servants of War.
Quick plug for Chris. Chris Rucchio is an awesome author. You guys should check his stuff out. He is fucking brilliant. This guy is a really good science fiction writer. Really good. Imagine, just super good. Check it out.
James O says, flu, merp, hoon. Now can we get the purple people eaters to go bad touch some MiGs rather than the F-22s?
That was a line from Tom Stranger. Yeah, that was the purple alien invaders had their air power was pterodactyls with scramjets for buttholes that could fart their way to Mach 5 and sexually assault F-22s.
Damn.
Yeah.
Osmandius says the Damon Mills rant on Flashcast was unbreaded AF. Well, thank you. Thank you. Damon Mills is a pedophile. Ghost of Recon says, I discovered the Monster Hunter. Sue me. I won't retract it. Fuck you. I've seen the text messages, you disgusting pile of trash. Ghost of Recon says, I discovered the Monster Hunter series through Audible's recommendations. Freaking Audible knows me better than I do. Dude, AI recommendations are so terrifyingly good that it's creepy. Shragnasher says, Larry, big fan of Black Sword and Hard Magic. Any thought of making a Hard Magic graphic novel would be great to see.
There is possibilities on that front, actually, because like you guys plugged the Black Tide Rising anthology, and I know those guys pretty good. I'm just waiting to see what happens with that. So that is a possibility. Cool.
The end is near. Beware. Nicolas Cage got $2 billion blue balled by Angelina Jolie. Okay. I'm not familiar with the story, but I believe you. Rottweiler says, although I like Stephen King's books, I also admit he's a discount HP. Lovecraft. Yeah, Lovecraft is the champion of horror. I don't care what anybody says. Lovecraft books make me dream.
Let me sum up my entire career and personality. I share a birthday with H.P. Lovecraft and Ron Paul. Dead serious. August 20th, H.P. Lovecraft and Ron Paul. There you go.
What's your cat's name?
I have a dog named Faust. I do not have a racist cat.
Okay.
Binger.
American Legend says, my dog has her own bank account card. Fight me. Wolfsbane, for all of George's faults with dialogue, at least we remember it. There's so many quotable lines in the prequels. Can't say the same for Disney Star Wars. Quotable lines in the prequels. The only quotable line in the prequel was the end. God, I hate those movies. Eldridge Blast, it says, loving the interview. Larry seems like a super base dude. So, Larry, in your opinion, what makes good storytelling? What are some of your favorite stories?
Oh, shit. That's like another hour. What makes
give
good
us the
storytelling?
college version.
All right. Most important thing, are you having fun while you write it? If
Yes.
you're having fun while you write it, that will be contagious and they will feel it while they read it. That's honestly the most important thing. Have fun.
Okay. And what are some of your favorite stories, if you have just like maybe like two?
Of mine? Or
Yeah. No, your favorite stories, not necessarily ones you wrote. I mean, if you like reading what you wrote, then certainly.
Oh yeah, that's pretty cheesy to plug myself at the end. Actually, no, we mentioned Dan Simmons and we mentioned Ilium and Olympus. Those fucking awesome books. I just mentioned Christopher Rucchio, awesome books. We mentioned Hyperion, awesome books. There is a million good stories out there, guys. However, read Servants of War. It just came out last week. It's fucking awesome, and also I get paid.
Yeah, that's the best part. Twilight Dragon 3. Nick, Larry, I'm going to stop you right there. The best author is Russell Greer. I was rooting for that special little guy in his quest to woo Taylor Swift. Me too. I hope she comes around eventually. Although I don't know if he's into her anymore. You probably got to find a younger celebrity. White Creamy Milk says, I'm thinking about starting 40K and making a Sisters of Battle Army as my first. They a good first pick. I mean, if you're a feminist pile of garbage, they are. Just kidding. Sisters of Battle are hilarious. Hilarious. They fly around melting things with flamethrowers. What could go wrong? As for how they play, I have no idea. I've never actually played the tabletop. I only read the novels. SDFU says sci-fi chicks rock. Zoe from Firefly, Starbuck, and Kusanagi. EE Fell, say what you will about the Wheel of Time. Jordan wrote that series till the day he passed away. Also, screw Amazon for subverting it. Ian Carrolls, just used one of my Audible credits to pick up Servants of War audiobook. Can't wait to check it out.
You have just great taste.
Dallas Fight says, Larry, have you read Wheel of Time, and how do you feel about the massive shit Amazon took on Robert Jordan's story?
I have not read Wheel of Time. I only ever read the first one. I didn't get into it, and so I don't really know, and I haven't seen the show. So I have not heard anything good, though.
My buddy started describing the Wheel of Time books to me years and years ago before the last one was done. He's like, well, the last one was supposed to be 800 pages, but it ended up being like 1,400 pages. And I was like, oh, kill me. It's like 9 books in. This is that long. No, come on, man. STFU says Newtown Bushmaster XM15E2P. It killed Remington. He also says Florida to New Jersey on Spirit Air at 6:2. I couldn't walk after. Spirit Air. I will never fly Spirit, Vanguard, Sun Country, any of those things ever again. I hate them. I hope they die. Noah Hansen says, hello, Rakeda. Hello, Mr. Correia. Question. Who is your favorite character you have written, and why is it Franks? Seriously, he's awesome.
Agent Franks is one of the best characters ever wrote. So that one of my favorites. He's awesome. I love writing him. Very popular character.
Helix says Chuck Tingle was robbed. Phantom Boomer says currently live in the San Diego area. We had a shit ton of rain for weeks. Have beautiful San Diego motorcycle weather now from 72 to 75. Lived in Visalia. First week there was pushing 114 degrees Fahrenheit. Crusader says, what is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to monetize their stupidity. Monty, what chair do you use? Are you asking me or Larry? Larry, what chair do you use?
Mine is a cheap piece of crap from like Office Max, and it's the cylinder is dying, so I keep sinking.
Mine's the not cheap at all Logitech Herman Miller gaming chair. So Logitech and Herman Miller collabed, and they added the prices of their normal chairs together to create a new chair at the maximum price possible. But it is really fucking comfortable. I'm going to say I can sit here for hours. Deadleg says, Larry, you just sold me on your books with Gun Wizards. Wizards was the shit. Asia Frazier says, explain to Larry in Trump voice what a FUTA is. No. Barry McCockiner. Barry McCockiner says, evening, what's the last time you buried McCockiner? Rob Price, I've never buried your cock in anybody, buddy. Rob Price says, Nick, check your Twitter DMs. Wolfgang Deo, Larry, FUTA is a female with a schlang, a her male. Belzar says, please talk about the Sad Puppies campaigns. We did talk about that earlier. Ryoji Mata says, you love the 40K series. If you love the 40K series, don't read the latest Horus Heresy books. They pretty much ruin the Emperor and the Imperium. Which ones? I've been reading slowly reading the Assault on Terra, but I don't know if that's the same one. Blaine Storm says, I'm going to catch the replay. Loving this chat so far. This is your super chat. Notice that I sent you an email username in super chat. Nicole Resegui, thanks for the lemon laughing. Andrew says, I unironically am wearing a shirt that says cultural appropriation is a social construct. These SJWs are cancer. STFU, my name Martin White and born in Mexico to a migrant. 200 Watt Studio says, ask Larry if, say, Alana was a Lemurian and Harry. Oh, that's back to if my hypothetical person, Portuguese woman Lana, was dating a cousin.
Okay.
And what if they were Lemurian and Harry?
I have no idea.
He also says, time for the Daily Unbreaded. We're over 2 hours. We did Daily Unbreaded. 2D Harem King Jack says, so Nick, does Lana eat pixie sticks and dirt too? Yeah, well, hypothetically, yes. 200 Watt Studio, does Lana paint serial killers at public parks? Yes. Nick Naylor. Nick, would you be interested in talking to an ex-EverQuest dev about rough-ass old-school games? Would I be? Yes. EverQuest is, in my opinion, still the best video game ever made. Yeah, get wrecked, you WoW pussies. You and your instance dungeons. Yeah, I hope you all die of blood cancer. Yeah, Nick Naylor, 100%. STFU says, back in the late 90s, my first real job at TurboTax, I bought the shit out of Magic the Gathering dual lands at $10 each. They're currently worth $500 to $2,000. I had so many dual lands. I had so many of them. I sold all of my Magic cards for $50. TJ says, can't wait to see you use that new ammo you just got. You just got to F with that Star Wars girl. That shit cracks me the fuck up when you guys F with her about cousin fucking. Spectre 189 says, Monster Hunter International lore question for Larry. Did STFU recruit the indigenous members of SOG teams as well? I'm about to run a Hunter the Vigil game with Montguard, former Unicorn member. Figured I'd ask.
Yes.
Boom. There you go. Yes, they did. STFU says Christopher Fuggin Stashiff. He was 80s fantasy. Death Trout. Nick, you should tell Larry about the greatest fiction writer, Russell Greer. He's a nonfiction writer. Death Trout. What are you talking about? His story is How I Sued Taylor Swift, which he did. That makes it nonfiction. Matrix Tech. Best D&D character is Erevis Kale. Erevis Kale. I don't know who that is. My last D&D character was a warlock named Syl Blinton, pledged to the Archlich Ruth Bader Ginsburg. It was my job to sweet talk the paladin who was lawful good and convince him that the social programs we made for the kobolds justified our kobold slavery operation. There's lots of criminal kobold youth, and we had to reform them.
Mine was a shark man, monk named Trax Blood Trail.
There you go. Cars and Dev says, if Larry's maternal grandmother was Jewish, then he is. Mike Park says, quit my day job for an LGS called Tower of Games. Cool. Cooper Chauvin, what do you think of Arctons? Arctons? I don't know what that is. ARKTONS?
I don't know.
Okay. C ampersand Arsenal says, MGs are fun until you have to fix parts 150 years later. Eric Giel says, full auto is for military suppression of opposing forces by keeping their heads down. It's not designed to kill people, but to allow your fellow soldiers to advance closer. Enigma the Basement Troll, does this need like a hashtag or something? Something like hashtag ditch Damon, or does that evoke an image of throwing him into a pit? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't create hashtags. Help me, Mars girl. Alex Blackfoot, Mental Gen. What is your favorite theoretical gun, and why theoretically is it the Zip 22? Also, what are your favorite iteration of elves outside your own works? That's cheating.
My favorite hypothetical gun is actually the Correia Tech Combat Wombat, the most lethal combat implement ever defined by man in any dimension. So, son Tom Stranger.
What about elves?
Favorite elves, other than my own. Shit, I'm not a big elf guy. Honestly, I'd go classic Lord of the Rings. I'd go to the source.
I actually believe in elf genocide, but with that said, Dark Eldar from the Warhammer 40K universe. I'm into slavery and raping slaves to death. William Foley says, long live Krasnovia. The Handkerchief 26 says, waffle makers and genocide, the national export of great Krasnovia. Ethan Hall 7276 says, you know what's even funnier about C. Goody's comment, Nick? I'm actually new dislike button. I changed my name, and I'm a conservative too. Go get her, buddy. Cynthia's all yours. Asia Fraser says, my dad calls peanut butter and jelly sandwiches choke and slide. Is he allergic? Mario Kart at 13 says, last week during the Damon Mills segment, there was a manga review in the margin. It was a yaoi about a tall blonde man thirsting after a brunette. Was the brunette an underage boy? Because then it would be Damon Mills. Cynthia, Nick, about to take over this channel with dirty talk. Your boys here need to get some. What, you want me to do some dirty talk? Because I could do that for you. You know, I'm happy to oblige. Mandy Kravitz says, Ordo Xenos. Hey, there's a gene stealer cult on Holy Terra. How could this ever happen? Bitch, please. Don't you besmirch the good name of the Ordo Xenos. Gene stealers are very hard to find until they're already established. Siumara says, oh shit, I got a few of his audiobooks. Tom Stranger is funny. Good read, man. Walrus Aurelius says, the two best Monster Hunter International books are Alpha and Nemesis. What do these two books have in common, Larry? What could it be? What makes it so good, Larry? Alpha and Nemesis?
One's a werewolf book and one's a Frankenstein book.
Okay. Rob Price, Nick, it's not the same one from earlier. I promise you'll laugh and won't hate me after. Well, not that much. Train at 26 says, so do you love BBC? I mean, I guess that's a legitimate question. Do you love
the
BBC?
I like Luther.
There you go.
That was a good show.
Train at 26, you're important to Brittany, and could you hook me up with a spot on her podcast, and maybe we can see where it goes from there. Wait, what?
I don't know.
Again, Britney Spears? I don't know if I mean, she could come on this show anytime she wanted. Train at 26, Spaceballs or History of the World? I go Spaceballs.
Spaceballs.
K-Pitt says, I'm a college senior, have a no bone girls in school rule, but this one got the hots for me, Nick. Any advice? My attorney always said, don't shit where you eat. These days, man, banging a college girl is very, very dangerous. I would not recommend it. Save yourself to marriage like a true Christian patrician Chad. Andrew War Snowboard says, from what Indian movie? I don't remember Michael Correia in Major League. Cuz Diver says, you're so crazy, Nick. Love the show as always. Tome of Audio. I'm friends with Orson Scott Card's brother. Oh, we read that one. Wiggles. Larry, is there a machine gun you would recommend if you could only have one? If the ones I've shot, I love the Saiga 12.
Honestly, my favorite machine gun we used to own at the store where we do demonstrations. I got really good with the PPSH. I was an artist with the PPSH. I really love that thing.
Hangerchief 26 says, speaking of money, have some mine. Thank you. SCFU says, bad life equals utopia dreams. Good life equals tragedy dreams. Akikama says, do you like lit RPG? Pitch lit RPG to Nick. That's to you. LIT RPG?
I've never read any.
What the hell is lit RPG?
Lit RPG is a genre. It's basically like writing a fantasy novel, but it's like it's in a game. Like it's from the perspective of the game character.
Sure.
It's very popular, but I've never done anything with it, so no idea.
Wolfgang Deo says, Russia set to default on debt by Wednesday. Oh, well. Default on debt to who? The West? Why would they pay them anyway? I mean, I'm not sure what... When we start talking about global money supplies, things get really weird really quickly, really complicated with who owes who and how they're going to enforce that debt. Like if Russia owes, let's say, England $8 billion, and yet there's sanctions on everything. I mean, does England expect to get that money? And if they default, what happens? How does the English bank enforce on the Russian state? The Hangerchief 26 says, got to hit the hay, got to work in a few hours. Night, guys. Thanks for the stream. Emma says, hi, Larry.
Hi.
11 Bravo Crunchy says, I missed Unbreaded. Someone needs to take all the readings and make a compilation video of all pages in order. Geode says, when either of you have time, look up 5 geek social fallacies. It's a blog post on why nerds are inclusive and ultimately sabotage themselves. It's because they're lonely. Train at 26 says, I like Brittany. Do I have your blessed dater? Yes. Yes, absolutely. Dater twice. Mario Carter, my printer's black ink is number 275, literally on paper. Cooper Chauvin, Portuguese sausage. That's what your wife said. Super Iron Bob, it was Chang that did drow face. Get your brown people right, racist. They all look the same. Stop it. Eric Winberg says, is Larry okay? Are you okay, Larry?
I think I'm okay.
Good.
This is like 3-4 hours past my bedtime.
Yeah, we're almost at 5 hours. I'm almost done. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Tone Wolf Audio, thank you for the donation. He also says, can we trade George R.R. Martin for Kentaro Miura? Ghost of Recon says, hey, I really like the Monster Hunter characters. Are we going to see them return?
Yes.
Shot Red 555. Larry, I'm writing a series and I'm afraid certain words might be copyrighted, like D&D word drow, for example. How do you know if a word is copyrighted?
That's actually a question for the lawyer. I've never had that come up.
Go to the copyright registration system that is maintained by the U.S. government and search to see if there's a registered copyright on the word drow. But if you're using drow in reference to dark elves, I would be very, very hesitant to advise you to continue. Pick a different word. Call them
Dweemers.
Not dweemers. Don't do that, Larry. Just make up a different word. It can be literally anything. It can be an elf language. So you can pick all consonants. It doesn't matter. Jonathan Sweet says, just got through your canceling from the con part. Survived a Me Too because the chick wanted me fired. Didn't like me. I have heard at least one other woman brag about using this process to get promoted. It's broken. The system's broken because people just accept uncritically allegations based on the nature of the allegation. They're like, well, no one would go out and lie. Oh, sure. Never happened before. Aisha Fraser says, I guess you choke on the astringent peanut butter and the jelly makes it slide. I guess. Phoenix Lord Asserman, you just don't like elves because our clowns wrecked your custodes. That was bullshit. This bullshit. Harlequins are gay. They're garbage. And killing like 95 custodians while walking around is fucking stupid. No matter who you think your stupid Harlequins are. Daniel Erler says, burn through super chats like they wear kippas. Very offensive. Rumble username sucks says, Nick, that's Happy Hanukkah. Reddit post is a goddamn 4chan copy pasta. Nope, it was true. Don't lie to me. Immersk says, just showing support for you being on Rumble. Wish all of LawTube would use Rumble. You should encourage them to do so. I will only donate with Rumble rants. Happy to encourage them, but I will say that Rumble makes live streaming way more cumbersome than it needs to be. You have to separately create every Rumble live stream. It adds just a dumb amount of time and effort to the process. Hopefully they fix that at some point in the near future. Rumble username sucks as I feel like calling the rules of the 40K universe carefully constructed is overselling it, but as a comparison to Star Wars, it's apt. Eric Weinberg, hail Escapism, also cool guest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rumble username sucks says, Larry, we all know you only paid the black author 3/5 of what you did the white authors in the compilation. He also says, after this stream, I definitely don't regret buying Monster Hunter International. It's now next on my list of books to read, and I'll look for more of your books in the future. My Expanse comment was mostly on the last season. Also, Team Amos and Alex, because who doesn't fucking like Texan Indians on Mars? Yeah, Alex is cool. Very cool. Also, you need to get Larry and Ty on at the same show sometime. I imagine they'd have a lot of shared interests to talk about.
Actually, one real fast thing about Ty, which is awesome. A couple years ago, I got into this big internet fight with another stupid author, David Brin, who was going around. He'd just yell a bunch of crap and then be like, "Bet me, conservatives are too cowardly to bet me." And I stepped up and I said, "How much? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it. I got 10 grand. Let's go." And I would bet him Ty actually volunteered to draw up a gentleman's agreement so it'd be all legal. And I was like, I got lawyers. I got pro bono lawyers stepping up. Let's do this. Yeah, so.
This is very much Ty. I guarantee that conversation that you just relayed was so boomer. I know it happened on Facebook.
It was. And David Brin ran away.
Rumble username suck finally says, Nick, the Brittany comments were clearly about Brittany Venti. You should inform your thirsty degenerate fans that she's recently engaged. She is? I had no idea. Congrats to Brittany Venti. Two more. John Aaron says, Larry, I named my Gene Stealer cult after the Dread Overlord.
Nice.
And Phoenix Lord Asserman says, Harlequins are awesome and you know it. I've never even heard of a Harlequin. Red Dev Ved says, read Dune and I'll consider chatting. Oh, shit. And I'll consider chatting for more than 0.0001 Libri coin. Also, Ender's Game is good, but I do like Speaker for the Dead more. You like Speaker for the Dead more than Ender's Game?
I liked Ender's Game better than Speaker for the Dead.
Me too. And I like Ender's Shadow better than Ender's Game.
And I thought Xenocide was just kind of weird.
Xenocide is fucking weird. Hi, all Asians are autisms. There, I just gave you the synopsis for Xenocide. It's actually what it says on the wiki. I learned that. There we go. That's the chats. Larry, did you want to say anything to these fine folk who sat with us for way too long tonight?
No, you guys are awesome. But it's 5 hours, but my mom didn't raise no quitters. Oh, hey, I forgot. Real fast. Tomorrow we're doing a thing on Twitter. They were trying to get, because you can hardly ever get hashtags to trend for a book, but we're doing it for Servants of War. So if you tweet something tomorrow and hashtag Servants of War, my publisher's doing a giveaway of a bunch of books. They're just picking some random ones and then giving away autographed copies.
There you go, guys.
Jump in there.
Like anything, tweet anything, and then just hashtag Servants of War.
Preferably something related to like books.
So don't just tweet like Jack Dorsey's a giant vagina and then hashtag Servants of War.
Weird shit about Britney.
Well, look, somebody in the chat's thirsty apparently for Brittany Venti. I guess.
I didn't know this. I thought we were talking about Britney Spears all night, but no.
I did too. I don't know.
So if you guys do hashtag Servants of War, we're doing a giveaway tomorrow. So win some books.
There you go, guys. Chat, tweet something nice about books or science fiction or cool stuff, and then hashtag Servants of War tomorrow on Twitter, which is today, right?
Actually, yes, today.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. Central. That means it's at least 2 a.m. Pacific.
So don't you have like another stream in like 30 minutes?
We're not going to talk about it, Larry. We're not going to talk about this at all. But anyway, thank you so much for coming on. If you want to hang out for just a minute, I know it's late, but I like to say goodbye to my guests.
Sure.
For real. So thanks, guys, for hanging out. There's not going to be Twitch tonight because it's 4 a.m. and I've got a trial starting in the morning, probably at 9 Central. So, oh dear God. I will hopefully see some of you there, and then otherwise I'll see the rest of you on tomorrow night. Have a good night. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a bow, more of that broad. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost planning tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who's playing makes the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law